it's worth the fight. We're just doing what keeps us alive. Everything we build, we can't slow down. I know we'll make it to the end somehow. You and I, we got this mad love, mad love. I know we'll make it to the end somehow. You and I, we got this mad love, mad love. We don't need a map to find our way through the fire and the pain. Every scar's another story made of a love that never fades. Hold me in your arms. This home is where you are. Nothing ever gonna change. I know you wonder if it's worth the fight. We're just doing what keeps us alive. Everything we build, we can't slow down. I know we'll make it to the end somehow. You and I, we got this mad love, mad love. I know we'll make it to the end somehow. You and I, we got this mad love, mad love. Hold me in your arms. This home is where you are. Nothing ever gonna change. I know you wonder if it's worth the fight. We're just doing what keeps us alive. Everything we build, we can't slow down. I know we'll make it to the end somehow. You and I, we got this mad love, mad love. I know we'll make it to the end somehow. You and I, we got this mad love, mad love.
You're watching VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Tonight, the city lies in me and got me waiting too long. Wetter summer pools and bikini tops, trips to the bowling pond. This is the right temperature, sweat running in face. Now right weather for sand in all those places. Moonshine, light me, sparks fly, baby, starlit hot nights on ice. Ooh, push your baby like champagne about to blow. It could be something. Shake it, let it go. All this pressure building needs to rock it. Watch me launch it like a rocket. I'm about to rock it. Big bouquets over the waves, bloom and pyrotechnics. Beach bum days, my favorite days. Nights lit up and violent. Moonshine, light me, sparks fly, baby, starlit hot nights on ice. Push your baby like champagne about to blow. It could be something. Shake it, let it go. All this pressure building needs to rock it. Watch me launch it like a rocket. I'm about to rock it. Come watch me set it off. Let it keep rocking on. Let it keep going on like a bottle rocket. A bottle rocket. Push your baby like champagne about to blow. It could be something. Shake it, let it go. All this pressure building needs to rock it. Watch me launch it like a rocket. I'm about to push your baby like champagne about to blow. It could be something. Shake it, let it go. All this pressure building needs to rock it. Watch me launch it like a rocket. I'm about to rock
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
How did I become a victim of the games? I let you go, but you came for me instead. Oh, 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 oh. You're mistaken if you think that's it. I'm only getting started. You just wait your turn, sweet chaos. I can't wait. La 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 la. You left my heart in pieces. No, I'm going there. Left me no good reasons. I should hold back and hurt my mind. Yeah, but I'm not time on corazón. Only I'm gonna work out. You thought I was down for good? Well, guess what? I'm coming back. Heart attack like you've never seen before. You thought I was down for good? Well, guess what? I'm coming back. Heart attack like you've never seen before. How did I become a victim of your games? I let you go, but you came for me instead. Oh, 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 oh. Ready? Beat, drop. You left my heart in pieces. No, I'm going there. Left me no good reasons. I should hold back and hurt my mind. Yeah, but I'm not time on corazón. Only I'm gonna work out. You left my heart in pieces. No, I'm going there. Left me no good reasons. I should hold back and hurt my mind. Yeah, but I'm not time on corazón. Only I'm gonna work out.
You're watching VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
I'ma break it down for ya. La 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 la. 1, 2, 3, let's go. I'ma make it easy for ya. I just wanna make it right. I don't need no trouble, baby. I just wanna take what's mine. And I'ma make it right. I don't need to cool down. I just wanna go out and bring my crowd. I don't need a west side. I just need to be loud. I just wanna go out and break it down. I'ma break it down. I'ma break it down. I'ma break it down, down, down. All my people run this town. All my people wear their crown. And all my people stand their ground. Fake it till you make it and break it down. Fake it till you make it and break it down. Fake it till you make it and break it down. I don't wanna drive you crazy. I don't mean to cross the line. Tell me when you're ready, baby. Promise it'll all be fine. I'ma break it down. I'ma break it down. I'ma break it down, down, down. I'ma break it down. I'ma break it down. I'ma break it down, down, down. I'ma break it down for ya.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Main will continue.
Curious if they wait. I think they waited out the haunt here.
Zuno,
So
a lot of timing on the Forsaken. Looking for a little bit more there. Jing able to tuck around the corner, but now they know. Spotting out that transit. Barrel. Everybody rotated over, and it's 30 seconds remaining, so they're going to have to go for this push. So he's going to be connecting, but Zuna! Oh, connecting in a bigger way. 4 kills for him. Something.
깡부 좋은데?
Let's go, let's go.
밥이랑 쌈 사무라이. 나 막아줄게.
yeah, they want to. Prowler gets some info. Genji looking for it. Ash has gone forward. No one's cleared Chip, boys. Why would you not clear Chip, boys? He gets the 3K ad. You gotta just throw bodies at this. Chance here. Oh no, Karen, he actually. When KRX needed it the most. 3-player crossfire. Ooh, that was hit. The paranoia.
They're paranoid. He's still able to find the one. Divide just gets healed in from behind, but now he is very much entrenched. Fana still taking names. Fana still taking names with him.
Nice.
Bro, you
please,
killed blind.
one up, please. One up, please.
Please, one up.
Slow orb sent. XCL pushed away, but Sugar Zero. I mean, he's able to get a second glimpse. Crystal dead. Swings out. He's looking for a little bit more, but has been an overstep. And Eco with Absol playing here behind the map. He could absolutely ruin their day. And there's the first. Last pack sent his way, but low HP on the other. And Yurata now down to 47. As they are making sure they do not give him anything for free. Shota is not watching for this. It's not now. Swinging. Finds the first. And I mean, this would be an ace clutch if Yuratan could do it. He's got him isolated! And Yuratan!
They're looking for a fight around this orb. If it does get tapped by Full Sense, I expect we're going to see some kind of response from Genji. Ash is waiting on the line. Oh, that's a really brilliant shot from Sephiroth, and he might get a chance at another one. Karen goes one better. How has he managed?
Sephiroth, and he might get a chance at another one. Karen goes one better. How is he managing to do that? What?
뭐야 이거? 팀워크. 뭐예요? 오 마이 갓. 무슨 일이야 이건? 야 윤태희.
싫어.
그래 교육 잘 받았네. 그거야.
뭘 해야 되는데 그러면?
윤태희 말해봐.
싫어.
You guys can buy whatever you want, but the only person that usually buys armor on their team is a smoker.
So what? You want me to buy no wall sheriff? Wait, no guys, look, our dive duelist, what he's buying?
Bro, Pistera no need dash, bro. The sheriff.
Yeah, sheriff. They can miss.
Go armor do. Sorry, bang.
She's so bad.
Tut. Tut.
He's so bad.
Oh my god. Na. 는
Okay, now I know I need to lower everyone's volume, bro.
가자! 화이팅! 좋아. 화이팅! 그냥 좀 더 잘해보자 우리 개개인 피지컬이랑 단이랑.
손 펄었다. 나 털어줄게.
게이지 맞죠? 나 이건 까말 때.
오케이, 커맨 들어.
3, 2, 1, go.
다.
깜보 아래 먹이 겨.
기도해.
뺏었습니다. 리온 요 밑로 방판.
이거. 밖에 들어.
아 밑에 끼야 거래 이마.
빨리 로로 밑으로.
또 나스.
ใจเย็นได้พับเลยไปชุบได้
치우.
아 리바이브를 썼다. 아빠랑 하미 리바이브 내서 그 공간.
GT가 그거 뭐나?
ไปเวทีรีบเดินเลยเดี๋ยวมันตัวหลัง
아이고 윙 레벨아.
ไม่ต้องเดินไป
30 seconds left.
나났어.
BP เรื่อยๆเลยพี่
ปล่อยรอวางแล้วค่อยชุบถ้ามันเงียบก็ชุบเลย
เสียง
One enemy.
야바. 나이스 좋다.
絶対勝てるよこれ
좋았다.
나이스
이요.
야 리콘 내가 깰게
어. 오면은 그냥 월 먹같이 칠게.
에이 조용히 하지 아직 조용해 조용하긴 해 일단 발판은 다운이고 이러면 B월 못 쓰거든? 얘네 스모크 하나 빠졌어 오면
스모크 하나 걸게. Give me fight. Right side. Yes. Yellow Phoenix.
나이스 사바
나 리콘 있어. 안에 리콘 꺼줄게 지금.
컨택 좀 가야 될 것 같아.
So I think we pick on timing now So you ready? To swing 메인에서 깼고 스톤 하나
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. 아군이 한명 남았습니다.
메인
적군이 한명 남았습니다.
제 리콘 두는 거지. 앞에 붙었다. 발.
나이스 같아요 대마이 코코 스모크 살からドッキリ行くかいや俺の話行くわじゃあいやもう体で行こう体で行くいいよ
쪽 간 거 조심. 오른쪽에서 파는 거 조심해라.
스모크 여기 갔다 入るねせーのジャンプします行きますやった2から불렸다 3명 에이 총으로 봐 링크 총으로 봐
근데 아까면 오브토리를
맞아 무리 팔아 이래를
잡으러 감정아. 둘다.
맞아 서바가 이름 서바 링크
스리막스 찐.
됐다 요로 70에 오면 35 자 할게 야싸 고고に来て
무라기가.
ここに来て奥抜きでできる
세이브.
자가리.
여여여 이 나인데 나俺も 네.
이게 약간 우리가 난 지금 그런 느낌 들어. 내가 지금 플레이에서 느끼는 게 우리가 지금 원하는 게 다 달라. 가게가이시. 야. 나이스. 휴지 라운드.
でかすぎ村毛返しが来た
Second cover me I take
Ada bibit. Bibit sak. Can you smoke? No. Have to pick. Backside. Demon dead. Demon.
กูเล่นข้างหน้านี่เอง
ไปไฟแล้วทวงไว้
Oh, they pop out. City.
I'm okay this one ตัวนึง go slowly can you guys make noise Zen make some noise I'm popping out you know just like
아, 또 왜?
wait หลังลบ55
I'm just thinking. You might see me. You need picking.
Head up, kanan.
One last
You need
player
to-
the enemy remaining.
แป๊บได้ก็
Oh.
Nice good job just stick it
쇼풀만. 없어.
뺑 갔다 뺑 온다 빰
뺏겼다.
다시 리클 나오는 것이 연막 쳐놨다 상대.
빼 걸어서 빼 맹구야
네오나 빼.
초 싸워야 돼.
잡았어.
얘들아 에롱 가서 물 써줄게. 에롱 살아.
나 안 돼.
절대 살아 절대 살아.
연필.
아 죽었다.
4대. 자 이제 나갔어. 얘들아 시티 본다 얘.
확인하게 시티 본다 확인.
소각게 이거. 피닉스 공 쓰고 오겠다.
싸우고 나서 둘이 같이 할 생각 안 돼 이거.
해서 공 쓸 때 이제.
없어 앞에 없어. 하나 사이퍼. 벌릴게. 뺑 깎게. Let's go! 끝났까? 스킬 줘다.
스킬 맞대 이누스카와 피크 너트이 있는데.
見えない
가르쳐 왜 레이즈.
태만이 나이. 산이
まだ、上見
釣り入ってるわ。釣り入ってる。
그래 우차 이어.
もしもし次入ってんのとそれ
バイパスサイト。
今
네 맞네.
バイスメイン
3-2か. 바퀴로 와.
ラスト上見
가주체.
いや通してよ赤目耐えて
Hello guys. Hello.
赤目強
強すぎだろ。
I want when you TPS, is that that?
Yeah.
No sound B.
They not I mid
Come on.
Neon one mid Gailing
Guys fight me man. Guys.
Elling. City. He going city guys. The neon going city.
I will clear city CT
가나.
Can you guys speed up a bit? He was there
가나.
On the two side guys. Chamber was A.
Go closer then. Go and block what?
Wait Come 1, 2
Apara.
I'm gonna walk the left main, okay? Let's go
Nice. B-man. Should be B-man.
B-man. Hot.
Oh, cha Ace ah. Oh.
bro
Nice.
It worked bro. First time try it work.
미투비. 미드 싸움 보자, 얘들아.
마이너스 40 레이즈. 이제 들어왔다.
힌트 한 명 가져. 마켓 먼저 클리어하자. 마켓하고 나 궁 쓰면서 할게. F하려 하고.
틀에 없다 아직.
마켓에 궁 쓴다 이러면.
박아봐. 슬러 박음.
사이트에 쏘바 있고 얘들아. 천천히 시트로 얘들아. 시트로 가.
들어가 먹인.
레오나 이번 날 궁쓸 생각에.
아.
히트에서 먼저 궁 써줘 그냥. 액션 줘. 지금 가져.
홀정 하나. 베인스버프 쳐놓은 기다려.
사이트 메인.
둘 다 났어.
맹구. 야 맹스로 갈까?
맹구야 이거 뭔데 이거. 이거예요.
This is the sound of VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
I'm heavy, kilo, gas, diesel, bath, CISO. Knock down, gon' get up. No wrong, go kick up. No magic, get wizard. No magic, get wizard. I'm heavy, kilo, gas, diesel, bath, CISO. Knock down, gon' get up. No wrong, go kick up. No magic, get wizard. No magic, get wizard.
Beat so beautiful, I got shawty crying. I'ma see you tune this melodic lines. Stop a clock on my beat drop, call me Father Time. My skill is the deadliest weapon, put me in this duel when I stop at 9. That's a promise, put my name on a dotted line. Bringing me fresh air, that's the bottom line. Like getting O2 next day from the Amazon with no shop online. I gon' only make stuff I don't make it sub on, pardon me, speaker break. Only pen, no Red Bulls, reinvigorate.
Sit out loud, give it that edict. I ain't Riri, but put me in the mix and I give it that remix. I got a style, they wanna cop, cause they know I'm best in the precinct. If you bro when I miss that dap when I get to the L, no, we gonna relink. Move your queen, the C4, moving diagonal, I pick her up like Bishop. Just like the rest, no different. Unlike the rest, I differ. Clean up debt like Swiffer. On my art, no filler. OG MC killer. I'm heavy. Kilo, gas, diesel, bath, CISO. Knock down, gon' get up. No wrong, go kick up. No magic, get wizard. No magic, get wizard. I'm heavy. Kilo, gas, diesel, bath, CISO. Knock down, gon' get up. No wrong, go kick up. No magic, get wizard. No magic, get wizard.
Fresh out the paint, drip that sauce, metal cane, yeah. Flow to six, so I'll cough in your face, yeah. Straight out of Sparta. 3 on the max, we can kick it if you feel entertained, yeah. I got bros, I got fans. Came from the desert, you don't understand. Bringing the heat and the sun from the sand. No matter the weather, you getting a tan. And if I'm on the beat and produce on cans, you getting a split and you getting a hit, put it out of my hands. Got me a back for a bando set off. Got me runners and they don't F up. Tries you mad, you can't flow better. Way too fresh, I plan on F up. I was knocked down, I had to go get up. Man, I had to strap in, weigh my get up. Locked in now and the keys don't let up. Tried freeing up, bro, but they won't let us. Jake's in my area now, can't mess up. Putting in work, give me a press up. Do it for real, we don't play dress up. Be my guy too long in a can. We outside, we laying out plans. Black hair forces stepping on man. Pre all that, we still got bands. Future sound in your face. I'm bulletproof when I spray. Frequencies way too fly. Krypton man went okay. Get my daps in all day. Get my tracks in all day. Way too flash, go DJ. Got that bag spin, okay. Okay, okay. Got that bag spin, okay. Okay, okay. Got that bag spin, okay. Okay, okay. Got that bag spin, okay.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
One left standing.
I didn't wanna be like this, regretting all the things I've missed. I try to picture greens and blues, but I just I always knew that I could find out. I always knew there was a way, 'cause all I wanted was to change the gray before I fade away. 'Cause I forgot what love feels like, and I've been stuck, but you can't stop time. Now there's color back in my eyes, I can see it. I can see the shadows as they move in the night, and I can feel the heat from the red sunrise. Never thought that it could be like this, and maybe it was you I missed. And now I picture me and you, the summer and the rain. I always knew that I could find out. I always knew there was a way, 'cause all I wanted was to change the gray before I fade away. 'Cause I forgot what love feels like, and I've been stuck, but you can't stop time. Now there's color back in my eyes, I can see it. No, I can't breathe, and I can't see. Now there's color back in my eyes, I can see it. I held the script, the cameras rolling, hoping for a change.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? It's time to get back into the action of VCT Pacific. Hello, I am Achilleos, and yes, I am the host today. I have commandeered the show. I've decided that everyone else was not up to snuff, and I'm going to be doing every role as we go through the remainder of the year.
Well, I may as well just leave them.
It's okay. We've got some time before I take your guys' jobs as well. But yes, I am going to be in command of these two gentlemen. Of course, joined by Big Time as well as Pilsky, our eternal desk analyzers.
Yes.
We have no better place to be than
Yeah.
right here. We're here every day. You know how it is.
Oh, I'm so excited for today, though. I mean, we've already seen some of the Challengers teams doing some damage over in EMEA and doing quite well for themselves. In fact, 2 of them alive in the upper bracket, and I've always felt like, practicing in this region a little bit, that some of these teams coming up from Challengers might be as good as some of the Pacific teams, maybe even a little bit better, at least in practice. So let's see them try and show it here on the Pacific stage.
Yeah, I mean, they've been showing it over in EMEA, but we want to look at some better gameplay. So we're going to look at the Pulsar Flick of the Week and get right into some Pacific action from what had taken place in the last week of play. And we had some pretty crazy moments throughout last week.
Man, I feel like we always do. This shot was crazy from May. I feel like he very nearly won that clutch because of how great that shot was. The
Japanese teams once again just really showing up when it comes to the aim. We're seeing that individual prowess of the Shine.
That was a hell of a clip from Yatsuka. You love to see it. Here's one from Jip Boys. You're going to be seeing a lot of Thai aimers over the next couple of days. Full sets are in the play-ins as well in the opening game. So yeah, you're going to be plenty of that. Nice flick shot from Texture. Been seeing plenty of him on the operator thanks to the chamber prevalence.
Yeah, this one was nasty as well from X-Ross. You see it, they need every round they can get when you're Nongshim, but you just see it time after time. We have the greatest aimers in the world. How could you want to watch anything else?
But some people just have poor taste, I suppose. Big time. It's just how it works out. I mean, you're British. You understand poor taste as well with some of the food that you guys consume over there. But yeah, of course, what does all of this lead to? We're bringing in the Tier 2 teams. Of course, champs, the ultimate goal for them. But a little bit more immediately, Busan. We're going to be having our Stage 2 finals down there. Tickets are available, so make sure you guys snatch those up if you haven't yet already. It's going to be sick. I've been in that arena. It's big. It's going to be loud. And we're going to have some of the best teams in the world taking to that stage down there, so you absolutely don't want to miss that. And then, of course, we also have a little bit of an extra event going on. VALORANT Sound is going to be, so if you're a little bit more of a club vibe guy, I know Big Time really big into that. You want to check that out, because we're going to be having our artists lined up. It's going to be a nice little mix here of VALORANT tunes throughout the years, and overall just a very nice show vibe. I think we had something similar as well in Ho Chi Minh, which was also sick.
Yeah, I heard it was very, very good there. So this is not going to be something to miss. Get the tickets for Busan, people. Who knows what Pacific looks like next year? This is an excellent chance to see the best teams in the world play live.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really good send-off for Pacific overall. You do as well have Barrel and Gen G in the upper bracket as well, so you should have some hometown support. Fingers crossed over in Busan if at least one of them can win one game.
Yeah, and if you want to go straight over to Shanghai for Champions, you can just go and take a ferry over there. This would be a long little ride, but you can take the boat over to China.
You could swim if you're really about it.
Well, I wouldn't recommend that. Would not recommend that, but it certainly would be impressive. But yeah, maybe don't do that. But let's take a look back, though, at the group stage now that we've rounded that out and we're ready to integrate the Tier 2 teams here on the stage. At some of the moments that we witnessed, there was quite a bit of chaos, and I think this is one of the big ones that comes to mind, the debut of the Triple Duelist.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll be seeing KRX play today, but they have been nothing short of experimental. It's been a wild time over there, and one of the legacy organizations, they were not afraid to get wild in this group stage.
I mean, if they pull this out against Onside today, I'll be very surprised. Varel getting their first win and riding that momentum all the way through to top of the group, seated ahead in the upper bracket is massive for them.
Yeah, it was a little wild, but I mean, Gen G, the run that they were able to go, I mean, 5-0, certainly not something that any of us had really anticipated. Obviously, Vic did have her hot take that they would end at the top of the group, but I don't even think she was ready for that to be a 5-0. And of course, we topped off Forsaken's little agent pool here. He managed to play everything. Saw the mix into the Gecko, all of it completed.
And then, of course, the fantastic 13-0 from Nongshim, just decimating Zeta Division here on this Haven. I mean, we haven't had a 13-0 in like 2 years, I think, here in Pacific. So.
It has been 2 years, and unfortunately, it was also Zeta Division suffering a 0-13 loss to the hands of then DRX on, I believe it was Icebox. So
that's not a club you want to be a regular at.
No, certainly not. That's the you hit it once, and then you're just like, I don't ever want to go back to that place ever again. So hopefully for Zeta, I think they're still going to be on the up and up. They've shown that they have been able to rebound at least as far as the performance is concerned, but we'll have to keep our eyes trained on them as we go through the play-ins here. But let's take a look at the bracket, because now we do have the long-anticipated, long-awaited Tier 2 squads joining us. We get 2 Thai teams, one from Japan, and then, of course, one from Korea, who we're going to be seeing from the outset here today.
Yeah, really looking forward to these games. I mean, in the top left there, those will be the games for today. So I'll just touch on Full Sense versus QT Dig. I don't think many people would have expected the Pacific finalists to be in this position, but they've got a lot of grind to be doing. And QT Dig, maybe not the favorite, but there's a lot of parity over in Japan to come out of that region. But they're looking dangerous. And then Team Secret versus Zipto will be an interesting one. I am so looking forward to Endoist and Doffy Double Duelist. That is going to be exciting.
Yeah, they're an exciting pairing. It's worth noting this is a double elimination bracket. You're still alive if you lose one game, and this is all to qualify for the playoffs. Yet another bracket. We have so much Valorant here for you to watch. So many chances for these teams to make it over to Shanghai.
Yeah, I think if you are trying to watch all of the games, lock in. It's going to be a long and bumpy road. We've got 4 days this week, 5 days next week, where we're going to be kicking things off on a Wednesday and then running all the way through So there's going to be a hell of a lot of Valorant to witness, and then of course that all is just culminating for those final 3 days down in Busan, which is going to be super sick. But the biggest, most important topic that we have to get to is of course going to be Build Diff, a little mini game that we love to play here on the analyst desk. And at the moment, I'm in the lead. But it's by a very narrow margin. So can I hold on to first place? We will find out after today.
I mean, I really hope not. I'm desperate for you to lose. That's my only goal. That's all I care about. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that's just commonplace. But of course, the prize for it all, if I can close it out, one of these lovely Acer Predator laptops. So hopefully I'll be taking that thing home with me from Busan at the end of it all. We'll have to just wait and see. But it must beg the question now, what are the rosters looking like? Big Time, we're going to start with you.
Okay. I am the 2-time champ. I am the greatest to ever touch this game, despite not doing very well, but we ignore that. Let me tell you about my team. In Duelist, I have Ziesta. This guy is the truth from what I can tell. Signed to Genji at an incredibly young age. I believe in his power. Opinia on the Initiator. I think he's fantastic coming from Sharper. Mako on the controller. I'm hoping he can become a little bit more consistent, get some points for me there. Xpero on the Sentinel, and then Monyet on the flex. Had to get Monyet in. He's been a beast for RRQ.
Pretty good roster. I don't mind it. I'm going to go up next, I believe. This is the true roster. This is the best roster. I am twinning with Vic today, although I think some people actually ended up picking the same thing. And she told me, we got to have Yum Yum. So I picked Yum Yum. No Ziesta for me. That guy's a Neon Merchant. He's going to run in entry and get killed over and over by KRX today. Opinia is amazing. He is such a high fragging flex player. He's going to be playing a little bit of Enit, but he does flex into the Sage and things like that. Although Sharper might change up things a little bit today. Ray is actually very good on side from what I saw from their games. He had so many big clutches in the final. I think he's going to be great as that secondary duelist and then play smokes as well. And then Xfero Jemkin have always done me well. And I expect RRQ to actually go on a little bit of an uptrend here. I think that a lot of people are going to be picking double RRQ because that's the safe bet here for Build Diff.
Well, we might not have too much motion in the points here today, depending on how Big Time's team does perform, because I went with the exact same team that Pilski has. There was no collusion here. There was no communication. I felt like if you're going to go for a DRX player, at the moment it has to be Hyunmin. As much as I love Mako, as much as he is my GOAT for controller, he has been a little bit of a slump. Maybe he's due. Maybe he's going to have a big game here today. But similar thoughts with Opinia. This guy has been insane. Ray looking incredible for onside in their grand finals to make it to this very event. Was the top fragger over Ziesta and does play controller, which is something that I did need. Normally I would lean for Monyet, but I decided to go Xfero as well as Jemkin. I think Jemkin very much on the uptick, as well as just RRQ overall. So maybe Monyet could be a big swing point for you. We'll have to just wait and see how they perform.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe you guys aren't wanting Ziesta on your team, man.
I did.
It baffles me. Oh no. Okay, Quack's there with Ziesta.
Okay, Kadoom in the flex. So, okay, Kadoom's a bit underrated here in this duelist discussion, I think.
The Paper's got exact same team as the four of us now.
Wow.
Which is, and then Mika and Elfish basically have just about the same thing as well. It's just the difference of Xfero and Jemkin there.
Yeah, I think a lot of people went the same direction with a lot of these teams. I think that there's some peak performers coming out from both onside as well as Sharper.
Ooh.
However, I think that these are teams that do kind of get it done by committee as well. They do have their big fraggers, but for Sharper, like, quite honestly, there's a lot of talent on that team. It's not just like Opinia or Kadoom that's going to carry. I think everyone's pretty good.
Well, I was going to say Quack went for Kadoom, so only one that's going to be plugging him in. So we'll see how that one's going to shake out for him. So I like these little, maybe Hail Mary attempts. Maybe we shouldn't use that term anymore after how things have been going for Fnatic. But yeah, a Hail Mary toss to try to catch up in some of the points here.
Yeah.
We'll see how that plays out at the end of the show, of course, and whether or not I'm going to still be in first. I think I have enough. I think there's enough of a delta that I'm okay, because Clinton is the closest person to me. But of course, our matches today, KRX, struggling as they are going to be going up against Onside Gaming. This is a big contentious matchup. It's Tier 2 Korean squad versus what used to be the Korean squad. So I'm very curious about that one. And then RRQ versus Sharper. I spoke a little bit to Warbirds after RQ's last series, and he said they were, Sharper's really good. They can't take anything for granted. They were very nervous about this matchup.
I'm so excited for how this draw went. I really wanted to see KRX against Onside, Korean against Korean, and then RRQ, of course, they love that little bit of a slower playstyle. I think Sharper also like that. That's a very interesting tactical matchup. Stylistically, I think these are the most interesting games we could have got.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to them as well. Zan is very familiar with playing against Sharper as well, so should have a little bit of a read. But first, we got to get through this Korean derby.
We do. Well, we'll start things with KRX. We'll save Onside for a little bit later, but this is a team that they've now started to just go back to more standard play.
Yeah.
But we've also been seeing this musical chairs act of the different players coming in, Flicker, Young, back and forth, continuing. But it seems like Young still going to be in the starting roster this week. Not going to be looking to make another aggressive change. Of course, Hermes, former teammate, former member of KRX, is going to be going up against them as well.
We just have them doing anything in these photo shoots. This is crazy. But yeah, Young is in for sure. I think that's going to be really important. We saw them pick Lotus, put Young on that chamber last time, and it didn't go great. He had a bit of a rough day at the office. But then again, everybody's been having a bad time on KRX. This has been the worst KRX we've seen. This is a squad that has never not made the playoffs. And if anything, they're quite lucky that they have this play-in format to try and scrape that through. But we need to see a recovery from them now. Otherwise, this legacy, gigantic name of a squad could be falling out early.
Yeah, gotta feel bad. I mean, Flicker was kind of put on those entry duties. For Young, he was kind of thrown into the mix and then basically given chamber right from the first game and said, okay, head-to-head versus Meteor, you got to get it done for the boys. And unfortunately, that's a difficult position to be put in. So, look, I got a little bit of a joke for you, Morgan. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
So, if KRX threw a flash at the other team, for example, and then they no longer had a flash, but they needed to entry the site, what would they say?
I don't know. What would they say?
They would say, they want their flash back.
Okay.
If that was your attempted break, it very much failed.
They have been struggling since they lost Flashback, and they have been needing someone like Flashback back, but they have not quite been able to fill that spot, unfortunately. That was a great joke, right, guys?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Your best work, I would say.
Yeah, I hope that I get to see you at the Comedy Cellar later. But yes, it has just been a revolving door ever since that departure. And I mean, we saw kind of the midseason, post kickoff, stage 1, etc. That fallout continuing over into social media, that hole that has been left since Flashback did depart. And KRX, it feels like they haven't really just decided to just go for one thing to try to replace it. There was Hermes there, then there was Flicker, then we go over to Young, then we go back to Flicker, then we go over to Young again. It's just been these constant changes. So I think it is ultimately a breath of fresh air to see Young playing for a second week in a row.
That's true.
But that is, we are scraping the bottom of the barrel at this point when it comes to finding silver linings.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think he was put in a rough position, though, bait to kind of perform against a T1 that it felt like they were in kind of bruiser mode. Like, they literally just went into that series and were like, we're going to smash KRX here, and I don't think that he was ready to kind of step up to that task. So let's see if he has an easier time. Funnily enough, Hermes will be on the other side of this matchup, so he's going to have his own point to prove here.
Yes, but for Onside, a lot of people might not be that familiar with this team, but we had Morgan go ahead and get a little video together so that we can get a quick assessment of Onside Gaming. So Morgan, take it away.
Famed in Pacific for its dominance. They've proven it by lifting Masters trophies and destroying the competition at Ascension. Onside Gaming are looking to bring this winning culture to the players. They were clear favourites to represent their region after winning Split 1, and they proved it once more in Split 2 by winning convincingly, only dropping one series. When speaking about Onside, it's impossible not to mention the wonder kid himself, Ziesta. Signed by Genji Academy at just 14 years old, it's clear they thought they had found the next big star of VALORANT. Now 2 years later, at only 16, he's ready to show that age is just a number. He was the MVP of both stages and challenges and shows no signs of slowing down. He's surrounded by a supporting cast not content to stay in the shadows. Ray makes up half of a lethal double duelist pairing on the Waylay and has proved time and time again how dangerous he can be if left alive in the clutch. The team is rounded out by the addition of Hermes. The former KRX player brings experience, flexibility, and a hunger for revenge that he's looking to satisfy in their opening matchup. After a disappointing showing for Korea in Split 1, with no teams qualifying for London, can Onside Gaming be the ones to put their country back on the map?
An excellent little voiceover there. I think you got a big future. Maybe Nintendo Direct can pick you up for the next one. But yeah, I mean, this is a team that people absolutely should start paying attention to, and they very well could prove that if it can take down KRX today. And I think a lot, we'll get to the predictions later, but I think a lot of people are going to be favoring this young squad today.
I mean, it's easy to see why they've been so dominant over in Challengers Korea. This split 2 was nearly perfect for them. Since they added Siesta, they've only dropped 1 series. This is a squad that is incredibly scary, that is ready to prove themselves. We see Hermes joining this roster. He hasn't played with them yet. This will be his first game, but we know he was on KRX. We heard from Stats, he's desperate for a chance here, and I think this is a team that people need to start paying very close attention to.
Yeah, and I don't think Hermes is too bad of a replacement for Awake either. He's shown some flexibility over in KRX. He's shown that he can play a little bit of duelist where's needed or flex into some of the Senti roles as well. So I think he's going to slot in well here with Onside Gaming, and I don't mind his addition. Although he didn't have the best of performances over in KRX, I think he could fill this role. I think he probably could play a little bit better, particularly against the team where he kind of underwhelmed a little bit and was forced to do some kind of weird jobs sometimes, I felt.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Hermes is a very familiar name, but I think that to touch on Siesta, maybe there's some people saying, I thought Siesta was on Gen G. What's going on there? Why is he playing on this team? He's basically effectively like allowed to play by Gen G on onside because he wouldn't have been able to make it into the play-ins playing on an academy team. So they've just gone, you're too good, go play the game, be successful, and now he gets ready to prove it.
I think it's great that they're already in the playoffs, because if they were in the play-ins here, they might just say, actually, no, you're not allowed to play, actually.
No, not today, not today. We're going to take you back here for a little bit and try to nerf the squad. Not going to happen. But of course, it's not a Pacific Broadcast Day unless we hear from Jen or Bell. And today we've got the former. So Jen got to catch up with the onside game players earlier. Let's go ahead and take a look at this.
야야야 뭐 시에스타 뭐 시에스타 시스타? 아니 시에스타 그 시는 모르냐? 바보야?
Siesta's playing today.
I heard he's the best Neon of all time, like 3 times as good as Dambi.
He's barely lost a game all year. KRX, they're on a loss streak. They're absolutely cooked.
He just keeps winning. He's gonna drop 45 today. In what map? I'm feeling it.
Oh my god!
It's him. It's him!
Oh, Morgan! Morgan! Are you alright?
I'm sorry. Who are you?
I'm him.
You are him.
And I'm him.
Oh, you're Siesta. Okay.
Yes.
How are you so good at Valorant? 어떻게 이렇게 잘해요, 발로란트를?
그냥 총을 쏘면 돼요.
Oh, you just shoot?
Yes.
Okay. You know, Tier 2 teams have been making big upsets in other regions. Is it going to be the same for Pacific? 2부 리그 팀들이 진짜 업셋을 다른 지역에서 많이 만들고 있거든요. 오늘도 똑같을까요?
저희가 이기는 게 정배라고 생각합니다.
Oh, it's not an upset? On-site gaming winning is supposed to happen. Okay. What about going up against KRX? 그러면 KRX 상대로 오늘 어떻게 하시게요?
사실 저까지 이제 피 안 묻히고 이제 헤르메스 선에서 아마 끝낼 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 네.
You don't even need to move a finger? Hermes will take care of everything? Okay, that's good. Siesta, are you busy?
I'm so busy.
Oh, okay.
busy.
Alright, thank you.
Morgan! He's speaking fluent Korean, but he's not breathing. Morgan, come back to me! Morgan!
Well, I hope that if I ever faint that you are not around to bring me back to life, Pilski. Clearly not CPR certified.
No. Look, it's probably for the best, workplace health and safety and all that. Either way, though, Siesta, he's not interested in anyone's safety. These stats are insane. He was battering everybody in Challengers Korea, first in almost every metric. So let's see if he can keep that same level of consistency now that he's going to be playing against the big boys.
I mean, these numbers are absolutely ludicrous. I can't believe that he's putting together performances like this at such a young age. It's hard to understate how dominant he was in this league. This is a man who has so much hype behind him here in Korea. I wouldn't be surprised if the venue is full here of fans ready to see this guy go because he can be so dangerous. It's just about him putting it together in this top level of play now.
I'd be very curious to see how this ends up matching up against, the likes of Barrel when they first kind of debuted, because there was a pretty decent turnout for them. I think Onside should have a very similar following at this point, and maybe even ballooned up and ready to turn up here at the venue, just given that it is going to be that Hermes versus KRX revenge match. So I'd be excited to see how that all does work out. But we're talking about Hermes, we're talking about his addition into this, so let's go ahead and take a little bit more of a zoom in on Hermes versus Awake as far as the stats there are concerned. As, you know, I mean, when he made his first debut, we were expecting really big things from it. Unfortunately, it didn't quite hit that peak, and then we saw the pretty swift turnaround.
Yeah, but he was given such a rough run of things. Like the flashback announcement was so close to the you know, start of the season for KRX. We can hear Stacks here.
Nothing personally, with the KRX, but he just want to beat KRX.
Yeah, he has a point to prove.
So Hermes said to me yesterday, yo Stacks, please win for me. I really want to face with the KRX. I really want to. I don't want to face it with you. I don't want to face it with you. So I'm glad that we won today.
Yeah, you heard it from Stacks there. He spoke to Hermes. Hermes wanted this matchup, and it's no surprise. He wants to get that revenge. I think he feels like he was sort of wronged in a way on that team. You know, we spoke about how it's a bit of a carousel there, so I think this is an excellent chance for him to really show what he's made of.
I mean, it really just goes to show, it's a brutal beat for DRX, now KRX, because they are just always at the other end of these revenge matches. I mean, we had Masters Bangkok, who's the best team in Korea now. That whole moment, Buzz and Stacks getting that takedown, and now Hermes getting his opportunity as well. So we'll see if he's going to be able to come out on top of this.
Yeah, maybe that says something about KRX. I don't know. Hermes, we see his agent pull there over in KRX. He was that Yoru guy trying to fill the shoes of Flashback, but then he started flexing into a bunch of different roles. Flashback was a duelist sentinel player. You saw him playing some KO on Corrode, I think it was, for some reason, then a bit of Viper on Split. For Awake, you see he does flex around a lot here for Onside Gaming, so Hermes is either going to have to be flexible, but to be fair, a lot of the players on Onside are reasonably flexible. They're quite happy to hop onto the duelist role or play a little bit of everything, so I think it's going to be interesting how they approach their roles here, or whether they're just going to make Hermes a 1-for-1 here for Awake.
I mean, if you just take a team, young guys playing ranked, you're probably used to playing a hell of a lot of different roles in that one because somebody just auto-locks what you wanted to play. So it's like, all right, I guess I got to get some prac on home and go ahead, lock that in, build it up, and now next thing you know, you've got Ray who can play second duelist or he can be playing controller. I think that this is going to be big. And I mean, it is also worth caveating that this is, you know, Hermes' stats on a team that was very much struggling in kickoff and Awake on a team that was kind of bodying everybody. So the fact that there's relative parity in some of the numbers should bode decently well for Hermes.
Yeah, I think so. And we could see, like, I think a big thing that you were talking about was momentum going into this match. KRX has had a rough group stage here, but 10-1 is crazy from Onside. They only dropped one series in Split 2 of Challengers Korea.
It baffles me when people think these Challengers teams are the underdogs. They are the favorites in these games because look at their year. They've been dominant all year. Qualifying through Tier 2 is incredibly difficult, and losing in Tier 1 is incredibly easy. You see it. Their KRX are 1-4. The mentality of a 1-4 team is so different to a 10-1 team. Onside Gaming are coming in hot. So for me, the pressure is a lot more on KRX here to turn things around very, very quickly. Onside just have to keep doing what they're doing, and they'll be feeling on top of the world.
And for Onside, this is even more dominant than we saw from either Varel when they played in Korea or Nongshim, who were previously SPG. They didn't have clean runs through Challengers Korea and dominate everybody like Onside have been. So this could be even better of a debut, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it really could be. And I do have this feeling that this kind of Tier 2 dominance is going to continue globally. I don't see it stopping, whether it's here in Pacific or in Americas, as they get ready to have their play-ins kick off. I mean, when you have these teams, I mean, the Thai squads that we're going to be seeing later, I think that there's a lot of promise here. There's a lot of untapped talent, or like rather undebuted talent that the world hasn't really been able to see. And then when you go look at America, you got M80 as well. Like, that's going to be crazy. So I think that the pain for the Tier 1 teams is going to continue worldwide, but let's see who walked away with a little bit of pain. After the skirmish here, we'll take a zoom in and see who came out on top to get that map to beat O'Playa.
They've done the classic, just throw Flicker in there and hope for the best. And Ray on the other side of things, I'm hoping Ray can win this skirmish because he's in my build diff team and I'd like to have some momentum for him. He started off beautifully there.
As it turns out, he's in all of our build diff teams pretty much.
Oh, really?
He's one of mine. I hope he loses. Come on, Flicker. Vamos, the boys. But we'll see if he gets it done. He's feeling pretty calm and confident. I like it when they send an actual player into the skirmish. Let him warm up. Let him feel out the game a little bit. But we'll see if Flicker can retaliate it all here.
Right. He's just holding the line with the Vandal. Nice little crosshair placement. Not having too many issues at all with Flicker, who, similarly, I mean, we saw him grinding over in Japan in Tier 2. I think a lot of these players will be very familiar with each other, will have practiced against each other in their relative regions. So, you know, interesting to see some of the new Korean stars stepping up on the Pacific stage more and more here.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, Flicker got one. He's on the board, but he's down pretty heavy. It would be a pretty great comeback from here. I mean, the op is cheating, if you ask me. I really hate to see it. Let's see. 4-2. Will Ray end it here? Nope. Flicker's... Okay, Flicker's coming back a little bit.
Yeah, he's going to be able to run this back. Oh, but Ray says, well, I'll just use the op then.
Okay. I don't like Ray anymore. Unbelievable.
It's in your bad book.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Ray.
Everybody loves Ray?
Yeah. But
do you think he sounds like that guy?
I don't think he sounds like Ray Romano. That would be crazy.
That would be. just fluent English.
Ray Romano, Korean. I don't even know what that sounds like. My brain can't even produce that. But let's take a look at the map, Vito. So KRX going to be banning away Split. And okay, let's like, yeah, Summit banned away. But that leaves Lotus again. First pick for KRX. I mean, okay, Young is in. He's going to be playing Chamber, but that did not work for them last time.
They're all in on Young. All in. Like, Chip's in the middle of the table. Young take us home. Hopefully it goes better for them this time. This Sunset pick is interesting for Onside, though.
I like this. So I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Sunset was not in the map pool for Challenger's career.
They haven't played a match on it in Challenger's career here.
So what this is the prime example of how you can use that prep time. You're able to add these new maps into your pool to the point where you feel comfortable picking it. KRX have no data to work with, whereas Onside will have been able to watch KRX play. So I think this is an excellent way to take this veto. If you are one of the Challengers teams, you're able to throw the spanner in the works incredibly early. So I'm feeling even better about Onside Gaming after this veto.
Yeah, and for KRX, I mean, they lost to Secret and Varel on Sunset as well, so potentially going to be some perceived weakness, I guess, there for Onside. I like that the underdog team coming from Challengers is looking at KRX's map pool and going, you guys suck on Sunset. We don't have an official on it, but we're going to body you.
I mean, I'd be very curious, though, because the bail that I will throw, maybe it's just in my bones, I have to do it for KRX. The bail that I will throw for them is that these are 3 maps in the pool here today that Chamber can excel on. So if Young can find his stride, if he can put up numbers like we were seeing from him when he first played on this team, perhaps there is a world where KRX will be able to take this down. Because I think right now, Hyunmin spoken for. He's looked incredible. He's found his footing on that Phoenix. If you get a step up from the likes of Mako, who's normally so very steady for you, Bane as well, then I think that KRX are going to be in a decent spot if they just continue to run the Chamber the whole way through.
Yeah, 100%. And I think they've already shown some willingness as well to switch away from it sometimes. We saw some Cypher from freeing after the Chamber didn't initially work. So we know that KRX is going to be flexible. I think that they will lean on the Chamber for sure. I would expect to see Young on the Chamber coming into Lotus. It's the whole reason why I think he's been put into the team here. But it didn't work out well for them against T1. And I think that the advantage that a team like KRX has is they're always willing to be flexible, and I think that that could throw a team like Onside off a little bit. They haven't had to prepare for a team like KRX before.
And you see here, I think that the history and the cloud of KRX is maybe doing a bit more heavy lifting for them to make it this close, but 51 to 49%, the majority is still going for Onside, and that is very much the same for us here in the talent predictions where, oh, look at that, I'm also in first place.
Oh my god. Get this guy out of the host role. He's winding me up. But I will say, I'm shocked even 3 people predicted for KRX. KRX keep losing. They've won 1 game this whole split against DFM, and they cheesed it out with a triple duelist. This is a struggling team. Onside Gaming are coming in so hot. I can't get my head around a KRX pick here. I think Onside are massive favorites.
I think that there is always a relative safety net when you're going for the team that is established, that has been on this stage, that has competed at the highest level on even bigger stages than this one. KRX, they have experience in spades. They have some of the longest standing players of all time.
Yes.
So I punt there, I don't really mind.
Yeah, they have experienced coaching staff as well. This is a squad that the core of them did very well at Champs. All they need is to lock in and turn it around here. And if that starts in the play-ins, then maybe they won't miss this year's Champs.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is we need to see composure from Onside. First game on the big stage, can they make it happen?
We are about to find out. It's time to get this party started. So let's go ahead and get ready to send things down to the stage. KRX going up against Onside Gaming as we welcome our Tier 2 squads.
ทีมที่จะไปเทียร์วันได้ก็น่าจะต้องพยายามครับแบบสเต็ปอัพของตัวเองขึ้นมาเรื่อย
ๆ QT リーグは本当に団結力で負けてないんで、他のチームには絶対負けないですね。
ตอนแรกบอกไปว่าฝ่ายต่างทีมคริปโตอีสปอร์ตวาแลนด์แล้วก็จะพยายามสร้างปาฏิหาริย์ให้เกิดขึ้นให้ได้주기로 할게요. 라고 하면 안 되나요? 잡으러 갈게요. 날아갈게요. 좀 그런가요?
はい、どうも皆さん、QT リーグのミシャです。
MPTC from Sharper Esports. My role is Agile.
สวัสดีครับผมเซิร์ฟมาจากทีม Crypto Esports ครับได้กลับมาที่เวที VCT Pacific ครับผม
팀적으로 바라던 목표가 이제 일부에서 다 같이 게임하는 게 목표였는데 꾸준한 노력을 통해서 이제 성공을 했다고 생각하니까 뭔가 자랑스러운 느낌을 좀 받은 것 같아요.
After we won Challenger and we secure a spot in play-in, I was really happy because we waiting for this moment for like a really long time.
優勝するまでに5年間かかって本当に長かったし頑張った上の優勝だったからすごく嬉しかったですね。
ก็ไม่มีใครติดต่อมาครับถ้าจะมีก็มีแค่ฟอร์ดครับที่แบบติดต่อมาครับว่าเป็นไงบ้างอะไรอย่างงี้
ก็คิดนะครับว่าโซนบ้านเรา VCT Pacific นะครับเก่งที่สุดแล้วก็แต่ว่ามันก็เป็นซีซั่นที่มีอะไรแปลกตาแปลกใจขึ้นเยอะเลยครับเช่นแบบว่า T1 กับหนองชิมตกลงมาในรอบเพลย์อินครับผม
다른 퍼시픽 팀들이 수준도 많이 오르고 잘해진 것 같긴 한데 저도 그만큼 잘해진 것 같아가지고 자신 있는 것 같습니다.
KRX 선수들이 경험치가 되게 풍부하다고 생각해가지고 어려운 싸움이 될 것 같습니다.
좀 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하는데 요즘 성적 보면은 저희가 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
In short, we just like RRQ, but we're just better.
ผมคิดว่าทีมที่สู้ได้ยากอาจจะเป็นหนองชิมครับแต่ทีมที่เหลือก็อาจจะสู้ได้ไม่ยากสักเท่าไหร่
เสียดายที่ไม่ได้เจอฟูเซนเกมแรกครับก็คิดว่าแมตช์ที่เราจะเจอฟูเซนน่าจะเป็นวินที่ง่ายครับ
QT リーグのいいところはもうアイコンタクトだけでできるんでそこは本当にいいところだなって思います
그건 아닌 것 같긴 한데 분위기는 좋은 것 같아요.
เป้าหมายก็เข้าเพลย์ออฟให้ได้แล้วก็เป้าหมายต่อไปก็น่าจะค่อยไปในอินเตอร์วิวหน้าครับ
ก็คริปโตนะผมจะเป็นทีมแรกที่มาจากเทียร์2แล้วสร้างประวัติศาสตร์ชนะทุกทีมแล้วก็ไปแชมเปี้ยนครับ
시에스타 선수도 되게 잘하는데 저도 되게 잘하거든요. 다른 팀들은 다 긴장해야 될 것 같습니다.
이번에 새로운 팀원들이랑 챔피언스 꼭 갈 수 있게 열심히 하고 싶습니다.
할 수 있고 QTD가 시작어.
내 화면에 보이지 마소. 마지막 경고요.
Today's matchup.
The play-ins have now begun. The road to playoffs shall commence. The group stage is dead, and now we progress forward. KRX kicking things off against Onside to see who will be able to hover in that upper bracket and who is going to be falling down to their last lifeline in the lowers.
Yeah, for KRX, a really rough group stage, even by their standards. I think that they would be expecting to be in the playoffs at this point, but they have really been struggling. They have been playing musical chairs with their fifth player, and they're looking for some redemption here in the play-ins, but this might be the worst possible draw for them.
I could not agree more. This Onside Gaming roster is looking scary. They put together an unbelievable run down in challenges. Now they get a chance to cut their teeth on some of the best, some of the biggest names in Valorant in Korea. So let's see if they can really flip the script and get an upset here.
I think most of the time when you're a young team like this, stepping onto the stage, going for that fist bump against Termi, you'd be feeling terrified. But given the form from KRX lately, might be having a hell of a lot of confidence if you're on side going into this. Lotus, Sunset, and Haven again. The map draft So maybe we just see Young stick to chamber every single map.
Maybe that might be the formula here for KRX. I mean, if you're a Termi believer, if you're a believer in this core that always does damage at international events,
But also always makes it the champs.
Yes. Yeah, 100%, then this is where you would expect them to turn it around. I mean, you would have expected them to turn it around in the group stage, but if not, then they need to show strength in this opening game of the play-ins and go straight through that upper bracket, because if they lose this game, especially if they get like bodied by Onside here, then you're really not going to have much left to kind of hope for, really.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think they've been bailed out by the format. They've been given a second chance to make playoffs by going through these... Whoa, calm down, boys. Calm down.
3D glasses on now?
But I think they have to start looking better. Otherwise, this could be the first year we don't see them in playoffs. The first year we don't see KRX in champs.
And what a turn of events that would be. But I mean, across the board, across all of VCT, we're seeing some wild stuff taking place. But like you said, it could just very well be that first time that we don't have this organization at the champion stage. Sure, they've missed out on Masters in the past. We've seen that plenty of times at this point. But Champs has been eternally a spot where they do well, where they attend, where they make high finishes. I mean, third place last year, and right now, they're 2 losses away from not setting foot in Shanghai. It has been a crazy turn of events.
And cast your mind back to how it happened. They didn't even qualify themselves. They needed full sense to lose. Like, they're a team that picks up when they get to those internationals, but will they even be able to make it? The 100th map for both Freeing and Hyunmin here. Let's see if they can make it a good one.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, I believe it was Lotus that was Hyunmin's debut on the Raze when he came into DRX, and he went absolutely ballistic on this map. So he's hoping that Siesta won't have a similar performance. He's going to be on the Neon for Onside. This is 1-for-1 in terms of the roles, with Hermes taking a Wake spot on the Vice. And for KRX, oh my god, wait, Freeing's on the chamber.
There's a couple elephants in this room right now, Pilski. Freeing is playing chamber. We saw this before. It didn't look great, but now they're going to go for the double Senti as Young takes the Vice.
Yeah.
Huh?
I mean, I feel like this is a deliberate plan to slow down the Neon. I think Vice is great against that Neon, but I worry that this is yet another change of roles for Freeing, a different agent for Young. This has not been comfortable. They've been chopping and changing all season without good results. Will this finally be the time it clicks?
Yeah, this is going to be a very slow attacking side for KRX. You're going to have to see the Lurks find some success, because if you see Onside just bully Freeing or Young when they're looking for space, walking around on the attacking side of Lotus, they're going to get nothing done, and I don't think that they're going to have a defense to play with.
A single duelist solo entry. This is going to be pretty damn wild for KRX. They are really throwing a wild one out there. We'll see if it's going to be good enough to get the win here on Lotus. But for now, let's send it over to our casters. It's the sussiest boys in all of VCT. We've got Elfish and Quack.
Hey, rightio, that's one way of putting it. I tell you what, though, Quack, as we've just been called the sussiest guys in VCT, you are looking marvelous today. I'll just start with that.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, just you guys can put on makeup too.
There you go. All right. Well, KRX and Onside is what we've got to talk about. Let's move on from all the shenanigans. And there seems to be quite a lot of confidence here for Onside. And I will just say as well, not just for Onside, but for all of those Tier 2, those challenger teams that are coming up into these play-ins, it seems like generally the level of confidence actually across the board is quite high for these teams. So I'm quite excited to see what we're going to get. I always think in these kinds of circumstances, it would be an upset if, you know, the higher tier team, the KRX obviously in this instance, does get defeated, but that almost seems like that's kind of against the grain in terms of thinking.
Yeah, I mean, just based off of all the performances that we've seen in the past weeks, and also all the time that the Tier 2 teams have had to prepare. I mean, over at EMEA, it's already pretty much confirmed that there will be a Tier 2 team moving off into playoffs. I just can't wait to see if that's going to be the case for Pacific as well.
Guess we won't have to wait too much longer as we are jumping into game. The first game of the play-ins here in Stage 2 of VCT Pacific 2026. KRX and Onside will start things off on a Lotus, and that 13-match win streak is certainly a very big talking point for Onside, but does it potentially end here? I mean, obviously, KRX, they've been having a bit of an up and down season. I think it's very fair to say that. Probably more down than up. We'll see if they can find a little bit of that mojo today. They don't really have too many more options. It's today, and then potentially, if they do lose here, a match on Wednesday and Thursday next week, and then they're done for the year. So You really got to get it right now if there's anything to be taken from the early stages of this season for KRX and the improvements that they're going to try to make. It has to be here.
Literally just the 2 chances, but kind of like what the desk was talking about as well. I mean, KRX coming in with their own little compositional switch-ups. It just depends on whether or not the players can make it work. Right now they have a lot of space, which bodes well.
A little bit of space being made actually onto that A side, and Hyunmin able to open the account for KRX. It's a decent enough start, and Marco unfortunately has opted to take a pretty isolated duel there. The swing not coming through, the trade not necessarily there, but it may not matter all that much as KRX are finding the picks that they need in all of these aim duels. It's just Hermes left alive, and he certainly has a bit of a bone to pick with KRX, but it's not going to have any success there. And Hyunmin starting well with a 3K in the pistol. A lot of eyes on Hyunmin today.
And a lot of kills as well if he's going to continue to collect those bodies that way. I mean, just right off the get-go, it's you know, a bit of prep work done in the past week coming into this, and just instantly you could tell, you know, having freeing on the way towards the back end, having that extra position to cut off rotations while Hyunmin just continues to pivot back around the site. It's a great way to kick things off. We'll keep an eye on it for now, but, you know, still curious about what this double duel is. I mean, I'm hearing so much about Siesta, the Neon, maybe the Rayleigh at some point, but right now it's Wolverine onto the Rays too. They've got 4-1 stacked up closer towards the A site, but KRX have other ideas.
Yeah, there's a number of onside players just poking around here, so Freeing wants to make sure he connects with these shots. First one onto Siesta, pretty routine, no problems there at all. C-site being worked at the moment, Mound being explored by KRX.
Oh yeah, this entire round has KRX written all over it. Get a load of this guy.
Yeah, Freeing having a nice little warm-up, it would seem. Does eventually get pushed again by Cloudy, but answering that call pretty well. Eventually does get overwhelmed by Ray, but not the end of the world. He's kind of done his job. Will allow the rest of KRX to just filter over into that A site.
Yeah, no more knuckle sandwiches here. This bucko is done with the site, and now just the whole team of KRX pretty much clearly taking down what seems to be just Ray holding into a corner. Restock standard, not too much else to expect there, unfortunately, for I guess onside to try to rotate back. But as soon as those kills were collected upon by Freeing, he's just gonna have to look towards the next round now. I mean, haven't really seen too much considering the fact that, you know, this is just early stages of the game, but back then when onside played against ART in their grand final Korean finals, split 2, it was so different. They had like a complete streak. They weren't starting out too crash hot, but then suddenly came back, especially more so on the defensive side, which a lot of it starts on the back of Hermes. Right now it's the fast lane, Cloudy to peek off of it too.
Hyunmin does manage to find that trade onto Cloudy, but this is where we really get to, I guess, get a bit of a sense of the mojo of onside here. Starting a little bit more aggressively in that round, looking for an early fight. Does go 1-for-1, but at least they're kind of forcing KRX to work for this round, which is not something you could really have said about those first 2.
Really not yet. Especially now that the smoke's dissipated as well, though. So a little bit more difficult. Young is pretty much committed to this lurk role now. The rest of the team trying to get that pivot over onto the B site, where it's just a solo Hermes, who of course is also seeking revenge against his former team.
Okay.
We'll play the safe position.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say it's a good way to take that B site, but now at the cost of Yong's life as he just gets deleted by Siesta. Maybe this is the first avenue back in for onside. Wolverine on the kill feed there as well. Both the duelists having the impact that they need to. It comes down to just Bane now alone, trying to hold that spike. It is planted open for him, but there is a smoke in his way now. And number of players that he needs to get through the spam, not really connecting. Needs some incredible luck to get through this one. That's a good shot. Oh, and he very nearly actually did manage to make that happen. So a lot of damage done by KRX, but it is a round that will go the way of onside.
Not too bad. It does come down to the wire, though. I mean, sticking that defuse down. Ultimately, if you take a look at I guess the bird's eye picture of things. It's freeing with all those kills from the previous round, building up towards a tour de force, and then now with Bane as well. That's a possible Nightfall pretty soon. Of course, getting away with his life intact as well, so that's a bit more economy then. Outlaw now purchased up by freeing as well, knowing that his opponents are in low armor, which is pretty darn strong. Let's have a listen in to KRX with how they want to command the lead. Uh-oh, maybe not.
Spike down, C.
영아 못 떠준다 아니?
가만 나보고 빼줘.
나와 있다. 앞에 한번 쳐줄게 기다려봐.
살아.
스팸이. 여기 쉴수 있는 것 같아.
A 바이스 하나 내가 봤을 때.
B 가도 되고 그냥.
A 템반 되면 A 가자. B 가자. B 벽 빼진 것 같긴 하다. 아 A 벽.
B 아마 사람이 있을 것 같긴 해.
I have to start to wonder if this is where things may start to fall apart a little bit for KRX. As you're now starting to see what Onside can do. Very confident round out from them. Just Yong left alive now and below half HP. He doesn't really have a snowball's chance in hell of winning this round. So Onside are going to very quickly equalize this scoreline.
And possibly with the economical situation now unfolding as well, maybe they'll be the ones taking the lead away. I mean, that's the thing about KRX, though. It's, you know, kind of like what Achilleos was alluding to, the fact that it's just a solo Raze duelist makes things a little bit more difficult if your head gets removed. KRX needs to, like, stay prepared for any of these potential hits, and you would think they're anticipating such things because it's a double duelist on the other side, but when Siesta just pops in like that, and of course the whole team to support the push as well around C Mound, just makes it that much more difficult. So you can kind of expect or think that KRX might start to be more cautious of some of these early positions, even with the ults that they have now. But sometimes you also just want to see things different, like operated differently. You've got Hyunmin onto the showstopper on the next round. Perhaps some explosive entries. Maybe some fighting words as well. I'm hearing reactions from the Korean crowd.
A little bit of a reinvestment back in here from KRX. They've got a couple of hero rifles. Hyunmin also holding on to that showstopper. So there's a little bit to kind of work with for KRX here. So I need to be a little careful that this is not one that they look at a bit too lackadaisically.
Probably just heard the utility being set down as well, the shear wall in particular. But it's also a lot of maybe reliance on freeing and to see what he can find in that lurk position. It's been tough, and we haven't really seen too much from, I guess, either freeing or Young, barred the first 2 rounds. If freeing gets one, that's tour de force, and that's even better. But now, just to alleviate some pressure by getting that progression smoke. Onside Gaming, I mean, look at how they're positioned as well. Just so ready to receive any potential hits that may come.
Yeah, KRX taking a bit of a slower approach to this round. Hoping maybe freeing can work a pick over on the A side of the map. Doesn't really seem like there's a whole lot eventuating over there, and so eventually push is going to come to shove here, and KRX are going to have to make their move. It'll be towards B. They do actually smoke off that high-low setup, and there's a showstopper here for Hyunmin that might get 2. It doesn't quite clip the second, but 1 is enough for KRX on the entry. As far as they're concerned, they'll push their way through and try to work their way in. Hyunmin for the triple now. It seems like KRX at the moment really are living and dying by what Hyunmin is able to conjure. And in this round, he's done enough.
So much so now with the post-plant utility as well, just confirming extra positions. Take a look where freeing is Venture. Ring.
Having a little bit of a wrap around. It'll be a tough post-plant to break here for Onside. They were having a bit of a look, but Wolverine cops a bullet to the head, and so that'll be the end of that for Siesta, as he's happy to try and hold on to that Phantom for the next round. So a little bit of life here for KRX, but like I'm saying, a lot of it really feels like it's coming off of Hyunmin today so far.
Not wrong there. 8 kills, 2 deaths. Maybe 1 inconsequential one by Mako, but man, I really should have had Hyunmin in my build div. Still early, of course, but that is just one of those rounds entirely put together by him. He's got the smoke support by Mako, gets the showstopper around towards back sight, and then continues to find 2 more up around the top of heaven. Like, of course, Onside Gaming trying to get those trades through, but you just always have to be wary of players like Hyunmin. Nightfall available for the next round now as well. Surely would want to see KRX be able to build that tower properly, brick by brick.
It's going to be some Ruins pressure here for Onside. They're going to try and set Siesta up for success, see if he can get aggressive early on in the round. They managed to push their way through. That's forced KRX away, but on the other side of the coin, it's just going to sort of prompt them in that direction of the C site, which they're more than happy to take by the looks of things. Hermes will be connected upon by that Nightfall. We'll just have to play for the retake here.
Yeah, a bit of a timing play. You've got Freeing with an op watching the flank as well, just in case there's a push out towards A. Nothing found yet, though, so this all comes down to how they hold it post-plant and where the spike's planted. For this is not truly straight out into the open. They have to hold out by stairs, which means Young's position a little bit tough to work around. So the whole team here has to perform.
Retake util getting tossed on in. Now the retake kill starting to come through as well, but that's very swiftly brought down by Bane, who can't quite hold on for the third. Maybe there's still a world in here for Onside until Yong and Mako arrive 4-2. KRX working their way into this half now and starting to look better and better.
And better would be the key word. I mean, ask for the team to deliver, and deliver they did. It really comes down to a bit of the post-plant utility as well. And this is what Yong does as the Vise. Maybe you have the smokes supported with Mako, some thorns out towards the front ends as well. So he's just saying, like, it's delicious if they just walk into his crosshairs bit by bit. Works out perfectly with the push coming forward as well. So doubled up the scoreline against Onside now, and it forces the time out. Maybe not quite the performance that Onside were expecting. I mean, they were talking a lot of smack. Very incredibly confident all throughout a lot of the content pieces. Oh my gosh, that's Varel watching here as well. They're locked in for playoffs, or like it's a bit of an off day for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to do, right? We've all kind of been there when you're just sort of waiting to do your thing, right? Might as well come and watch.
He was previously signed with SLT, I think, way back then. Now Varel. Just never actually got to play an official match with them, so just a bit of support. Lovely to see. You got to start finding those rounds get put together. They have the ults to make it work. Steel Garden as well for Hermes, but perhaps not quite the round yet. And you still have to watch out for Freeing with this op.
Now the patient approach from KRX seems to be what we're going to be getting from them for the most part on the attack, at least here of Lotus. Things may change up a little bit when we see Onside on the attack themselves, but they're going to need to build themselves a little bit more of a platform to work off of than just these couple of rounds, and you'd imagine it probably won't come here. That gets a bit messy for Bane. Spike dropped. It's 1-for-1. It's not too shabby as far as Onside are concerned.
Yeah, right. Neat little triple peek. KRX starting to wonder where else these players could be repositioning to now. Maybe the safer call would, if they're thinking, would be to go back and regroup with Freeing, but that's where that stack is now as well for Onside.
Peek through there from Ray. Not going to have too much success. Just the spam into that dark cover, getting the better of him, and now Hyunmin will look to go forward with a bit of that assistance coming through from Marcos, making short work of the site. Awkward timing for Yong, but still going to be okay. Once again, another couple of kills in another round for Hyunmin, who just seems to be putting them together. 5-2 now, and KRX, I mean, look, I predicted for KRX, but I don't even think I expected them to look this comfortable at this point in the game. I mean, this is looking a little bit, dare I say it, too easy right now.
A little bit. I mean, that's okay. Well, you know, it's still relatively early, maybe not so much in the map anymore, but this is KRX's map pick. Probably something they studied up against Onside Gaming's last performance against ART in that final, knowing that this would be the composition that they would employ. So a lot of different plays set up around this, especially this composition as well, to specifically slow down Siesta. But now it's Wolverine with an op. They've got advanced information outside of B, and high-low just to mark down A ruins or rubble. Smokes come in, though, so KRX looking for perhaps an alternate route into the site, maybe through the rotating doors, or to pop flash and swing through this smoke instead. Something that on-site gaming might not be too privy to right now.
Stealing sight. Paranoia goes through. Don't know that that necessarily connected onto Ray. He's still going to be a factor in this round as he tries to hold onto the site. It's only a 1-for-1. That's not really enough. KRX once again take the A site, and Freeing is just kind of toying with his food at the moment, waiting for the peak. Eventually goes for the swing himself and runs right into Wolverine. So that's now advantage onside in a round that it kind of feels like is a must-win. Siesta looking for the fight that he eventually manages to find, but doesn't want to go swinging into that showstopper, both of which, by the way, have gone into nothingness. Defuse on for onside. Time starting to tick away here for KRX. They need to swing. Hyunmin might be able to do it again. Hermes is there, though, to deliver the finishing blow to the round. A third on the board, just as it felt necessary for onside. KRX will not run away with things just yet.
And that's got to feel pretty good for young Hermes as well. Like, Termy, look at me. Now I'm on the other side. This is what I could have done for you. But instead, it's just this trade of ultimates. Steel Garden, Showstopper, of course. A bit with that overdrive as well, but down to the end. Even with a bit of positioning, Hermes was the one who was able to put together that little spray transfer. So, not too bad, and it keeps onside gaming going further. We'll see if they can kind of do more damage to KRX's economy now with advanced positioning outside C mount.
There's an aggressive spot for Wolverine, but it might just work out as Freeing was not expecting it. And so again, advantage Wolverine in the sniper duel at this stage.
That's like the third time now.
I mean, there was questions obviously of what Freeing would look like on this chamber. So far, not too successful in the rounds that have mattered. Yong, however, a double. Starting to open up Mound a little bit. All of a sudden, this round has kind of been thrown into a bit of chaos. It's 3-on-3, and there's a lot of holes that KRX can look to exploit.
Just a bit, but they're also, like, you can tell by how they're positioning around it. They don't want to go back towards A site. The operator is certainly a big threat looming against KRX, so they're trying to just overwhelm this site, but Wolverine's in position.
Ray 6 waiting and holding that U till you've got to be patient here as KRX. They might just walk straight into it, exactly as you've said. There's the paranoia from Ray. Doesn't slow KRX down all that much. They have 20 seconds to work with here. The contact play hasn't quite worked out, but a 1-for-1 is enough to get them in and get them a plant. Just got to be aware of how progressed Cloudy is, and Wolverine as well, and they're aware now that that Nightfall has connected. A missed shot, that'll be the end of Wolverine. So it all falls on the shoulders now of Cloudy to try and clutch this round out, but Yong is putting on a clinic. And KRX have another to answer the little fight back that Onside put together in that last round. There is no success here in terms of putting enough rounds together for Onside to really feel comfortable just yet.
Quite different from that game that they played against ART again. I mean, high pressure situations, but this one just unbelievable because Bane with the spike plant just gets the Nightfall, gets that extra bit of information, you know, knowing where Wolverine was positioned, kind of forced him in out to take that duel. Very uncomfortable, but it goes on. Now it's an outlaw. Still a little bit concerned for Freeing, though. Apart from the one Marshall round, it has been kind of rough, but at least it's just still that sense, that presence against Onside. Onside a bit more daring this time, though. They are looking to take a swing against him.
Well, back to the tried and true for KRX, which is that sort of slow map control early on in the round.
Yeah, they're taking orbs as well. Just a bit of presence. Could always go back towards B site, which right now looking very ripe and open for them.
Cover going out.
Smoke will alert KRX to possible forward space being taken around A, so B will be the call.
Couple of players there ready and waiting. Up close and personal though. Cloudy and Hermes get their timing wrong. So that'll pretty much be the round. Freeing. I mean, he's doing it against the ecos, I will say. But on the rifle rounds, on the gun rounds, he seems to struggle a little bit more. But I mean, he's still kind of getting some kills together. So I don't know. Can we be too critical? They're winning, and they're winning pretty hard.
If you win, you know, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Like, look at that, 3K. Could build up to another tour de force before the half ends.
Yeah.
Wolverine has an off now, though, so it's another little sniper duel. We'll see how this one fares. Oh, but then KRX just kind of grouping up together this time around. So maybe a bit of a contact play. They can take down an early player, but nothing found yet. Just Siesta with information to an exchange of utility, but also an empty spot around C Mound. Onside looks to exploit this.
They found my trap.
Once again, a slow walk from KRX. They don't have anybody watching the opposite side of the map, though, so sort of right in pointing out that there is a bit of progress being made over towards C, even towards B. It's a bit more of a forward hold. At some point, Onside are going to think, we're not really seeing anything else on the rest of the map, so there must be a bit of a setup outside of A. Prowler's gone forward in mid. Just on the timing there, Yong catches Cloudy as he goes hunting for information. That's the avenue into the B side, opened up. Ray gets a little bit lucky to get away with that. Maybe he should have been dead to the spam, but in the end, probably still not going to be enough to hold on to this round at all. Ray is getting away with a lot on 19 HP.
Well, he's now back down to the 2v3. You know, I was thinking, like, it would have been tough for KRX to try to pivot back over to another side because of that op presence, but they actually managed to make it happen because Yang got a 1v1. Retake's tough for onside here, unless they can take a duel, but oh, the shots whiff.
Oh, Wolverine, he's keen for the fighting here against Freeing. Just not able to find it so far.
Cover going out.
Ray's going to try to work his way in onto the side as well. Wolverine just has Freeing's number. How much does that really help onside, though, as that spike is ticking ever so quickly now. They are really running out of time. Marco finished off. Bane, however, being alive will secure this round. Again, another one for KRX, and that scoreline is starting to look pretty dire for onside.
Just hoping that perhaps it wouldn't end in a 3-9, but who knows with how the economy goes at this point as well. So for all that we're talking about, you know, the op duels, Wolverine having Freeing's number, the impact is, it's like not quite there in a lot of these rounds. It just comes down to how quick and how fluid KRX are now being, despite it being a singular duelist composition. It's Yong who's still able to take some of these 1v1s on the rotate. He's 10 kills and only 3 deaths. And now they're playing the default.
Well, that is unfortunate for Wolverine. Apparently, if it's not Freeing on the other side of that scope, it's not going to go well for him. So I think four out of his 5 kills might actually be Freeing this game so far.
I think you would be right, Jordan. Now with this positioning as well, could just push up, Steel Garden, pop in the B site, or get, you know, some kind of a bait going. Instead, they're just going to try, well, KRX are going to try to regroup once again with Freeing. Someone's going to watch the flank, the rest of the team to push forward. Bully Hermes into submission. The guy has been sitting on A site for most of these rounds throughout the first half, just trying to work off of his utility, but that can very easily get sidestepped because Mako's in position, you've got Yang close by as well, and of course Hyunmin.
TP across there. So very much a commitment from KRX into this A site, and it's going well so far. Hermes! Oh! What?
Last player standing.
I don't know how he's gotten away with 3, but unfortunately there's a showstopper on the other side. It won't matter. Siesta saves the day for onsite. Hermes just getting away with murder in the middle of the site. Nobody wanted to shoot back at him. A 4th for onside. Should have probably been 9 there for KRX. Let's have a look back at how this round ended up playing out. I mean, a great start for Yong.
Indeed. Freeing does mark the flank. But it's like this right here. Not the cleanest, it's bloody, it's scrappy, but right at the end when it's needed most as well, Siesta on the Guardian. Freeing just does not have the shot.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's less about that. I don't know that it necessarily comes down to Freeing for me. I think the 3 players swinging into one guy with the Guardian probably need to be getting a little bit more done there, but in the end, still not a bad half for KRX. Hyunmin, no surprises. The first half MVP puts together a pretty good stat line. And you would look at this and you would say an 8-4 lead, that should be enough to close out on your own map especially, but this KRX lineup so far this season has certainly left a few question marks unanswered, so not prepared to count my chickens before they hatch just yet.
Yeah. I mean, it's the first time that we're seeing onside in the play-ins right here, the first day. So still kind of tentative as to how the rest of things could go. It was a 5-7 the last time they played against ART in that grand final. Took a while for them to get started on the attacking side as well, onside. So needing to kick this one off just right, but that's why you wonder about the compositions here. A bit of theory with how Young is able to slow Siesta down. Of course, depends how onside tries to work around the setups too, but right now, a challenge towards C-Mount.
Freeing there, ready with that headhunter to look for a couple of heads. Doesn't have any success. Again, it's Wolverine that will get the better of him, so bit of a rivalry starting to develop there. Young is going to be clear. There's no doubt in my mind that he's not getting away with this. Okay, I lied. You looked for so long and then didn't clear it. It's just unbelievable that he gets 2. But hey, you just got to take what you can get, and Young happy to take 2 heads, brings it back to 3-on-3.
Bane now.
Shame.
Ultimately gets cut.
Yeah, not able to beat Hermes to the punch. So still okay here for onside.
Otherwise still also a little bit perhaps lethargic for both sides. You know, little corners overlooked, but also duels not being taken. But onto the possibility of a retake in this 2v3. Hyunmin's got the nade, Mako has the flash. A smoke's just come back up as well. What's curious though is Ray's positioning. Remaining. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well, in the end it does. For Hyunmin at least. Onside win the second half pistol. So this is certainly not over yet. KRX have a good lead, a significant lead at the end of that first half, but if this defensive side doesn't go well for them, then they're going to be up the creek.
Yeah. Labored or not, I mean, the duels, the fights are all there. So KRX, I mean, again, if you are rooting for them, you would need to see them just really tighten up some of these screws and get a little bit cleaner. But they're pushing out on this eco. Once again, it's freeing.
Certainly looking for it. Didn't have much success in that last round. Oh, and has to get back out. He's forced away by some of that attacking side util. Spider sense tingling here for Wolverine. Gets the gun out, but only good for the 1-for-1. Paranoia to go forward as well, just pushing onside away. A site has more or less been cleared out. That's why they're on their merry way.
And quickly backpedaling and trying to hold the angles as well, alongside this Bulldog Siesta in position to support. It's Cloudy alone in a lurk.
Oh, missed shots from Hermes, but recalibrates nicely onto Bane. Still a 1-for-1 though, so maybe KRX looking at this as something they can potentially still put together with the time that they've got available. I think a lot of that's going to have to come from freeing, but down to the Sheriff, no more shots in the head. Hunter, Hyunmin, only the one. It's not going to be enough to trouble onside. 6-8, and scoreline is creeping ever closer.
Yeah, still not the cleanest of rounds, and that's what I'm paying more attention to, the fact that they've kind of lost a couple of guns. The Phantom preserved at the end, but it still costs them a lot of bodies, so economy a bit rough for the next one, depending on how it goes. We'll also see if KRX are able to indeed deny that bonus. 4 rifles and a lot of light shields now. But another thing to note would be Hermes loves to begin a lot of these rounds by just placing the shear wall towards the back. Marks the rotate. If not, he might start to push up around it too. Not for this round though. 1-4, just clear as day. The rest of the team just trying to chip away at the A site. KRX just waiting for this. Oh, and there goes Hermes again. Leaves the wall alone this time.
1-for-1. KRX need a little more than that. They're going to start to lose their defensive setups. They lose 1-for-1s. Yong is going to try and activate in this mid-round, but he just gets shot in the side by Hermes, and all of a sudden this B site is taken. That's what I'm talking about. Holes in the defense starting to open up, and onside are in for a plant. Bane catches Ray as he's trying to transition through, but that only brings it back to a 2v3, which is still not enough to feel confident for KRX here. They also have Freeing kind of out of position. He has to work his way forward. It's going to take some time, and they don't really have the luxury of a whole lot of time right here. Actually, now they can start to have a little bit of a look as they try to activate together. Freeing in for the fight against Siesta. Won't be able to win that one, and Bane now has a really tough job to do, which I might even call impossible. So onside up to 7, and as quick as it starts, this second half is really starting to heat up now for onside.
Yeah, a little bit more for Siesta too. Starting to see him get involved in a lot of these fights, get the trades going. And it's quite clear, you know, what onside's tactical plan is. They have Hermes on a bit of a lurk, has the wall. If no one pushes up against his wall, he's able to find pivot position. You know, the rest of the team makes so much noise around a site, it's quite clear that KRX is going to have more reinforcements around that spot. So they suddenly pivot back over onto B, and they just find that so quick. And now the economy on their side as well. Onside looks to dominate, pushing forward in this second half. Let's take a listen in.
얘들아 B 프라로 한번 밀고 오자 얘들아. 다시 해야 할 거야 그러면? 아니 웬만하면 다시 그냥 C로 갈 것 같은데? C에 올라갈 만해 사실. 프로 한번 막을게.
되긴 해.
앞에? 쌀게.
할수 있냐?
실수했어.
C로 가자. C로 가자. 바이스 C 홀딩일 거야. 바이스 C 백사. 챔버 워터라. 얘들아. 들어간 거 없어. 들어간 거 없어.
다시 할게. 내가
오른쪽에 그거 무조건이야. 같이 가야 돼.
슬라이드 한번 스텝 감사 할게. 한다. 둘, 셋.
워터 챔버 잡았고 백사.
Well, here comes onside into that C site. There was a couple of exciting moments for KRX at the start of this round. That could have been another one for Yong there. That seems like normalcy is starting to return to it as onside to get that plan down. They have the numbers advantage now as well, and just kind of keeping KRX at bay for the moment. Come in, no chance there really. Good swing, coordination from onside, leaving Mako alone. So it's going to be 8-8, and onside, equalizing with KRX, is going to start to put that pressure back on their shoulders. I mean, it was such a great start to the map for KRX, but maybe it's happening again.
Again, I mean, yeah, I'm telling you, just watch how Hermes kind of gets that forward positioning for his team. And of course, a lot of the big swings and trades as well. I mean, not too bad from KRX. It's an outlaw that Mako managed to scavenge from, you know, a dead player as well, but despite the hold from Freeing, as soon as the C site was taken, because of Hermes and that little bit of forward space that he finds past his own shear wall, again, makes it tough. And what to make things worse, onside gets the spike plant towards the back of site. They hold out from CT instead, which is so smart. We'll see what Freeing can do now onto this op, though. 4-1 for KRX. They're pushing around A. They spot nothing, immediately pivoting over into a 1-2-2. We'll see if Yang can indeed slow things down with his utility. It's just one piece of thorns at the mouth of C site. He has extra cover with the shear wall now.
Looks like it might just be an explosive play from onside if they do decide to go for it over towards C. I mean, they've got plenty of time to wait.
They're hoping for Hermes to be able to spot something out, but Also considering the potential of maybe not this way though.
Well, that'll be the go signal for onside. Showstopper not connecting. Wolverine up high in the sky will be plucked down by Bane. Now we have to see what Siesta can do. There's really nothing delivered. Just as it seems like onside are starting to come into their own. KRX fight back. And they look to hold on to the lead.
Yeah. Just needing to build up on him. I mean, it's just a magnificent hold by KRX, like you mentioned. It's quite clear the plan, you know, if Hermes falls, the rest of the team just immediately tries to pop off on a timing into C site, but the call perhaps a little bit off. It's Showstopper, it's Hyunmin with the nades and everything to hold, and immediately Wolverine gets shut down. Even a Siesta pops in with the overdrive too. So all things considered, even though this was a round picked up by KRX and being able to clean this one up at the end as well, with a headshot too, it was kind of costly for onside. Gonna be licking their wounds after that one. Not too sure if we might need another timeout by Coach Hype. Perhaps just to be able to write that one off and kind of consider what else you could do onto the next, but they have built up quite a bit of cushioning, so it's not impossible. Nightfall, Steel Garden available for onside to try to break things open, but again, it's freeing!
That's a good kill. Starts things nicely, onside pressure right back on their shoulders now as KRX looking to build a bit of momentum in this defensive half. So onside pushed away from Ruins over towards Mound, right into a headshot from Yong, and at this point, any plan that you had in this round has kind of just gone up in flames, and onside are kind of scrambling to see what they can do. Maybe towards this C site. Ray triggering that wall, can't even get the better of Marco, so across the board you're losing duels, and as a result you're kind of just losing this round.
Yeah, not much else to be said. Steven trying to hold on to these rifles for 50 seconds now might be tough look at freeing. It's just showing the extra layer of depth that KRX kind of play around with.
Where are
A bit of coaching work, just the positions that they work around. A shallow-ish kind of sheer wall placed around the seaside makes it tough for Ray to sneak past too. Like he thought he could, but ultimately just pilfered right at the end. And there's nothing much else that Hermes can try to do. He tries to look or source for a 1v1, but there's just too much to consider at this point.
10 seconds left.
So just to save, look to the next round. It's going to be some slight hero rifles, but this is why I said the previous round was pretty costly as well. If Siesta had held on to the overdrive, maybe then you have a conversation for the next one. But because that was already spent, now you're looking at 8-10. Economy's down. We're looking at a possible 3, maybe 4-round gap, depending on how the rest of this could go. And if it is a 4-round gap, like this map could be done.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, certainly. KRX just giving themselves enough room, enough wiggle room with that first half scoreline, 8-4. Despite a little bit of a resurgence here from onside, it's going to take them digging extra deep to get through this map now. Second timeout coming through from onside. Running out of time, and they're well aware of it.
Yeah. They're digging, they're breaking the piggy bank just to try to afford something. You know, it's light shields as well for them. At least a full kit to work off of, but we'll see. Coach Hype, of course, an experienced coach himself, especially for anyone who does follow Game Changers Pacific, maybe Champions as well. He led the Korean team 9 tails to some of these performances, some of these finishes before. So we'll see how much value that provides right now, because it's sorely needed, at least for this first map. There's still a bit more to go possibly, because KRX's Sunset hasn't been the hottest either, you know, all throughout stage 2. So there's always still a chance, but of course chances are something, it's something that we're counting here in play-ins as well. Only 2 to be able to survive and possibly qualify for playoffs. Freeing with the operator once again.
Back to square one here for onside. They need to make something work, and this is bold. It's an interesting decision. Ray's in the back of the map now. It's going to be a real thorn in the side of KRX. They're going to go hunting for him.
Wall tripped.
Freeing having no success there, but now information given over. Onside are into that B site.
Just waiting for the spike to get in.
Yeah, Bane going to try his timing. Gets a double. That was actually more than I'd anticipated out of that one. Paranoia here might not necessarily help out too much. Ray still happy to wait patiently for that fight. Showstopper invested by Hyunmin. Will not have any success. Spike's still on the floor here, so onside do kind of have to go and try and find that. And if Hyunmin gets his timing right, maybe something could happen there. But a brilliant round out from Ray in the end. He gets the 4K in it with the bold play to teleport back into the defensive spawn. KRX now facing just that 1 round gap again.
Yeah, off the timeout too. This is truly ridiculous. I mean, sometimes known for his Ray lay, but now onto the Omen is still providing a lot of value for the team as well. I mean, Omen TP'd backside, might have heard the rendezvous and just finds a positional kill off of it.
Timeout.
Attempt on a timing as well from KRX, perhaps a little bit too risky, too brazen. So once again, the gap kind of gets inched a bit closer, but some economical damage as well does leave onside still wanting a bit more. Of course, Ray can purchase up for Wolverine still though, Hermes as well, so just kind of counting everything. It's going to be freeing onto Tour de Force now. I mean, you just kind of watch for how a lot of the different positions work around, and that one was afforded because of Ray's kind of TP to slow down the timing, slow down the rotations from KRX. They always had to watch out towards the back of spawn. They weren't sure where he was going to be. Not too sure about the next few rounds though, because if we don't see a somebody wake him up. What's going on?
Wake up!
This is entertaining VALORANT. Jesus, look at the scoreline.
You paid to be here.
But yeah, I mean, unless onside changes their game plan and we see something different instead of just, you know, Hermes with the pivot position.
You want to play? Let's play.
Might be a little bit tough. Freeing different angle of approach. And Yang to jiggle for info.
There.
And as always, Hermes again, this is a tough angle for him to take down. Freeing's marking it. Hermes does have a bit of smoke for support, and he's trying to jiggle.
Oh, Hermes, you don't want to be making this mistake. Freeing's been a little bit up and down in this map, but I think he'd be good enough for that one.
I think he spotted him on the mini-map, and Hermes knows where Freeing's position. Just, you can't take that duel, buddy.
Cloudy's going to drop a prowl around that corner.
Does
happy to just get back on the line.
Uh-oh.
Now the smoke through is going to confirm a bit of information there on the jump spot actually from Hyunmin. Freeing is aware that they're now out. He's going to take the peek. He's got to be looking for it, and he doesn't actually need to do too much because apparently Hyunmin's got it on lock, and that's finally what Freeing was waiting for all along. KRX, their patience being rewarded. Just going to duck their way back into their sights with 20 seconds left on the clock. Onside are going to have to come to them, and they're going to have to come with only 3 players up against 5, so not an easy task at all. Hyunmin winning another duel for himself, kind of channeling some of that form that we saw early in the first half, making this round look easy, and it's gone horribly wrong for onside. They just really didn't feel like they got to play that round at all.
Yeah. Tour de Force, Hyunmin the support, like this is lovely stuff from KRX. I do applaud the little attempt at a change-up from onside though, like they're trying to find a bit more depth perhaps with their macro. You know, this time it wasn't just Hermes to try to take the duel. You have Ray with the smokes. You have, was it Cloudy to try to source out Freeing's position with a Prowler too? But even with the flashes, even with Cloudy trying to take an angle, one thing they didn't expect was Hyunmin to be that close by, and the guy's just continuing to build up kill after kill. Now we're looking at map point pretty soon. This is going to be a big buy from onside. Oh.
Well, Hyunmin, again, doesn't seem to have too many troubles finding kills. He's in and out of that dark cover, unfortunately falls eventually. Onside getting the entries that they need this time around. Even Bane down to 10 HP is barely standing. Hermes should be picking him up here. The only player left to worry about is Yong. His position noted by that sheer wall as well. So he'll be covered by Ray, who misses a sitter. But that's probably not the end of the world unless Yong can pull off something of a miracle right here. He's been kind of given a bit of a chance there. Ray will make the same mistake twice if, you know, Yong was to get through there, but not the case this time around. And so, onside, keep it within one.
Yeah.
They are really fighting for this map.
There's some of these swings short. And again, it's just KRX kind of looking for a scrap. I mean, this time around, just onside being able to bulldoze their way through a lot of these progression smokes. KRX have had their way with these setups for the longest time. It's nice to see them being made to respect it. Still keeping with the same setup though, it's both sides 4-1 and they're looking for the duels.
1-for-1 to start things off, but Hyunmin again is here to cause a bit of a problem, and now it's Freeing's turn as well to get involved. Marco's there to assist. It's a quicker attempt really from onside, isn't it? And I think the same thing can be said from KRX. They just butt heads around Ruin, and KRX goes one better, so they should be the team getting to 12.
You just really have to look at, you know, this time around it's a lot more micro plays, the difference in how the Rebel fight actually ensues. 1v3 though, still tough for Hermes as he makes it an attempt, but goes down to the off at the end, which, well, coincidentally is what started off the round 2. You have, you know, a lot of the smokes. Hyunmin, of course, with some advanced positioning. A lucky shot was what kicked things off, but ultimately it's, you know, a bit of an attempt with a Nightfall, but Hyunmin being able to swing around with a flash perhaps from Mako to just find some crucial kills to be able to shut down onside's push. And here we are with map point now secured. Ults all abound.
This could be it for KRX, at least in terms of closing out this map. You have the showstopper invested by Wolverine though, and that's going to be something that Marco cannot deal with. Bane here, Hyunmin as well, looking to retake the site before the plan's even gone down. Bane getting it done, the 3K will finish the map off with the help of Yong. KRX, well, there were certainly some questions about them coming into this map, coming into this series, all that hype on the side of onside, and yet it's KRX that walk away with the win in the opening map at the very least, and they say, hey, this is our stage, buddy.
We've been here for multiple weeks, multiple years even, and they certainly show it. I mean, some of these duels, the kills that Hyunmin collects up on, round to round with how they're able to play with their setups too, especially on this defense. You can see why this composition was brought in very much so for this. Siesta didn't really have too much of a good time, but it's tough. But either way, with the scoreline 13-10, let's hear it down on the stage from the coach.
Time to hear from Coach Termi. Congratulations, Termi, on winning Lotus. But why was Freeing on the Chamber and Yong on the Vice? 감독님, 로터스 승리 정말 축하드리고요. 일단 조합에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶은데 프링 선수가 체인버를 잡고 있더라고요. 용 선수는 바이스로 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여줬는데 어떤 배경이 있었을까요?
우선 프링 선수 체인버는 팬분들은 처음 보시겠지만 저희 스크림 과정에서 굉장히 오랫동안 해왔었고, 저희 팀에 있던 선수들 중에 사실 체인버를 가장 잘 했었어요. 근데 기회가 없었어서 많이 못 보여드렸었는데, 이번에 하준이도 좀 체인버를 하면서 좀 재밌게 즐긴 것 같고 잘 된 것 같습니다.
Well, for the fans, it might be the first time seeing Freeing on the Chamber, but it's something that we've been testing and running in scrims for a while. And I think he was our best Chamber player in our current roster, and I think he's been having fun. So thus, he had a really good performance on the Chamber on Lotus. Well, you got to see what on-site gaming was like on stage as well. What do you think you need to do to close this out 2-0? 이제 온사이드 게이밍이 어느 정도로 게임을 하는지 좀 확인해 볼 수 있었던 시간이었는데요. 2대 0으로 오늘 경기 끝내려면 좀 어떤 부분이 필요할까요?
사실 온사이드 경기를 준비하면서 저희가 온사이드 게임이랑 스크림을 상당히 많이 했었는데 전적이 뭐 비등비등할 정도로 굉장히 잘하는 팀이라고 저는 생각을 하고 있었고 플레이인에 올라온 2부 리그 팀 중에 가장 잘한다고 생각하고 사실 실력적으로 봤을 때는 정말 퍼시픽 한 중위권도 그 위도 가능한 실력을 갖고 있다고 생각하거든요. 그래서 굉장히 준비를 열심히 했고 2대0으로 저희가 이기려면 사실 모두가 예상하다시피 아무래도 첫 큰 무대다 보니 온사이드 게임 선수들이 긴장할 수 있잖아요. 로터스는 확실히 좀 긴장한 모습들을 많이 보였던 것 같고 그런 부분들을 저희가 또 집요하게 파고들면 템포를 저희 쪽으로 끌어오면 충분히 승산이 있다고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, I think we actually scrimmed onsite gaming a lot, and as we were prepping for this match, we just thought about how strong they are. They have really good, talented players, and I think they can place, I don't know, maybe top 6 out of all the Pacific teams here in play-ins. They're definitely the best teams that made it from Tier 2 to play-ins right now, but I think they were feeling a bit nervous on stage on Lotus, so I think that's something we can take advantage of, and we really need to take the pace and control the pace of the game using how they feel right now on stage as well. So I think if we do that, we could close this out 2-0. Thank you very much, Charmy, and best of luck. 네, 감사합니다.
KRX looking to be the pacemakers. No, not that thing that Paper Thin has to keep his heart pumping. They go out with it, this double senti comp, and look to try to dictate the aggression that Onside wanted to bring to the table. And, I mean, you know, it's doubled at some moments, but they were able to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they did a great job. This is the kind of thing we've been wanting to see from KRX. Hyunmin was firing, but I feel like you got to shout out Young on the Vice. He did a great job. Freeing on the Chamber did much better than his previous performance. This was a well-rounded KRX with a clear and clean game plan in my mind, so very clearly the better team.
Yeah, I think game plan-wise and macro-wise, it's what really won KRX this game. For Onside, a couple of nervy opening debuts from some of their players, maybe not having enough firepower across the board to get this game done. And at the end of the day, unfortunately, KRX continues to be this flexible team that I feel like would be a little bit of a nightmare. I'm thinking the same thing for Full Sense. Some of these teams coming up from challenges, you just don't know what you're going to expect from a team like KRX or Full Sense. So it kind of takes away from that prep advantage that you would usually get as a challengers team.
I mean, Termy was talking about it. They've scrimmed against this team many times in the past. I'm sure as soon as they were getting closer and closer to the play-ins becoming a real thing, they probably took a pause on that one, but seems like they used that familiarity against them, as well as one of the things that he spoke about was kind of seeing the nerves from this team, and that's always something that we have to keep in mind. It's a bit of an intangible, but I think that was on display. It was a little bit slow to kind of get rolling here for Onside.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I feel like if they've played a lot in the past, this is the same Lotus that they've been playing back in Challengers, and it didn't seem very different to what they were doing there at all. I feel like this was not the best way to use that prep time and advantage. I mean, we have Sunset next, so hopefully we'll see a bit more of it there, but ultimately they weren't clean enough in this game. You see Ray at the top of the scoreboard, I feel like he held his own, but unfortunately a couple players down towards the bottom couldn't get themselves into this game. It felt like, whereas KRX, everybody's pretty consistent and holding their own there.
They're already used to the stage. I think you see this from rookies all the time. Having a team of 5 rookies that all perform in their debut game in Pacific is extremely unlikely.
True.
Somebody is going to let the nerves get to them. Somebody is going to have a rough day at the office. So it's up to Onside to be able to bounce back from that on their own map pick, because KRX is not going to have any prep for how they're playing Sunset here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very different circumstance compared to a team like Feral, where you have Foxy, who's played so many games. You really only have Hermes, who in his own right has an incredibly limited amount of games that he was able to play on this stage when he was on DRX. So as far as having that veteran presence to try to stabilize the nerves and keep everybody focused, that is going to be lacking. So who knows how this is all going to shake out. But that was still, the KRX map pick. But we'll take a look back at some of the moments here from Lotus that were overall quite good for them.
Yeah, I felt like KRX had great macro to start this round out. You see Freeing feel out the A-take there. They don't use much utility here, KRX, and as such, they're able to recognize that it's only the solo Vice playing on this C site, and they take full control, and they have so much utility left over for the post plans you can see on the right side of their screen. So you're going to see the retake attempt here, mostly from spawn side over here, as well as waterfall on the right side of your screen, and KRX is going to make this choke point here an absolute nightmare for Onside to retake into. So you're going to see the first wave of utility coming out on the retake is the Nightfall here from Onside. The reply is Seize Nade. The follow-up from that is going to be a Paranoia as well as an Arc Rose here for KRX. So when you see this retake finally come in here for Onside Gaming, they get absolutely blasted as they try to step into this choke point, and KRX was just on top of it. And the reason why I find that so impressive here for the most part is the fact that Onside has repped this map 6 times with this exact same comp. They will have run into the same scenario over and over and over again. So if KRX is coming out on top with a fresh new comp in a scenario like that in the Seaside retake, then you're a little bit worried about Onside. You should be expecting them to be able to win some of those retake scenarios.
And Freeing was routinely able to walk out A and bait that util. He was setting them up for an advantage every single round.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it in the green room. We said, okay, if they're able to get 4 or 5 rounds, they're going to be feeling pretty good as they can shift over to the defender side with that double senti. They were able to find well more than that, and a lot of it had to do with Hyunmin. This guy, he continues to be on point for KRX.
I mean, he is the shining star of this team at the moment, and he was a hero for them over at Champions Paris. He's looking to run this all the way back to Shanghai because we know how great this guy can be at an international level, and he shows no signs of slowing down. In my mind, I feel like he's saving KRX time and time again. He's winning rounds for them entirely on his own sometimes. This is what we want to see from him because he is a superstar.
Yeah, and this is what I was pointing out. I earmarked this before we even kind of went into this game. The debut game in kickoff was on Lotus from Hyunmin on the Raze, and he's done exactly the same thing however many years later, however many maps later. And it was really up to KRX to come into this matchup and say to Onside Gaming here, we're the big boys. Like, Hyunmin needs to be in bully mode, and that's exactly what he did. He really showed his individual skill. He gave Onside no breathing room, and he really kind of sent a message straight away.
Yeah, the mirror there in the stats just kind of paints a picture. Like, consistency is there. That was lacking when it came down to the Phoenix on the initial debut. He started to step up in that form, and then the Raze continues to deliver here for KRX. So, I mean, scary position to be in if you're Onside, because KRX, they've been just kind of leaning back in. They decided, oh, actually, it's not the shirt, it is the pants. Let's change those. We're sticking with Yong this week, and while they do change the comp around, it ends up looking good, and Yong looked excellent on that Vice. So, if they're going to be able to continue this form, you're going into this sunset. Sure, there's, of course, those intangibles. You don't know what they're going to be running, but KRX, they look to be informed. But for now, we're going to send things down to Jen, who's going to be standing by with Onside's coach.
Here with Coach Hype of Onside Gaming. Coach, how would you evaluate Lotus, especially with KRX coming up with double Sentinels composition? 감독님, 로터스에 대해서 어떻게 평가하시는지 들어보고 싶습니다. 일단 KRX 쪽에서는 투감시자 조합으로 바꿔 들고 왔거든요.
제가 생각했을 때는 KRX 쪽에서 굉장히 저희 경기 많이 본 것 같아요. 그래서 저희가 좀 많이 공격적인 플레이를 많이 하거든요. 그러다 보니까 이제 안정화 부분에서 있어도 이 투감시를 쓰는 순간부터는 이제 어느 정도 밤기가 무서워지고 하는 문제점이 생길 수 있는 부분을 잘 캐치하셔가지고 준비해오신 것 같아요.
I think they watched a lot of our games and did their VOD analysis because we like to play very aggressive style, and by using the double sentinels, they can kind of play into the instability that this composition has. Well, what about the nerfs? Do you feel like Lotus was enough for you guys to deal with the nerfs and warm up to the stage? 그러면 이제 또 긴장감이나 부담감에 대해서도 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데 로터스 이후로 확실히 좀 손이 풀렸을까요?
너무 풀렸다고 생각해요. 그리고 생각보다 첫 세트를 어떻게 보면 되게 비등비등하게 갔잖아요. 그래서 다음 세트 기대해도 괜찮지 않을까. 그리고 어떻게 보면 오프라인 첫 무대예요. 퍼시픽에. 그래서 그 첫 무대 했으니까 이제 두 번째 무대부터 진심 무대 가야죠.
알겠습니다. Yeah, of course. I mean, the scoreline on Lotus, it was actually closer than I expected. So that was our first map on Pacific LAN. Coming into map 2, I think we can definitely do better. So a lot for the fans to expect from us. Thank you very much, Hype, and good luck.
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Well, hopefully that's what the players are going to be able to bring. The hype we want to be seeing Onside come out swinging. This is their map pick. They have never had to show this. How does it look? What do we expect from the comps?
This is the surprise map pick for them. Oh, but it's a mirror. I think that's about as unlucky as you can go for Onside. This is the one where you're trying to catch them off guard. And KRX know this comp inside and out. The roles are also very interesting here. Hermes is the one on the Yoru for onside. We know he's done it in the past, and he'll be going head-to-head with Hyunmin on the other side.
Yet it's going to be a comp change yet again here for KRX as they head into Sunset. They played a few different comps, so once again, that's going to be difficult for onside to prep and get a good read on into this one. But we've seen Yoru being more and more prevalent on Sunset, particularly in Pacific, and mostly I've seen a lot of impact from it on the defensive side, and that's where onside will start here, so hopefully they can get nice and comfy.
A lot of curiosities about how this one is going to be playing out. Hyunmin has played Yoru a little bit in the past. It has not been prevalent for him. Hermes tried to replicate Flashback, couldn't do it. They weren't satisfied with, so Hyunmin says, I will do it myself. We'll see how this plays out as we get into Sunset and send it back over to the Sussy Boys.
Yeah, that we will. I mean, look, still some question marks in my mind here about what this actually looks like for KRX, because, yeah, they won map 1, but it got pretty damn close. So if onside have done their work and they come into this second map looking pretty good, I think KRX are going to have their hands full.
Maybe? I mean, that's the question, right? Like, what does the work look like now, and how does it fare when KRX kind of tossed in a little bit of a wrench in your plans, you know, playing a mirror comp as well? Like, just everything that the desk said too. I mean, Achilles once again, Hyunmin taking things into his own hands, just trying to show Hermes how it's done a bit better. Who knows? You got to consider, of course, Freeing as well, who was just kind of, you know, heating up a little bit with the snipers back on the first map.
Well, let's get into it. Let's see what KRX can deliver on the attack of a map, which has been a little bit questionable for them so far this season. But, I mean, they've had time, certainly, to work towards something on this map, and that's already not a bad start until I speak. Siesta and Cloudy chiming in with one apiece. Hyunmin's had some success in being able to cross forward, though. His position noted now off the back of that flash.
Back towards market.
Oh, a little peek through the cage, though. A mistake there for Siesta as Hyunmin's waiting. And now we're back into 3-on-3 all of a sudden with the B site being taken. Smoke out. First port of call, really, you'd think here would have to be trying to get rid of Hyunmin, but it seems like onside are going to completely ignore that and try to push their way forward, which is going to really bring this into, I think, Hyunmin's hands as to what he decides he wants to do. That may be the dictating force in this round. Yong goes down early on in the piece, and now Hyunmin really is going to have to look to activate. Mako does well to dislodge Wolverine and actually slows things down as well with that paranoia and dark cover. That is going to allow Hyunmin the time to start to work his way forward. They're going to be able to back up together. Mako's in behind, and Hyunmin gets nothing done as well. Oh, that's a fumble from KRX. Mako could have waited. They could have swung together.
Okay. Yeah.
Alone and gave the game away.
By every meaning of the word, Jordan. Oh, that was truly fumbled. Started things off, you know, also not the greatest, like, just weird aim duels all towards middle, and you just see the sheriffs popping off, but Hyunmin does so well. You had the flash, you had the smoke, Mako just on to the players, like, jiggling back and forth to try to set up that high-low round for main. Oh, no. Well, to go again. Hyunmin with a Guardian. Interesting.
Cover going out.
Not quite sure, like, what the game plan is meant to be if you're trying to look for duels. Ugh.
No duels to be found as of yet. Sort of seen this kind of buy from KRX earlier on in the season when they were running that triple duelist.
I don't know about here.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to make it work on occasion, but it didn't feel like a massive win con for them necessarily. Siesta, he's spinning around doing what he can, but really nothing too outrageous happening in this round. Obviously, a couple of kills come through for KRX, but onside get through it, 2-0. He's going to be the lead, it's going to be the start. With that investment of the Guardian through from KRX, it doesn't result in a whole lot.
No, and now onside gets to potentially have a bonus. I mean, like, I needed to see some, you know, concrete evidence of a plan, but just peeking down towards middle sets yourself up for, you know, this kind of a crunch where onside Siesta just looking for the spray transfers. it's tough, and now you find yourself with a weaker economy. Who knows, but it certainly is working out pretty neatly for Onside, who are once again setting their sights all across the map, a little bit towards middle. You've got early trips and recons as well outside of A and B. Nothing seen for the time being, and of course with the Yorus in play as well, you do kind of need to slow things down a bit, perhaps wait for the gate crash to expire. Nothing invested for the time being, though, on both sides, just because of maybe how the economy has gone a little as well. So, just shutting down the drone, back into B, see if they can fish for anything.
Drone dealt with. Cage goes up here as well. KRX, they're not going to be too worried about it. They'll try to push their way through anyway. Got their own util, keeping them safe for now, and Freeing, having found that opening entry, will start to
30 seconds left.
Provide a little bit of space on the site for the plan. Another for Freeing, and now one for Bane as well. Onside had the pieces where they needed them, but Freeing has just picked them apart one by one. So this bonus round from Onside has not gone the way they would have wanted it to. Even despite the fact that Marco's down to just the Sheriff in this round, there's really nothing. And Hyunmin will finish it off. So KRX get themselves one on the board, get a start into the map at least.
And of course, all done at the hands of some of the duelists. I mean, Freeing, namely, in this round. I mean, two things that come to mind for me, Jordan, is just also the fact that, like, both teams are kind of running into this matchup on this map a little bit blind. You know, you can kind of have ideas from your own practices and other experiences as well, but just being able to break open the trips and everything, like having the setups, having the positions and angles all found upon. You know, the clone definitely coming in handy for KRX on the execute too. On site though, we'll be able to buy back up, so let's have a listen in to see if they can hold on to their lead.
캠 안 보였고 여기까지. 캠 안 보였어. 시간 쓰나 보다 근데.
나 비 계속 없어.
TP 태우는 거 같아. 시원아 탐이다 봐줄래 이거? 예, 그냥 앞에 볼게. 캠.
캠 확인했어.
3m 연막 갖고 하나? 나 바로 박을게 그냥 바로 박을게 연막.
나 하나.
미드 어디 할게 3m. 야 미드 안 보여. 사이드 조심하지. 스모그만 나 이제.
A 보는 싸워 얘들아.
시원아 땡겨.
A 하나 A 드로닝 A 드로닝.
네 한번. 하고 사이트도 막자 근데. 에버 들은 거 같아. 끊고. 야 드럼만. 하나. 야 리콘.
Just being tested by a bit of pressure now. They're noting it. They got the Bucky in hand too, and it's another corner that kind of goes unchecked for the opposing side this time.
Bane not going to be fooled by the clone. Still unable to really dislodge Hermes there. Ray as well, chiming in onto Yong, who was just sort of misking about on the other side of the map. They know that there's someone around somewhere, and eventually Freeing will clear that out. It does kind of open the A side up, particularly with that fast lane cutting off any real impact that Siesta could potentially have had on the entry there. There's a dark cover now as well. Plan's gone down.
It makes you wonder about the possibility of a 3v4 post-plant hold, though.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about, as those two quick picks come through for KRX. All of a sudden, it's right back on. The round was looking bad. Now, it takes a different turn.
My eyes are down.
2v3, Ray and Wolverine. We have to try to establish something here. Wolverine's going to walk through his own cage right into the crosshair of Freeing, and that's really not where you want to be. He's having a great map so far. Just Ray alive now, and really not much of a chance in this round. Shock Dart will tag him up. There's a good kill onto Marco, but you've still got to get past Bane! But there's no time. It was a good shot, but alas, it will not matter. Onside do drop this round as well. 2-2 the score. It's an expensive one for KRX, but a round is a round. You'll take it every day of the week.
No doubt. Even with the ult that he gets, you know, it's Omen TP, so maybe not the biggest one to consider. But nonetheless, I mean, well put together by KRX, just being able to hold down for time. I mean, the key phrasing, like you said it, Jordan, quick peeks, and Fring just quickly finds that first one. You can kind of see like the hesitance in some of the retake plays, the swings that Onside would have loved to do as well, because, you know, it's one of the things about experience or playing on this stage. You know, KRX have been doing this so long. Onside, like, they start to lose maps, duels, they start to slow down a little bit too, but Ray starting to heat up. Oh, the trade right back. And that's the hero rifle gone.
That's probably a worthwhile 1-for-1 as far as KRX are concerned, if they can keep that upgraded weapon out of the hands of Onside.
And it's back to middle for KRX too. Not the position that's worked out the best for them, but
has the gun.
Okay, retrieved, and KRX thinking to push back over on the B side. They just don't have that much information about players outside of A. The trip, of course, will provide them what they need. So it all comes down to, like, how well Wolverine might, and that's a big might, be able to hold all the way from the back of Boba.
Yeah, with only 13 HP, I don't really have a whole lot of hope, but again, I think maybe Cloudy could have a potential impact in this round with that Hunter's Fury if things go well. Trip will be cleared by the shock dart.
30 seconds left.
So that's not going to help the cause necessarily for Onside on this defense. Cloudy's picked up immediately, so we won't get that ulti coming out from him. And it really is just on Wolverine, who, like I said, not much of a chance for him. So now, an attempted recovery going poorly. Hermes alone. Just going to chance his hand here with the Sheriff. Does end up swapping back out for the Vandal. And his position noted by KRX. They're happy to give him some space. They know that he's not going to be able to win this round, so 3 up, and KRX once again, you know, quietly putting together a pretty okay half so far. Flash out, Paranoia out, and that'll be that. So I think we all knew which way that one was going. 3-2. KRX, like I said, you know, they're working hard for this map at the moment, but they are getting some pretty decent rounds on the board now, so have to give them some credit.
For sure. I'm definitely not holding my breath towards the end of that round, at least. Oh boy. And I kind of thought Wolverine maybe had the shot as well with the Outlaw, or I mean, Siesta, but just all these like little whiffs. Scoreline's still close, but you know, Onside needs to get going now. Haven's still a pretty good chance for them, but you know, you lose this one, you go down to the next, and then you're thinking of playing against either RRQ or Sharper, and those teams have been looking pretty damn good as well. So really wanting to make this one count. It's Hermes all the way to the back end with an op. Close range though.
Oh, well, Hermes gets the better of Freeing. So that's a decent start for Onside. Cloudy is hiding inside of this smoke at the moment. But side has been cleared out. Remember that KRX looked pretty dangerous in these post plants. Just need to get that plant down for a start.
Mako waiting for a smoke to come back up, perhaps.
Yeah, might have to still be a really safe plant from him, though.
It has it now, considering maybe a TP2, they're not seeing anything else.
It's an option. It is an option. I mean, they are waiting.
You just don't have
patiently
enough info on the other side, so I think it's just going to have to come down to this one. Bane with the Hunter's Fury to try to hold as best as possible, but here comes Onside.
Oh, Dimensional Drift coming through. Hermes is looking for it. Yeah, and there's just no way you can plant there as Marco. He's isolated out on the site alone. Now, the re-aggression coming through from Yong. He knows he has to make a play. He does get across. He does find that kill, and he will find that plant as well. But you still need more to go right here for KRX, and there's just not enough of it going in their favor. Yong standing and delivering at the back of the site, trying his best to isolate these duels, and he might just do it! Runs out of bullets! Now with the classic, he needs just one click! Oh my god! Yong, what was that?
Motivational musical chairs. He's been off the roster, on the roster, off, and now he's back, and he wants to keep his spot! Unbelievable! Just played peekaboo around the back of this spot.
Yeah, I have to see this from his POV, surely. I mean, it's one of the most awkward spots to be in, but the benefit is he knew where both of his opponents were, and he was just able to isolate the duels one by one. And yeah, I mean, almost got done by having to whip out the sidearm, but gets it done in the end. That's a huge clutch for KRX. Puts them up 4-2, and it also kind of breaks the money again here for Onside. They're back down to another hero rifle round. So, yeah, this could start to get awkward really quickly for Onside if KRX build this momentum.
Yeah, they really just might be able to do it right here. Economy broken for Onside. And again, like you can see some of the reservations in how some of the Onside players are looking to take duels or firefights. It's far back, whereas Young's just peeking without a care in the world. Now back over onto A site.
Young. No success initially. Gunman going to try and pick the pace up here alongside Freeing, who chooses the incorrect direction to go in. Flash through is enough to dislodge Ray, and Young was getting a bit of work done in middle, though will eventually get brought down again. It is the A side that's going to be opened up. The help of that dimensional drift coming through from Hyunmin here. Ray's going to have to plan safe.
30 seconds left.
Just trying to pick up the pace against KRX.
Yeah, Onside going to go ahead of the plan, and Hermes causing that issue. He's found two, and now Onside will do one better as they steal a round away from KRX. I think it's fair to say that was just a single rifle in that round for Onside. KRX fumbling that, and so the lead will not blow out as KRX would have liked it to have.
Yeah, a rifle that didn't even find that much impact either. I mean, just the trades all towards middle, but they just swing so quick as soon as they kind of cement that info in their heads that it's going to end up towards the A site. Onside just go and swing for the fences, managing to take down Young, and look at how they're just relentless with how they're swarming the entire site. There was just no chance for Bane or Mako or anyone to find any kind of a trade, and that's kind of the pace at which Onside needs to operate on. So would love to see a lot more of that, but okay, back over on B main.
Oh, I don't know that you'd want to be going through that cage at the moment. There's a lot on the other side of it, and Onside do actually manage to clean out one with that spam war.
And at least now you know there's nothing much else towards A, so just able to hold B with more ease of mind, considering the operator in Hermes' hand as well, so they don't really have to worry about A too much. All comes down to these three on the B site.
Okay, crash forward here. Could be a little bit interesting for Hyunmin if he would have opted to go for it there, but going to be the case. It's just going to be Freeing to try and contact his way out onto the site. Wolverine watching, and here comes the swing. Freeing went straight into that headshot. I don't even think that Wolverine was necessarily looking for him. It's just a poor turn of events there for KRX, who should be seeing this 4-4 equalizer come up in just a second. There's been a good recovery from Onside. See what Hyunmin can do to make it a bit more expensive, but a very tough prospect trying to work his way out of B main here.
He's got no util as well. If they swing him, don't even need it. Oh, Hermes up behind.
Yeah, they don't need to take the risk. Can't go anywhere.
And
10 seconds left.
Oh, no, then it'll just be a hero rifle. Or not.
Good patience from Onside. Well rewarded. 4-4.
I don't care if there
So
are
just
5
slowly
of them
starting
or
to tie
50.
things up, starting to find a bit more stability throughout the second map Onside. I mean, for KRX in this round, it was just really not having done enough work across the map. So Onside were always prepared for the hit. And even with the fast lane, you know, it's a little attempt just trying to use the gate crash to displace some crosshair placement, force your opponents to think about the back. It's still not enough, right? Fast lane out from Freeing, but it, you know, it's just, who is it? Like Wolverine marking the angle, waiting for someone to pop through. He just instantly shuts him down as they try to pass. So a wise tactical timeout from Coach Termi. We'll see what that provides for KRX, because it's like the mid duels, not the greatest sometimes. And they're now more afraid and more aware of an operator at play. You know, you kind of need to see, you know, just like a full buy, maybe Bane or someone to try to flush Hermes away and then work into advanced positioning off of that. Or at least just to play around the map a little bit more. Onside definitely, you know, despite not having played this officially in like the past year or so, definitely have done quite a bit of prep, even standing tall towards a mirror matchup now.
Yeah, not much to work with in this round for KRX in terms of the money, but they have managed to put together a Vandal, a Stinger, got the overdrive there for freeing as well. They're going to give this a crack.
Okay. Smokes and everything towards A main. Are they maybe considering to push up on towards mid? Like it's been a position where there's always at least one from onside to kind of keep that in check. And in this case now, it would be Cloudy.
What you really want is to try to get freeing into sort of up close and personal fight. So how do you do that? Is the question here that KRX are going to answer. You've obviously got the trade potential of Hyunmin as well with that rifle in hand, but I think where this actually falls apart for onside is if freeing gets a fight that he wants. Going to look for it in through middle. So going to wrap around in towards the B site here as well. So this is a huge B split. Yong from downtown, by the way, with the Sheriff. I mean, that can happen as well. Wolverine, lucky to be alive, will eventually be traded back out by Bane, and in the end, yeah, this is going to fall apart. It wasn't the way that I thought it would. It's just off some good shooting coming through from KRX, and that split somehow overwhelming the B site. They got so much space in through middle. A three-way split. It was too much for onside to handle.
Yeah, right. Okay. And now marking on to Cloudy as well. Hermes probably want to hold on to this op for dear life. Meanwhile, KRX just holding all the way back to watch the spike. I mean, you called it, you know. Getting up close, it's the overdrive popped. Suddenly everything gets thrown into chaos because they're trying to watch out towards the back, but that's what affords Yong, you know, a peek with the Sheriff. The three-way split. It's a tough sight to hold, and KRX just cut through him. I can't believe that that's how this was done. I mean, if that was through the timeout, then hats off to Termi. If not, just the whole team to be able to put that one together. So still some, I don't know, like slight shaky nerves from onside. I think Wolverine was trying his best to try to hold on to the site, but still got overwhelmed with Bane coming in with that shot. And again, like, Siesta is like one of those guys who are just trying to let go. Like, he just wants to be unleashed. He goes in with that overdrive, but instantly gets shut down. That cannot feel good. It hasn't quite been the, you know, for all the little pre-show contents that we did with Morgan and Philly, it's still just, he's not him right now, bro.
Well, 5-4, so a responding round from KRX is going to give onside something to think about, and they're kind of wondering, well, is this our play-in's chances? Not necessarily going up in flames, but getting a lot harder, certainly.
Yeah. I can't, oh my god. If it's onside versus like RRQ, or maybe even Sharper, that's going to be tough. Sharper is a team that has been kind of dismantling or working against double duelist comps with their own like little, very controlled kind of style too. So it's definitely not a position that they would want to be in. I tell you what though, the scoreline right now, still relatively close. It's not all doom and gloom yet, but they need to really start to put things together. They have the economy, they have the funds. See if that amounts to much. This time Hermes pushing down middle, doesn't spot anything out, has a gate crash out. He's going down tiles.
Oh, it's not something that KRX have seen so far, but doesn't amount to anything in the end as he's spotted and forced to back out.
Okay. So KRX reconsidering that for the moment, but ultimately convening towards A. Siesta and Ray. Flash and a swing. No, they don't see. Oh, the timing.
KRX just waiting patiently. Again, we saw them do that a little bit on Lotus, playing a little bit of a slower style. Giving time for, in this case, Yong to work. He sets himself up in the corner in mid. Drone's going forward. Ray's going to spot it out, deal with it. KRX aware there's at least a player that's holding forward. Paranoia doesn't quite manage to land onto Ray, and his own, again, slowing KRX down. I think this will still be a pivot back in through mid. That's why they've taken that mid control.
Yong.
Cover going out. The Be another attempt at a B split, but this time it starts much better for onside. Hermes landing that opening connection. What a shot from Yong, and he doubles it down. Yong is unleashed right now on Sunset, looking for the third. Will be brought down to heel by Siesta, but that's still not enough to hold on to this round just yet for onside. B site cracked open. Spike needs to cross. Wolverine says no, and onside just take that round. That was getting chaotic.
Definitely was. Maybe a bit of misinformation, not being able to call an audible, but freeing allowed for Wolverine to jump on the ledge there. Yong definitely still popping off, but for all his efforts, like this comes down to this one position where Freeing was right underneath the whole time. Kind of unfortunate, but that's what the Cyber Cage can do sometimes. So still close, and the little change still pays off, and now with that, trying to commandeer things still. They were pushing all the way down tiles. They're swapping pace. It's KRX now who are trying to set themselves off into B site, but slowed down by the smoke.
Hermes, no connection this time around, but this time again, Wolverine from a similar position has gone one better. KRX will not find their entry into the site, not cleanly at least. Hyunmin is the sole survivor at the end of the melee.
Time to jump.
He has 3 to deal with. Spike as well to be retrieved. He's just going to have to try to throw caution to the wind, but Wolverine puts him down. It is 6-5 onside for the first time
Last round
in this series. Feel like maybe they're starting to get on top of KRX.
Truly could be it. Perhaps a 7-5. Not sure what the economy is going to be. Probably not too good for KRX on the next at Wolverine. More of a collected presence. Yeah, it's all light shields, and okay, Hermes still sticking on to the operator for now. But it's always been this mid-crunch that they've been trying to work off of now. They're doing it again! KRX wants to get an advanced position on towards B.
Still unsteady for the moment for KRX, but they're going to eventually pull that trigger as the dimensional drift does start to run out. Yong, once again, just lurking around in middle, but this time not having any success. You've got Hermes running around on the site as well, trying to figure out what's going on here with regard to KRX's setup, but onside, well situated here for a retake. 5 on 4. Big crossfire here, though, for Freeing and Hyunmin, and those are 2 players that are going to hit their shots if you give them the chance. So, onside. Need to make this one clean. Smokes up to try to delay a little bit longer. Marco spamming through it, will grab himself one, and Hyunmin fighting as well. KRX looking good for the hold this time around, and Freeing completely ignored behind this smoke. Still not even required. That is a clean round from KRX to finish off the half at 6-6. And I don't know how either team is necessarily going to be feeling about that going into the second half. I mean, doors open for both sides right now.
It really is, and that's the thing, Jordan. Again, I mean, both teams walking into this one a little bit blind because they don't know what either side is going to be coming in with. KRX just so intelligent. Compositional swap up onto this round as well in terms of macro. They just sacked middle, sacked A, went straight for B main, knowing that their opponents might start again with that mid crunch, and it pays off so well. Crossfire setups and everything in that post plant just makes it that much more difficult for onside to try to walk their way out of Boba and onto the spike. So not too bad. We do see some strong holds coming out from onside. Wolverine, namely, with those 2 big multi-kill rounds. But you're going to need a hell lot more than that just to be able to close out this map, buddy. I mean, it's not too bad. Defense with a 6-6. Okay, it's not a 6-7, ladies. Calm down. But still.
It will be at one point.
With the pistol. Dear God, we're at that point again. We are definitely sussy. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, it still goes down to that pistol, and it feels very close, but it's always going to be, I imagine, onside feeling a bit more pressure because they are down by a map at the end of the day.
All right, 6-6. You know what the score's going to be next?
Come on. Please.
7-6. Well, if onside win. If onside win, it will be 7-6.
Let's go onside. I'm rooting for you now. All 5 on the attack. We want to see Siesta let it rip. Just breaking the recon for the time being, and Smokes to hold off mid as well. Just not wanting to let either team have any open lanes, but KRX have their own ideas. They're actually maybe just leaving the entire A side open.
Siesta making his way into the A site and feeling pretty good about it. Down to 64 HP, but he's got that space as required, and so the plant relatively easy for onside here.
Yeah, just playing forward enough to force onside to spend some utility. Oh, they're going for forward.
They try and fight their way forward. Hyunmin, as always, sharp with it. Gets the better of Hermes, so that's advantage KRX for the moment. Cloudy can't do much more than just the one. Siesta's on the line as well. And this is starting to fall apart. It's just Ray left alive. Free him, didn't spot him. Inside of that dark cover, that spike is ticking away pretty nicely. Yong's going to try and force out a tap, and can Ray do what Yong did earlier? Down to 20 HP, the answer will be no. And what's the scoreline now, Quack?
6-7. Das ist cool.
Das ist cool.
Okay, well, shenanigans aside, it still is just incredibly intelligent from KRX. They stick around far enough to force onsite to spend utility to get into sight, to fight for some of these spaces, set the smokes up, and as onsite start to swing out towards the back of CT, KRX recognize that. They are holding on to their own utility to take advantageous duels. Hyunmin with the flash, the blind side. It makes it tough for onsite to hold a lot of the spaces that they're going for. So the fight ultimately ends up in the hands of KRX, who now have economy as well. So with the best scoreline ever in the world, now KRX looks to run away with it. Space being taken, this is now a lot of information as well. Mako being pressured, but he just sprays down.
Yeah, well, it could have been awkward for a second if he hadn't got himself at least the one. Freeing, having some difficulties, will just drop his relay bolt to try and slow things down, and that's enough to bring Bane into play. Again, though, 1 for 1, and now Wolverine getting the better of Freeing. The rotate hasn't quite come through just yet for KRX. This might still be doable for onside. Wolverine, though, caught on the reload, the weapon swap. I'm not sure what that was, but that leaves Ray alone, and he's trying to isolate the duels once again. Yong on the other side of this smoke, not like this. What is with this position today?
It's just such a good way to hold around the smokes, man. I mean, Wolverine in the first half, you know, slightly different, but just playing around it, he's able to duck in and out. This one, though, in a post plant, just to mark the smoke, because you know your opponent is going to try to either position around it or push into it, and you find the right swing. It's just so chaotic with how this entire round played out. I mean, the sprays that Freeing was trying to hold off of just ultimately gets overrun by Wolverine being able to pick up a Spectre, and now the economy gets completely flipped. Onside, looking to hit the weaker site.
Well, Yong's here to answer with a few right clicks, and he does some decent damage to Siesta, but was never really going to get more than maybe just the one kill there. That'll be the B site taken for onside, and once again, can look to try and start dictating this game a little bit.
This is so cool. Siesta's just creating so much space for his team. It's impacting them not in terms of kills. And now he's holding the crossfire. The whole team with Outlaws. They're looking to build up out points. KRX with flashes, though. Always got to watch out for those.
Ray 6. Whoa! Ray 4. We'll take it, Ray 4. In this case, Ray 4K. An easy 4K for him. And onside up to 8.
I can't believe Ray's just done that. Inside of the smoke. I mean, I thought maybe like Hyunmin with a flash would have gone through, but he gets one like right at the end of the magazine as well.
Well, KRX, bit of an uphill battle now, it would seem, in this second half, as onside finding some of that momentum, but we're thinking about how they want to put this round together, so it's time for us to have a quick listen in and see what KRX are thinking.
탑미드 둘, 탑미드 둘.
마켓.
그냥 간다.
마켓 하나 더.
가자.
마켓 2명 더. 마켓 2명 더.
가자 가자.
마켓 벌릴게.
소바 메인 조심.
야 마켓 기다려.
자,
사이트 왔어. 기다려. 가는 중 가봐 줘.
설정.
메인 안에 사이트 돌 같은데.
도와줄게 살아봐.
오멘 살이었다.
얘 잡아줄게.
명환이 다 잡았다.
나이스 민아 먹자.
Clean and easy, Jordan. Okay, just all the way down to the market hold. You have Hyunmin with an op as well, but ultimately it's just down to how much Mako was able to do in freeing, especially with those 2 kills at the end as well. Instantly marking the positions. It's a little bit, spaced out by onside as well. So kind of unfortunate for them with how much they wanted to go in for that set play, but nice to see KRX being able to withstand that kind of a hold. So going to be able to put more rounds together from then on. They have the buys now.
That goes there.
Start off with a camera for now with onside. Gonna try to slow down the pace a bit further because it's much needed. Or just to pick it up now that they have positioning on towards B.
Yep. I mean, you'll take that side if you're happy to take it like that. It's pretty easy entry in for onside. Now it's just a question of how are they going to hold on to it. Dimensional drift here for Hyunmin, hunting for a bit of information to try and maybe set freeing up. It's actually Bane that gets the opening pick. Freeing ends up copping one from Wolverine. Hyunmin doesn't get out of Dimensional Drift alive, but still the retake working in the favor of KRX now. Slowly but surely they're finding the entries they need. Ray and Wolverine not yet peeking. Drone is going to find one. Ray actually able to change up his position, and time starting to become a bit of a factor here for KRX. They have to move a little quicker than this, and they're aware that Wolverine is inside that smoke somewhere, but the defuse, oh no, the perfectly timed swing from Mako. You've got your hat in your hand when you need a gun instead. And KRX will win the round.
Always painful. But looking at the score now, I mean, just KRX being able to take back that lead. I can't believe this is what we're witnessing, Jordan. I honestly expected a little bit more from onside, but looking at how carefree some of the executes have been on their attacking side, it feels like the pistol round all over again. They find a bit of forward space, they run away with it, they spend some utility getting in this side, but KRX just holds on to theirs for the retake. They go in coordinated, very clean, taking multiple angles on towards players who are holding more common positions on sites. So back to the drawing board for onside. Unfortunately, at this juncture, 8 and 9, especially with broken economy again as well. It's Hyunmin with an op.
Oh, that's awkward for Hyunmin. Stinger V-op, and that is not the kind of fight that you want. Hermes getting the opener here onto the A site. He's going to start to put some pressure back onto KRX, freeing here in the position to do some damage, but everybody dying. But it doesn't matter. Freeing doesn't care. He finds himself the double, looking for a big swings, doesn't work out. Bane, though, in a position that he could actually still do something from this, and gets that headshot through onto Hermes. Oh, Ray. That was a bold, bold reposition.
Can wait out the smoke. Has a recon too. Whoa. What?
Okay, hunting for a bit more information. Ray knows that he's kind of out in the open here. Bane, the swing comes through and he answers that call perfectly. Another clutch will go the way of KRX. They're up to 10 now, and they are homing in on victory.
Clutch.
Oh my goodness. Yes. 1v2, Bane puts it together. I mean, that's a Rebel clutch for you right there, but also just bold with the TP. You know, it's a bit of information perhaps, but very risky if Bane just rushes straight in against him. Even if not, gets revealed by the recon at the end. Perhaps a little bit unfortunate for Ray, but he just felt like he had to, you know, take things into his own hands there. Nonetheless, it's another one of these big rounds KRX puts together off of a retake. And it might just continue to compound up as well. Look at Hyunmin, who's clearing out, holding such a deep info line in towards B. Freeing and Mako with their own escape plans as well. It's pretty telling.
Mako going to pick up at top of the smoke. He spots all the info and just going to be one for Freeing, and happy to take the second there onto Wolverine. Freeing having such a big impact in the last couple of rounds. Doing so again here. Setting KRX up for a very solid retake. They'll be happy to allow Onside to get the plan here. But after that, that's where things are going to start to get a bit awkward for Onside. You do have the Hunter's Fury coming through, looking for a little bit of info. Siesta does just get out of dodge.
And it confirms at least that Onside are still somewhere on site.
Not for long, it would seem, but you've got Yong watching this line. So if that peek comes through, he's going to be good for one at the very least. Now a flash around the corner. And Onside are turned away again.
That's like pick your poison, you know, you stay on site, you have to play against the retake.
Freeing's on the move as well. And he's going to spot them as they try to exit A. It just seems like there is no way out of this site for Onside, and that will indeed be the case. 11-8. KRX one step closer.
Yeah, feels like for everything Coach Hype said in the little interview that we had with Jen as well, we need a timeout. This has been pretty rough in this second half. A lot of post plants tossed aside because KRX just has all the util in the world, and not to mention the reads and how some of these rounds are going to be hit. So in that one, just like full on into A site. Yeah, maybe it's a little bit tough for Mako, but he had that information because of the ledge that he was playing off of, and then Freeing, of course, as well. Like just pops off with one kill, has foresight because he knows there's another player close by. He's ready to take that fight against Wolverine, mid-slide, as Neons tend to do. This has been just, it's starting to become an insurmountable gap now for KRX. I mean, for Onside to try to work against. What's the buy gonna be? The judge for Hermes? I don't know, like, feels a little bit desperate.
I mean, you got to try something, right? Backs against the wall now, Onside. Heard a lot of good things. Seen a lot of good things. I mean, maybe not quite hitting the mark here on the stage at the moment, but there's not that many opportunities when you come into the play-ins. I mean, this is a harsh format for these Challengers teams. You come in, you potentially play 2 games, and that's it.
Really?
And your whole year really has been kind of hinging on this, so you have to deliver on the day, and that's where the pressure, I think, can potentially get to you. And Onside right now, got to make sure that that doesn't end up being the case. Siesta, the opening kill here on Debane. There might still be something to be said in this round for Onside, although they have now lost Siesta, which is going to be quite a bit of punching power. May not necessarily need it, though, as that B site is open to them.
Portal closed.
Hermes in smoke with Judge.
Spike planted.
Once again, though, KRX have been pretty good on the retakes, and now they've got the added information coming through from Yong's Neural Theft that should help them out. Freeing delivers another. Wolverine to try to maybe have a bit of a peek in here, see if he can bite the bullet and take the fight to KRX. No success from him so far, gets that one, but needs more than that and does get brought down by his counterpart, Yong. It is a 1v2 and there's nowhere for Hermes to go. He was stuck in the trip, and KRX are up to 12. They're on series point.
And it just keeps getting further and further away from Onside. I mean, look at that. It's another sort of retake scenario, but this time with Siesta trying to open things up. He does pretty damn well with all that quick movement. It's flashy, it's fast, but then you've got Hyunmin just in position because of the gate crashes. And then you look at it on the site. We didn't get into the replay, but Freeing getting the kill against Ray was quite impactful because it just opens up another angle. If not for Ray, Market could have been held. So with that getting taken away, I mean, Wolverine was just stuck in a rough spot. And here we go again, last-ditch effort, and they are throwing a Hail Mary into A site.
Trying to go fast, trying to go quickly into Hyunmin might not be the right idea. There's just not enough supporting util there for Siesta. He's an easy pick-off. Wolverine does get one onto Marco off of the spot, but Young has another, so still a numbers deficit here for onside, and they haven't even really taken any space. They're going to try and get themselves back across middle with that spike quickly, but it's been spotted out, and I don't even think Cloudy knows that he's been spotted out, so he's just going to hightail it into this site, and he might get caught on the timing on that plant here by Yong, who will be happy to just walk his way out. He knows exactly where this plant is going down and picks himself up another freebie. 3v2 as Ray does at least find the trade. Spikes down. Interesting position here from Hermes. Might be a difference maker. I wonder if he's been heard, though. I think he has. Seems like Bane is watching for it, waiting for it, and he was indeed. So now it's all on the shoulders of Ray, who was the standout on map 1. But what can he really conjure here? I mean, he's going to be scanned. His information's going to be given away, and there is nothing for him to do. That will be the 13th round for KRX, and for Onside, a disappointing result in their first outing on the Pacific stage. But maybe this can be the catalyst for something of a recovery for KRX this season.
It's been up and down for KRX, that is true. Had to swap in between players, Flicker, now Yong. And it just works out wonderfully. Yong topping the leaderboard on this second map of Sunset. But all that said as well, it wasn't as though, you know, Onside got completely walked over. They did make it relatively close. A bit of friendliness with Hermes and the hugs against his former team as well. But yeah, you just would have liked to see a little bit more. I mean, you still see that flashiness come through from players like Siesta. But at the end of the day, it's KRX, their tacticality, the multiple defensive layers that they had, all down to the retakes, the way they commanded Lotus too. They definitely won on the map veto today, I can tell you that.
Yeah, certainly looking like a better look from KRX today. I mean, whether or not that will continue going forward, I guess we have to wait and see. And then you obviously have to ask some questions about Onside. Were they up to the level that they were sort of spoken about? You know, they I think had a lot of support, not only from the desk, but just from the word that we've been hearing on the street in general. You know, you hear about scrims and this and that, and how they're a pretty decent team. You can watch their challenges games. Was that the level that they expected to hit? Was that the level they were expected to hit? I'll leave that to some greater minds than mine, but gonna have to come back with something a little better in that lower bracket, I'm sure. For now, though, it is time for us to head on down to the stage once again. Jen, ready for an interview.
KRX의 프링 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Here at KRX is Spring after KRX's 2-0 win in the playoffs. Congratulations, Spring. How happy are you to start this play-ins journey with a 2-0 win, especially with Young back in the roster? 일단 승리 너무너무 축하드리고요. 2대0 승리로 이제 플레이인 스테이지를 시작하게 됐습니다. 용 선수의 합류까지 더해지면서 확실히 또 팀이 활기를 찾은 것 같은데 승리 소감부터 들어보고 싶네요.
일단 저희가 4연패를 한 다음 이제 첫 승이기도 하고 일단 이겨서 너무 기분 좋고 플레이인에서 아직 기회가 있으니까 더 열심히 하자는 마인드로 했더니 좀 이기지 않았나라고 생각합니다.
Well, we lost 4 in a row before winning this one, so we thought maybe we still have a chance to make it through the play-ins and make it further in stage 2, so we didn't really give up. I think with that mindset, we were able to take this win, so I'm definitely really happy about today's results. Now, let's talk about you on that chamber on the Lotus. Termi told me that you're the KRX's best chamber player. Would you agree? And talk to us about this change into the double sentinels comp. 그리고 터미 감독님이 로터스 그 투감시자 조합에 대해서 프링이 KRX에서는 체인버를 가장 잘했다 이렇게 얘기를 해주셨거든요. 좀 인정하시는지, 그리고 이 투감시자 준비에 대한 과정도 들어보고 싶네요.
일단은 제가 다른 게임에서 이제 스나 오퍼레이터를 좀 많이 썼어가지고 그래도 그나마 약간 그 오퍼레이터 짬이 있어가지고 그나마 좀 잘했던 것 같고, 그리고 저희가 투감시한 이유는 그래도 안전성이 좀 필요하다고 느꼈어가지고 선택한 거 될 것 같습니다.
그러면 이제 KRX에서의 오퍼도 좀 프링 선수가 더 많이 담당하게 되는 걸까요?
사실 많이 안 들었을 뿐 네온 할 때도 들 수 있을 때마다 들었던 것 같고 아마 그렇게 되지 않을까.
알겠습니다. Yeah, when I was playing another game, I was actually playing a lot of sniper rifles, so I'm pretty used to using the operator. So using the chamber, you know, it was only very natural for me. And we decided to pivot to the double sentinels comp because it provided a lot more stability for us. And even when I was playing the neon, I would pick up the op whenever I could and try to get a pick or two. So I think me opting for KRX, it's a good choice and it's very natural for me. Now, you guys have been fixing what wasn't working, and I would like to ask you about the IGLing situation. What is the decision when it comes to the collective calling for you guys? 그리고 이제 스테이지 2 들어서 시도했던 변화들 중에 좀 수정이 필요한 부분은 고쳐 나가고 있잖아요. 그 중에서 좀 여쭤보고 싶은 게 IGLing은 혹시 어떻게 하기로 됐을까요?
현재는 지금 마코가 IG를 하고 있고 절대로 베인이 오더를 못해서 바꾼 게 아니고 명관이가 오더하고 베인 선수가 이렇게 서브 콜링을 하는 게 훨씬 더 저희 팀이 좀 조화스러운 것 같아서 그렇게 바뀌게 된 것 같습니다.
Well, Mako is currently IGLing for our team right now, and this isn't because Bane was less than Mako when it comes to making those calls. It was working for us better when Mako was calling those calls, and Bane's still giving us a lot of calls by being that secondary caller as well. Now, you also played against your former teammate Hermes, and on-site gaming. You know, Hermes talked about how you guys scrimmed them a lot. Do you want to send them a message? You know, words of encouragement. 일단 그리고 예전 동료였던 헤르메스 선수를 상대로 만나기도 했었고 또 워낙 온사이드 게이밍이랑도 굉장히 많이 스크림을 했다고 들었습니다. 그래도 이제 남은 경기 플레이인 잘 치르라고 좀 한마디 해주시겠어요?
절대 못한다고 생각한 적 없고요.
네.
충분히 총도 잘 쏘고 전략도 좋다고 생각을 해서 충분히 이길 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
Well, I think they're a really strong team. They have really good aim, great talent, great strats. So I think they have a very, very good chance when it comes to making through those play-ins. Well, thank you so much. That was very wholesome, freeing. And I'm going to let you go and be free. Congratulations once again. 네, 이렇게 해서 KRX의 프링 선수 만나봤습니다. 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
The dry spell has come to an end. KRX able to take away a victory over Onside Gaming here today, doing what Gentlemates could not, beating a Tier 2 team. Congratulations to KRX being able to find the victory here. I don't want to kick them while they're down, but this is, I think, overall a very good sign for KRX. It seemed like Onside came into this feeling a bit nervous getting onto the big stage for the first time, but one of the things that we're seeing from KRX in this series was just much cleaner team play.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they had great game plans. We saw them switch up the comp, as they often do, which takes away some of that prep advantage that the Challengers teams will have. They get to watch the whole group stage. They get plenty of time to prepare, but that's why I actually think KRX, full sense, like some of these teams that are a little bit more flexible, flipping their comps and changing things week to week, are a little bit harder for the Challengers teams to play, and I think as a result, Onside trying to be a little bit tricky with this Sunset pick. It's something that they haven't shown before. KRX just flipped their comp and kind of destroyed them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's great for KRX that it ended up in a mirror as well on Sunset. That sort of surprising edge taken away from Onside, and I felt like KRX's macro, this was probably the best we've seen from them, and you just know how good this team can be when they pick up steam. So let's see how far they can really take it in the play-ins, maybe even all the way through those playoffs.
I mean, all the way through those playoffs, maybe all the way to champs. We've been talking about it, KRX, DRX, whichever iteration, they've kind of always made their way over to that tournament. It's looming on the horizon. Can they make it? Has this convinced you in any particular direction, big time?
I mean, I feel like it's more possible. It's a long, long road. That's the only thing that if they keep playing like this, it's definitely on the horizon. I feel like this was a great game from Young as well. You know, if these players can be consistent across the board, all the way down that scoreboard, they do become very, very hard to deal with.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is the perfect step in the right direction for KRX after a little bit of a rough group stage. As mentioned before, they break that loss streak, and you wanted to see a clean 2-0 today if they're going to go on a little bit of a run in the play-ins.
Oh, they did. Well, I mean, you can see right there, Onside some decent advantages at times in the rounds there, but not quite able to capitalize on those first kills. And I think that a lot of that is just going to come down to experience. Also, some very nice clutching as well from KRX to be able to secure what ended up being a pretty comfortable win, 13-8 after a 6-6 half. It ended up just being pretty easy breezy for them. But of course, are joined by a special guest. It is none other than Hyunmin, so thank you for coming up to the analyst desk here. And from the outset, we heard it there from Freeing. Mako, back over to calling. What was that conversation like within the team? Was that a tournament decision, or was that kind of a joint decision from the squad?
So when Mako wasn't like an official caller, he was still doing like most of the calling. So we were like, just why not let him just call? And then it was a simple decision. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it seemed to work very, very strongly.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, you know, last week you guys brought Young into the roster after having Flicker in. We hadn't seen Young for quite some time. Was it pretty much from the outset, even though you guys weren't able to find the win, that it was just decided like we're going to stay with Young for the next week's matches, or was that a little bit? Did you experiment in scrims?
Yeah. So his agent pool, we thought that with our comps we're doing right now, that Young fits much better. So I think that was only the key factor that made the change from Flicker to Young.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm curious a little bit about how the prep was for this series, because obviously On-Site Gaming, they've been knowing that they were going to be in the play-ins for quite a long time, and you know they worked up a Sunset, but they didn't change anything on their Lotus. So do you feel like the coaching staff did well in getting you guys prepped today? Because it looked like you had a lot of answers there.
Yeah, so we do a little bit of analyzing with every team, but I would say that we played a lot of different comps, so we just figured out that our comp right now is best for theirs. So it was not that of a difficult like time during practice. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I wanted to ask what it was like to play a team like Onside, because Pacific is kind of a bit more of a sealed environment. This is the first time where we're kind of introducing some more teams into that system. Does that change the approach at all, and does it help playing like a Korean team that you at least should be somewhat familiar with playing in the same domestic scene?
Oh yeah, so when we scrimmed before, we played with them like a couple times, so we had an idea of like their playstyle and how they would play. And I think that was like the thing that helped us most today. We had like a general idea of what they were gonna do.
I mean, have you guys, you know, scrimmed the Sunset and kind of see this composition? Because we were a little bit surprised to see it, you know, be a mirror matchup in the end.
Yeah, so we didn't scrim them like on the maps that we played today, but we played different maps, and we had like their playstyle was like the same on every map, so we just had a feeling that they would play the same on like every map also.
Okay. I mean, Freeing still, he seemed to be pretty positive. Termi as well, positive about, you know, Onside's chances still in this bracket, even though they're going to be sent to the lowers. How do you think that they can do? You know, how far do you think this team can push?
I feel like Onside played like a bit nervous today. They're a much better team in scrims, and they can do a lot. So I'm pretty like, I have high expectations for them.
Yeah. So what about you guys? Because I feel like that was one of the most well put together games we've seen from you guys in this stage. So how full to 100% would you say that was for you guys? Was that peak performance? Do you have more left in the tank? And if so, how far do you see this run going for you guys? Are you all confident about champs?
I wouldn't say it was our best performance, but it was one of the performances that we were used to. And so I think we're just getting slowly like again better and better again.
And Young played great today. I mean, we kind of already saw the performance and we talked about it a little bit, but he had a rough one in the T1 game. What was different series to series? Did the coaching staff help him kind of bed things in a little bit more, or what helped him recover so well in this series?
So during T1's match, I believe he played Chamber, but that's like a big role to take on the team. So we just put him on like a role that he's more comfortable on, and he can play much, I guess, without
pressure?
More pressure. So I think that helped him a lot today.
Okay, excellent. Well, you know, a win in the bag, first step here during the play-ins, keeping yourselves in the upper bracket. You know, it's going to be a long road, but if you can make it the champions, Oni Pixel's going to be there again. And I'm sure he'd be very excited to see you. Any words to him, as well as the fans that want to see you make it to Shanghai?
Yeah, I'll try qualify so I can meet him in
All right. Well, thank you so much, Hyunmin. We'll see if Yum Yum can return to the champion stage as we keep our eyes on KRX in the future matches. But thank you so much for joining us up here. And let's go ahead and sing some praises for Hyunmin's teammate, Young, the first outing back on the squad. Rough versus T1, but here he looked electric.
Yeah, 100%. I actually felt like when he was on the team before, some of his Cypher games were pretty decent. Like, he could just kind of fill that, you know, primary Sentinel role without having to be a bit more of a chamber merchant. It just kind of played out that way. His biggest, most memorable games were on the chamber, on Lotus in particular, but I think we saw just how serviceable he can be just taking on that primary Sentinel role.
Yeah, I mean, his anchoring, I think, was really great today, especially on that B site. You feel like he was so hard to attack into. This is what was missing in this team, is just that solidity. So if Young is able to keep consistent with his performances, I do think this KRX team can definitely do something here in the play-ins.
It's always about, you know, it's not about how you start, it's all about how you finish. And we have another team that had a really rough start to this stage coming up next, and that's going to be RRQ going up against Sharper, so one of our tie squads that is going to be looking to try to take them down. RRQ, that they have, similarly to KRX after this series, been on the up and up. They finally had things sorted out. Jemkin got his recovery through, and they've been looking very good across their last 2 series.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think particularly their last game in the group stage was one to be proud of. They finished off that group stage really nicely, which I think helps their momentum as they head through into the play-ins. They're going to be playing some of these Challengers teams. I mean, they got Sharper up first. I think it helps having Zan, someone who's played them quite intimately in the past, might help them kind of game plan a little bit, and I think they should be feeling very confident coming into this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're totally right about them building momentum at the perfect time. I think when we look across this roster, you got to talk a little bit about Monyet. Since he's come back to this team in stage 2, I feel like he's just hitting new heights, or should I say old heights of 2023 Monyet. That's what it's feeling like. We're seeing the upswing of Jemkin once more, and this team is looking more and more like the team that can lift trophies here in Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, typically if you said that Monyet's looking like he was coached by Big Time, that seems like it would be an indictment, but he's been absolutely incredible as of late.
100%, yeah, honestly, Texture's been on the chamber. It turns out that Morgan was right about a few things. I haven't heard many of those recently though, but what I will say is that in that last matchup in particular, quite honestly, RRQ was very solid across the board against Nongshim. Everybody pitched in, everyone was very close to each other in terms of individual performance, and it makes RRQ look incredibly well-rounded right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jemkin as well coming alive. You know, with that Yoru coming back into the meta a little bit more. We saw it on Ascent a couple weeks ago, and we weren't sure about it, but he's going back to it, and I do feel like he's doing a great job. He's on the chamber in that one, doing fantastically as well. And then map 3 of Haven, they ran away with it in the first half.
Yes, in the first half is absolutely the big caveat of that one, because it really looked like they were going to let it slip like they had done on that second map of the series. But yes, I mean, they have to play close. They have to stack up. If it's not at least 23 rounds, then is it really an RRQ series? The answer is absolutely no. So they always certainly make it interesting. Maybe they're just trying to be the new PRX, just always make the fans, you know, have a heart attack in the game. I don't really know. But if you don't really know about Sharper, we're going to go ahead and take a quick little zoom in with a nice informative video.
Some might say Sharper is the best team in Challengers SEA. Now that's still up for debate, but one thing that we can say for certain is that they have been the most consistent of the SEA teams in 2026. A top 2 in Stage 1 and a win in Stage 2 puts them head and shoulders above the rest. Now it's time for them to live up to their name as challengers and take that consistency and drive to a new stage. Their appearance in the VCT Pacific Stage 2 play-ins is no surprise for those of us that have followed this Thai team. In fact, it's an opportunity that they've been waiting for a long time. Their structured style that leaves room for individual expression has brought them to new heights. Led by PTC, perhaps Thailand's most experienced FPS player, and rounded out by Apinya, Kadoom and Laz, who have already tested themselves against Tier 1 competition, they have the experience and the potential, but they just haven't had the opportunity to show it on the Pacific stage.
The opportunity is now. Plenty of familiar faces, of course, on this team, and some that fans watching might not be that familiar with, but they are looking to make their names known.
I mean, even you would be familiar with them doing SVL and things like that. Like, these are players that have performed well against Tier 1 opposition, and that's why, I mean, you see Lakia there saying hi to them. For those who don't know, Lakia played on a Thai Counter-Strike team at one point in time back in the day with 3 Thai players and 2 Koreans. That was a weird kind of alternate universe. Regardless, though, he said hi to them. Sharper, no strangers to playing against Tier 1 competition. PTC, very experienced. We've seen Sephiroth go across onto Full Sense, and now Niz has taken his place, but this is still a core that is extremely, extremely solid, and I want to see if they can transition that into Tier 1 yet again here.
Yeah, the Challengers SEA League is no joke as well. That is a stacked league, and Sharper came out on top, won that first seed all the way through here into play. And so this is definitely a team to be a little bit scared of if you are here in Pacific. And we want to talk and highlight Opinia here. He plays a lot of that initiator, picked up the Sage as well, and I feel like it says, he is the backbone of this team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been interesting to see his transition over onto the Sage because there was so much Pearl played, and I felt like Sharper kind of adopted what Motive were doing a lot in Challenges SCA, picking up that Sage comp and taking a lot of those ideas. So Opinia, the thing that I really want to stress about this guy is his individual skill is fantastic, but he can play any agent. You literally throw him on an agent, you fit him into the game plan wherever, he's happy to kind of fill that space, and he's going to deliver above average fragging numbers, which brings up the floor of a team like Sharper that is already stacked with mechanical talent.
Yeah, I mean, Opinia has kind of been one of those ones just assisting from the front lines. He's not shy about just rushing forward with the rest of the team, throwing out that assisted utility, but then also fragging out of control, whether he's on that Sage or playing on the initiator role. But you mentioned one of the players who's going to be a little bit more familiar with them is going to be Zan.
Yeah, Zan has played these guys in challenges before over when he was on Motive. This is a squad he'll be very, very familiar with. He played a lot of Neon, played Smokes back then as well, so we'll see how well he can sort of get them downloaded, transfer that information to his team in order to find a way to counter this high aggression.
Yeah, I mean, you even see Zan there on the Sage. That's kind of what I was talking about. I felt like that Pearl comp that Sharper was running was somewhat inspired by that. So Zan, it's up to him to kind of recognize some of those tendencies. He's played Neon against his team in the past. Let's see how well they can transition that in here. Something we wanted to point out with this particular graphic, though, is the prep time that the Challengers teams having opposed to the teams that have just finished groups in Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, this to me is absolutely why they should be favorites. You see, RRQ last played on August 9th, however many days ago that was, 4 maybe? And you see Sharper played, it was more than a month ago. It's ages. They've had so long to flip their map pool, flip their comps around, and get ready for this game.
Well, we'll see if they can get a solid start here as they go into the skirmish. Which, of course, is just going to be looking to go forward as the teams continue to kind of rely on the 6-mans to do that.
Yeah, I think this is
and
like...
Cushy is looking good.
For Sharper, I think this is like their manager or something like that. This is not even...
Yeah, it's kind of
anyone in the skirmish.
Kind of a crazy
He's got
choice.
one.
Yeah, I mean, this is the talent that we talk about when it comes to Thailand, you know. I'm pretty sure that you have to do an aim duel, like 1v1, or like some kind of aim challenge in the range before you can even apply to like the managerial positions in a Thai squad, as far as I understand it.
Taking the lead now.
Yeah, so far so good, it seems.
He looks so locked in. This is the game of his lifetime. Let's see if he can get it done. Up 3-2. Makes it 4. My goodness, San, this guy.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you might see him in the server here. See if Cushy can turn around things for RRQ as we head into what will be a map veto. But there you go. Psychopath looked exactly like one there. 5-2 over Cushy, and we'll get Sharper that advantage in the map veto here.
Hell of a name as well.
Yeah.
Love that. So let's see. Okay, Haven Sunset again. Going to be there for that map too, but floating the breeze for the closer here.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. RRQ going to Haven. It's something that Sharper have played a little bit on, but it's been quite some time. They've been up and down on that map, but they're well and truly familiar with RRQ. I think they're just trusting the strength of their own map pool. This is the second Challengers team that will pick Sunset after not playing it in the regular season. And then Breeze as a third map decider is something that Sharper used to second ban a lot, and even banned in the grand final, having the 2-map advantage over 5-on-5 in Challengers SCA. So it's interesting that they've left it as a third map decider here.
It feels like overall quite a decent map pool here for RRQ. You know, provided that they can get the closeout. You know, they need to try to prevent those runbacks from coming through, much like Nongshim was able to achieve against them. But overall, these are obviously maps that RRQ are incredibly familiar with and have played plenty of here in Stage 2.
I totally agree. I think this is a fine veto for RRQ, and I think that shows that Sharper is somewhat confident they can win this series. I don't think they see themselves as the underdog. I think they're going to be tricky with the veto here, but you need to be careful because RRQ was looking very solid in just their last game, and their Haven defense in particular was phenomenal against Nongshim.
But that's the good news, is they played Haven so recently. So if you feel like they were going to pick it, there's no better map to have prepped than their Haven, because they won't have had time to really change too much. So I want to see a good, clean ante coming out from Sharper here.
Well, we are completely split as far as the desk is concerned. The fans leaning a little bit more heavily. We're going full ball as law on this one. 70-30 for RRQ's favor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to back RRQ based on how they finished the group stage. I think they're about to go on a run here, but I'm a big Sharper fan. I wouldn't be surprised if Sharper Sharper wins this series, to be honest.
Yeah, for me, it's prep time and momentum. They should have great answers coming into this series. They just need to execute it on that stage.
Yeah, I mean, this one should be close. It should be a banger unless Jemkin just goes full Terminator and checks him at the door. Anything goes here. We'll have to just wait and see what happens. But for now, it's time to welcome our second Tier 2 squad over to the stage. Our first of our 2 high teams as well, as Sharper goes up against RRQ.
Today's matchup.
It is an SCA square off here as RRQ is ready to take to the stage against Sharper to see who is going to be sticking around in that upper bracket and who's going to take a quick and early tumble down to the lowers.
Yeah, RRQ, I think it's so important that they continue that momentum that they built from the group stage. They ended very well on 2 wins, one against a very tough rival of Nongshim. Let's see if they can bring that momentum forward here and shut down their challengers' opposition.
Yeah, I think they're in pretty solid form at the moment, looking like a very well-rounded squad, and this man on your screen has played against Sharper many times. He's going to know what he's in for. On the other side of things, Sharper coming up from challengers, SEA being a very consistent squad over there, stacked with talent, and have enough experience on this kind of stage to actually be a real threat here in the play-ins. I'm very intrigued to see what they can put together against an in-form RRQ, because if they very convincingly beat them, then I think these guys are going to really prove very early on here that they're the real deal.
No, for sure. And I mean, again, speaking to some of the coaching staff of RRQ after their victory last week, once they locked in this Sharper's team as their opponents, they said, yeah, of course, like, we have to do a lot of prep to get ready for these guys. They are a very scary squad.
Yeah, we spoke to Xfero on the desk and we said, who do you think is the strongest of these challenger squads? Who's the one you're most afraid of? And he said, it's Sharper. He said, it's kind of a shame. This is the one that we didn't want. So, but I do think when we look at their playstyles, right, RRQ have always loved the double initiator because Crazy Guy can call so well when the game is a little bit slower. And Sharper, yes, they are Thai. Yes, they are aggressive, but they also aren't afraid of a slower default here. So I can see this working in RRQ's
I think Zipto is the more aggressive of the 2 teams. Sharper does tend to play with a little bit more structure. They have strong calling presence and some experience in PTC in particular. So I think that if you're expecting an all-aim, no-brain Thai team here, that's not what you're going to get from Sharper. I think they're incredibly well-rounded. They have a lot of different win conditions. And I want to see what they put together here. RRQ's picked Haven into them. It's a map that, honestly, Sharper did not look good in the grand final of Challengers SCA. They got absolutely trounced by 555, and their defense in particular was a bit of a concern. They only got 2 rounds from 12, so hopefully they've kind of reinvented themselves in a month, and they're going to be looking a little bit better here. But there's some perceived weakness from RRQ there on Haven, and I think this is just a map RRQ's played a million times. It's like their comfort ground, really.
I mean, this, yeah, you go back, you know, last year especially, this was their map of choice that they always wanted to try to lean into. But I think where Sharper has a big edge over, you know, say Onside, who we just saw lose to KRX, is where they do have that long-standing, long-presence veteran on the team of PTC. Those who might have, you know, someone recently started Valorant esports might not know that PTC, he was at the first champions with full sense. This guy's career goes all the way back to the very beginning. But as we take a look, PTC, he's going to be leading from the front lines. He's going for Yoru. He's trying to say, hey, Nongshim, it can work. Your IGL can play the Yoru.
Please do not encourage Nongshim to do that anymore. No, PTC, he's swapped off the Viper onto the Yoru, which makes this a very different comp despite only being one agent different from what Sharper was playing before. They're starting out on the attacking side, so let's see if they've reinvented their defense as we go a little bit deeper on in there. For RRQ starting out on defense here, I think this could go very well for them. I like their defense on this map particularly. particularly now Crazy Guy's on the Sova.
Yeah, RRQ's defense was strong last time. I love that Sharper have changed the style of their composition here, blown away any prep that RRQ will have. So let's see if they can start strong, steal away their opponent's map pick here on Haven.
What a start that would be here for Sharper. We got a 2-0 in the first one. I want to see some back and forth. I want to see some bloodshed between these two SCA squads. Let's see if they can deliver as I pass things over to your casters, Elfish and Quack.
Well, you know what? I think that we might just get something interesting out of this matchup. I agree with a lot of what was said on the desk, which is a little bit unusual. Normally I don't trust those guys, especially Pilski. But I think they had a lot of valid points there, actually. I mean, RRQ, they seem to be on the up and up. They had a bit of a better finish to the group stage. And Sharper, I mean, you and I obviously have watched a lot of Sharper in the Challenges ecosystem, and we've had a lot to be excited about watching that team. They took a second place in stage 1. They won stage 2. They're a pretty damn good team, so I think they're going to come onto this stage and they're really going to excite.
They were really looking forward to this matchup as well. I had a little chat with MYM. Shout outs to Cole then, had a little podcast with him as well. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing was down to how well PTC could call against Crazy Guy, things like that. There are definitely some parallels with, like, you know, Zan versus Kadoom too. But coming down into this, I mean, like, they have established themselves as like this solo duelist, very slow and controlled kind of style team that they played off of in Split 2. Coming here now, it's PTC on the Yoru. That's a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting, it's going to be cool, it's going to be fun. Let's hope we get a good game. A 3-mapper, ideally. RRQ and Sharper head-to-head here in day 1 of the play-ins for VCT Pacific stage number 2. RRQ going to be that team that, you know, I think they come in with quite a lot of confidence after last week, starting off here on the defense of their own map pick as well. They'll be hoping to get out the gates pretty strong here.
It's always just lovely to see, you know, Jemkin return to his former glory with his team as well. It's just not RRQ without Jemkin, you know, especially if he's opping around different roles. Now back on the Yoru, it works out very neatly, but the question is back in again, how does Sharper operate now with a different composition? A lot of damage already.
Yeah, Laz tagged up a little bit, but Sharper. Nice space being taken here early by them. They've got Crazy Guy on the back foot. He just has to try and skedaddle out of the site. Drops that shock dart on the way out, but it's not enough to stop Sharper from making an entry into the side, although they've lost a lot of HP. PTC starts it nicely. Zan jumping out, gets himself the double. PTC, it's all about PTC right now. And Apinya, who will finish it off alongside Laz, but the 3K from PTC is what sets Sharper up for success in that round.
The first one to start things off as well. The ball's on the guy to just sit at the front of Graffiti, marking the angle, knowing that he probably would not get hit by the paranoia that Monyet sends out. Just being able to land his shots, TP back, it just does all the work. I mean, talking about how they love to play it slow, mid-round decisions, and make work, big round calls off of that. This is not what RRQ expected at all, and which is why we had the full 5v5 retake. Now with the Outlaw in hand, takes an aggressive line, gets back into safety, and then the games begin.
Patience the virtue right now for Sharper.
A little bit from RRQ too.
Cam's going to be dealt with. You've still got 3 players over towards this C site, and the camera did spot a couple, so drawing another rotate. Drone forward. Does look like Sharper are really thinking about this.
Yeah, Jordan, you're going to have to strap in because both these teams would love to play this very slow and steady, methodical style. Drones now, cutting noise. A bit of a warning shot with the Phantom. Crossfire for RRQ, though.
Jemkin deleted just as that smoke pops. Pinya and PTC, nice job done on the entry. It will be an easy cleanup for Sharper. A flawless start essentially for them. They pick up the pistol and then they pick up a clean anti-eco as well. That is about as good as you can ask for.
Hell yeah.
First gun round out for RRQ now, and this is where the business starts to get a little bit more serious.
But look at how clean this was done too, though. I mean, just fully anticipating the crossfires, everyone swinging out together, very well coordinated. And this is what made Sharper, well, sharper all the way back in Split 2 finals. just having Kadoom sometimes to call for certain plays. Otherwise, it's PTC as the IGL. A bit of reunion with Zan, of course, on the other side, as always. But back in with the Outlaw again. But they're just saying hello to each other. Bit of information by Jemkin as well, so if Sharper are trying to set up for some kind of a C-split, they have to watch out for Garage Window. And they do!
Yeah, Jemkin out of the picture early on in the piece. Sharper, like I said, they've been waiting a long time for this opportunity, and it seems like they want to come out strong. Really dictate this game early on in the piece. Xfero is fighting for his life, frankly. Does keep Sharper at bay for the moment. Monyet keen to maybe have a bit of a peek in for some info. I think Sharper almost want to call the cancel here for the moment.
They really could.
At least maybe slow things down and see if they're going to get any kind of information or a push out from RRQ.
I mean, the TP out towards the south side, you know, something to RQ considering. Monyet.
It's interesting from Opinia to be watching in that direction, but back to the 4-on-4, which very quickly is going to start to dissipate. Sharper have run into Xfero eventually. Comes down to the 1v1. Zan swinging onto the line, but he doesn't spot Laz. And 3-0 will be the score to start things off for Sharper.
Yeah, with the timer ticking down like that, you don't blame Zan because he thinks the spike is what is going to be the pivotal point. So despite Monyet's early kill, bits of information, yeah, Opinia maybe marking for someone to swing out on the flank. It's just still Sharper being able to swing things back. Every single one of them can have their moment, and that's what makes this squad scary. Like you said, they've been waiting for this the longest time. I mean, just to really put things into perspective for some of our viewers. Yes, apart from, you know, PTC with Full Sense all the way back in 2021, it's like so much more than that. Just the CS career as well. And now with the guns, you know, let's take a listen into Sharper. What you thinking?
แง่ผมมาดูขวากูมองขวาแล้วมึงมองนี้ได้ป่ะกูแง้มขวาให้มึงไอ้ต้นมารอกับเพื่อนได้ป่ะได้เวลาจอดเสร็จแล้วต้องซ้ายใกล้นะบอกไม่ได้แง่มาซ้ายใกล้นะเช็คเลยซ้ายใกล้ไม่เจอเกี่ยวอ่ะพวกคุณเล่นกระดาษให้ไม่ต้องขวานะคุณเล่นกระดาษให้แค่ไหนวะกูเลยว่ากูว่าเปิดเสียงได้ป่ะยังไม่ได้ป่ะยังไม่ต้องเปิดควันตีเอ้ยมันควันมั่วเข้ามาเลยจัดตำแหน่งนะจัดตำแหน่งได้ป่ะตีได้ป่ะไม่ต้องควันตำแหน่งเลยนะไม่ต้องควันกระดาษเลยกูจะวางปีกแดงนะเดี๋ยวให้วางไหนพอมันไม่แทงบอลมันจะเริ่มควันทีวางนะเล่นในบอมนะเล่นในบอมนะมันจะพัดโอเคเดี๋ยวกูจะบอดตัวมัน
A lot of words to be said. You know, they were worried about the left and the right, but as soon as they see that the sight is clear, it's so obvious now. Laz marking the flank, everyone else already in foot. Still a chance for RRQ, though, to overwhelm Laz, of course, but they choose a different pathing. Down window. Laz has a timing.
He does. He certainly does. He's going to maybe pick up a couple here. Oh, they all look in his direction, so in the end, it's just going to be the one. But that'll be enough. He spots 3 in middle. Plan goes down over on C. Sharper are very happy to start working their way through this round, see if they can pick up a couple more ult charges. Oh, in the meanwhile, PTC, 7-1 to start the map.
They found my wire.
It's been so long. Not to be confused with, you know, Japanese Laz, of course, as well, but yeah, PTC. I mean, you've cast him like since when he began, and he was in tears when they lifted that trophy up in the grand final of Split 2 SEA. I mean, again, you know, not to disparage any orgs or anything, but like Sharper as a team, you know, they were that previous Full Sense core. They've had to kind of say goodbye to Killua, a player that they were kind of training up with. Sephiroth as well, now picked up by the actual Full Sense squad here in Pacific. And they've kind of been dealt a lot of these hands where they just feel like they're always trying to get up there. But, you know, even from the inception of a VCT way back then, apart from, you know, making it to champs with Full Sense PTC earlier, like he's gone down to when Cruz was on X10, Cruz was on Sersha. And it's like painful to watch, you know, but still grind it out all these years. Now he's finally here. In a lot of interviews, he said he's here to take what's his.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've obviously been a big fan, so I want to be able to see some success coming through for him. That so far, there's a lot of success happening for Sharper. 4-0 lead. It's nothing to scoff at necessarily, but it is early days. So want to get too far ahead of yourself.
Well, have at least built up the ult, though, so a lot of potentials for reconnaissance work. RRQ, on the other hand, they come in with their own big investment. Jemkin looking to peek down middle with coverage from the Odin. Oh. Classic RRQ things. Sharper play it safe. Not seeing too much from either side, but RRQ just clearly looking for bits of information. Bit of contact, Zen will head back, call for reinforcements, while Jemkin could continue to hold down the lines, maybe push in a bit deeper. They're always anticipating Laz on that lurk position now. Hence the drone. Just chipping away at the bits.
Sharper immediately looking to retake that space there in the form of Laz pushing out into middle.
There are reinforcements here.
A site, definitely well defended here, but is it well defended enough to deal with Kadoom, who's got himself 3? Answer, of course, is no. Just happens in the blink of an eye. Oh, and Laz lurking also catches Xfero. This is Sharper. Really looking like they're styling on RRQ at the moment.
No kidding. He might not even be able to survive, crazy guy. Just slowly trickling back and into Laz's crosshairs. I think he was considering it as well, but everything that happens, you're exactly right, Jordan. Bit of information breaking the drone. Ultimately considering the A site, but it's this push and flank. I mean, you have the clone. Yes, PTC goes down, but also the flashes following through. And then the relay bolts. Kadoom just takes a lot of those fights with confidence. And that's another thing I think as well, you know, Kadoom sometimes sort of being the secondary caller if he wants, you know, to make a certain play. They have the flexibility to make that happen. And now brimming with confidence, they're still exercising caution. This is what makes Sharper, you know, a team to kind of fear at times, not to glaze them too much, but RQ down 0-5, down to the eco round now as well. Certainly makes things tough. Jemkin just kind of hoping that someone maybe walks into his off angle and he could walk away with a weapon upgrade, but that's not likely. In fact, what's more likely is just another one of these maybe C splits.
Cam hasn't spotted Sharper just yet. Xfero is going to be getting that information in a second though, and pops the cage as a result. Tries to avoid the drone. I think he might have successfully. Kadoom certainly did not get the memo. So the defense is on already for RRQ. This might be the mishap that Sharper are hoping to avoid. Crazy Guy finished off as well. Sorry, PTC finished off as well on the other side of the map. And, well, that round kind of just fallen apart here for Sharper.
Call it a cancel. Might want to save now. 20 seconds. A lot of obstacles ahead.
Still see if they can maybe try and find a plan here on B and conjure a little bit of a miracle. Laz does get an important kill onto Monya, but they haven't really quite cleared this site out. Laz has some work to do. There's noises, obviously. He can hear Zan. Where's the next shot coming from? Niz with one. It's all on Laz now, though. And he sees the player behind him, gets the info. He heard Zan earlier, knew he had to take the fight. Couldn't win it. It was a decent attempt from the two. But not enough this time for Sharper, and RRQ will find their first on the stage today.
Which is very darn impressive as well, the fact they did it on the Thrifty. It's just Xfero around the cage, something that Kadoom wasn't quite considering. Not to mention, of course, Jemkin as well with forward positions and Crazy Guy in the Hunter's Fury. Unfortunate for, you know, the little Neuro Theft jump peak for PTC. But that is always something to be respected. RRQ on their Thrifties having a lot of these tricky setups and positions. Of course, I think it will be a nice little pickup for Sharper as well, forcing Zan to spend the overdrive. And what is this now? Okay, Dimensional Drift, a bit of a pacier play into the C site.
PTC, he's been spotted out, and so that'll be an easy one for Xfero to put down. Last lane's gone up on the site as well, kind of cutting it in half. Sharper just haven't really been able to find their avenue in. Not just yet anyway. There are trades happening, but there's not enough of them. Sharper are still down on numbers, but that could change very quickly with that kill from Niz. Oh, he can't quite find Xfero. Almost opened the door up for Laz, but duel was won, and Xfero comes alive in the last couple of rounds here. RRQ starting to begin their campaign.
Yeah, incredibly slippery, huh? I mean, the kill trip was one thing. You know, something that maybe Sharper would have needed to anticipate, but the kills all the way to the end. Xfero, you know, Zen coming in as the new guy, Jemkin, you know, having to step out for a little bit, you can kind of write those off. But when you think about stability with RRQ, you think of names like Magnet and Xfero now more so than ever, because he has been having those consistent performances in multiple weeks past. Even when Magnet was a little bit down and out, Xfero is the guy who starts to, you know, make some of these calls, play on alert positions, alongside with Crazy Guy, of course, who's doing more of the macro work, and this time around it really pays off. C-Site is something that Sharper will have to kind of beware of now. Of course, with their timeout coming into Coach Leaf and MYM just trying to see what they can do, put things together. Pacier hit certainly not something that works out too well, especially not if you haven't, you know, tended with some of these kill trips that Xfero will play around with. But they're gonna give it a go again, maybe. Okay, I wasn't expecting that.
Let's see how Sharper goes. I mean, it's still 5-2 right now, so I think you have to give them the benefit of the doubt. Got a lot of tools to work with in this round. If they can take a side, especially the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury, are going to be really problematic for RRQ.
Could be nice for a post plant.
Yeah, I mean, and this C side is kind of open right now, and so Sharper are going to essentially be given C, which I think is quite scary for RRQ with these circumstances.
Maybe a retake setup for RRQ though.
Fast flood pretty quick. Lockdown is in effect in a moment, but RRQ going to try and beat it to the punch, see if they can get out, find a couple of kills before it ends up being a problem. Hasn't quite worked out in their favor though. 3-on-2 now. Sharper have all the advantages in the world. Xfero has been slowed down too. So you'd think the chances of a retake coming together here for RRQ are slim to none.
Yeah, in fact, they want to hold on to their investments, especially with the operator. Something that Jemkin would love to work off of, but in this one, despite the retake setup, you know, just trying to fast flood back in, Jordan. Oh man, like Zan does his best, does manage to best Kadum, but as soon as, you know, Sharper set foot on site, like the whole team comes alive. Sometimes it's Laz to mark garage window as, you know, an additional lurk layer, but in this one it was Niz and Apinya. You had a Paranoia sent through, Apinya to swing, and instantly they just cut off more players by the choke point. And of course, you've got the lockdown in as well. Apinya sometimes overlooked as the initiator, but he is so good at filling in secondary space created by Kadum, and he was like kind of the more consistent stats leader all throughout a lot of split too. So nice to see that performance build up again. Still looking for RQ to kind of close in on this gap against Sharper. They've got an off and Zan close by in towards A long now.
Oh, okay. Both Yorus go back, but Kadum on the receiving end of a headshot there from Zan. Hasn't started well for Sharper.
Back to more mid-round calls. Great way for RQ to maintain control over the map. As Sharper a step back over onto B side, there will be trips and angles that they have to watch out for. Namely, Crazy Guy with his Odin.
So far, hasn't had to do much, but eventually I'm sure he will be coming into play. PTC will be pushed away. Crazy Guy losing his head. Laz is under some serious pressure. That was an easy kill for Xfero. And so just Apinya now. And he's completely locked out of this site at the moment. It is a full crossfire that he's going to have to break. He's only got 30 seconds to do it in.
30 seconds
Spike
left.
is Tantalizingly close, but oh so far away. And Xfero finds another 3K. So RRQ up to 3 as well. It's not as if they're not having some kind of impact on this map, but you know, they'd really feel like they need more than this.
Yeah, that is for sure. But still though, I mean, you start to see it, right? Like, getting the first pick definitely makes it a lot more difficult for Sharper, and if they are, well, if RRQ are able to find the right setups around Jemkin, Monyet, maybe Xfero, certainly could provide a lot of value. The Op and Zan to be able to quickly dip in and out for some first pick potential. We'll start things off with an Odin spam and a recon. Sharper trying to sell off fake presence, marching back in towards Garage, but Jemkin has made the long journey all the way down C long. Sharper may have no idea, and they've already spent some recon tools to clear a Garage.
Decoy.
Could be a fast flank that they have to deal with. Could be awkward.
Oh, they still want to end up on B.
They're still going to commit. Spike goes forward, Plank goes down. Fast flank coming into effect now. We'll see if it catches Kadoom, who seems to be in position waiting for a dimensional drift, obviously, out here for Jemkin as well. So he does end up sort of just linking back up with his team, not game to play for the flank in the end. They want to try and do this one together. RRQ tap on that defuse, and it's going to draw out the Hunter's Fury. Zan on the other side pulling his ulti as well. Was very close to getting hit by that last shot. In the end, though, gets away with so much. Brilliant round from Zan. And RRQ will be very pleased with that because it gets them up to 4.
Oh boy. Zan doing it against his old teammate back on Naus in the Ascension run. I mean, this was just a minefield of a round because you always had that looming threat of the off-down C long. Ultimately, just, you know, using the clone and more utility to get themselves into B side. Sharper, they spend a lot thinking they can try to hold, but space was always tentative because of Jemkin's position, and ultimately Zan running back in with that overdrive. So coming a bit closer now. This half still has some room for RRQ.
It's a nice two-man peek there from Apinya. Monyet hunting for a bit of info, doesn't have any real success there. Xfero coming into play to try to have a bit of a look, and again he's good for what looks to be a couple. PTC just couldn't get out of there alive. Zan also starting to really feel like he's coming alive. Now Apinya and Laz have to try and put this together as a duo, and Apinya desperate for some help. Isn't going to get it from Laz in time. That is going to be the end of that. Another round going the way of RRQ. So keep fighting their way back in.
And now you can start to see, you know, the nerves settle in for Sharper as well. Some awkward fights, awkward positions. The idea to want to end up back on B, you know, I suppose could work out. You're just avoiding the operator completely and then set up for a post plant from that point forward. But Xfero's just really asserting himself into sight as well. Like, as soon as he hears footsteps, you know, knows that perhaps Sharper is not going to fan out all the way towards the back of sight. Takes the position, you know, as soon as the spike goes down, does so much more damage. It makes things difficult for Sharper as they try to backpedal towards the side of mid. Suddenly now a pacier hit in towards A. It does catch Jemkin off guard. Overdrive popped too, but Sad shuts it down.
Still, they'll be able to walk their way into C, so that is something. Ooh, Apinya catching his hand. So he tries to continue on his merry way. Xfero, he's just everywhere at the moment. Seems to constantly be having an impact. He's flashed out now, but still surviving. And Monyet is doing Monyet things. There's a 3K for him. And RRQ will finish the half with a very successful string of rounds that brings this very much back in the balance.
The spike is diffused.
Just keeping things equal, but the way that it's achieved is just so incredible as well. Xfero truly putting the team on his back, but this time around Monyet chimes in. a lot of early information, but with Zen being able to take down Kadoom, seeing that there's no one else towards the A site, it's just so clear for RRQ to immediately switch on towards the C site. Oh, and they're calling PTC out.
Yeah, that felt like it was a very winnable round for Sharper, but things just got a little bit messy in the back end. So equalizing for RRQ, Zan certainly had a lot of impact once he started to get rolling. And I feel like he has definitely been a good pickup for this RRQ lineup. You know, they looked a little bit lost before they had him in the team at the start of this season. And then even, you know, maybe the first week or two that he was in, it took a little bit of getting used to. But I think he's very, very quickly started to find his feet, particularly when he's been on this Neon. So good asset to have for RRQ.
I mean, Zan himself, like from, you know, the Challengers or Tier 2 scene as well, right? But like, I've always said, it's just having Zan on the team, it kind of feels like you just clone Monyet. He's able to play Neon, he's able to play the controller too, but on the Neon, he's just a menace with how he's able to swing in with that overdrive. And then, of course, just being able to beat out Sharper at their own macro game in this first half definitely has Sharper quaking in their boots. So we'll kind of see how this second half starts to play out, because the compositions are very similar, apart from the one difference being the Sentinels. I don't know how effective a Killjoy is going to be on this defense. So it's been something I've been somewhat puzzled by with Sharper and their composition on Haven.
C-site very quickly going to be opened up here. Sharper going to play for the retake though. PTC sticking around to see if anyone wants to try to challenge him inside this dark cover. No challenge to come, although a couple of taps in there from Zan. Soften the targets, which is potentially going to help him out later on in the piece. There we go. Zan does finish off his earlier damage, and now Crazy Guy with a kill onto Kadoom. That has put a potential retake in absolute disarray here for Sharper. Someone needs to step up, but walking into a high-low like that is not going to help, and RRQ will take the second half pistol.
With ease. It's an attempt at a retake, but just RRQ being able to break that all in. Quick and pacey. You've got Zan still leading the charge, continuing to build up on that confidence. Relay bolts as well. Makes it even more difficult for PTC and Gang to try to push through. So even though they are running double duelists, like, they're not really able to push back in, and Monyet just continuing to get into their heads. It's Kadoom onto a Marshall now with a triple high-low setup. But as you can see, you know, they need so much to try to slow Zan down. Killjoy utility, a turret is not enough. Okay.
Maybe something cooking here for Sharper. That said, plant's going to go down pretty quickly, and so Sharper still having to move into position will take some time. PTC slowed down a little by that trip. His position very evidently going to be given away. So the flank might not be as impactful as he would like it to be. Let's find out. Spotted by Crazy Guy. Back to 4-on-4 now. Advantage lost for the moment. Xpero, he's got too many to deal with, but Crazy Guy is in there to help out. And Laz falls eventually as well. A 4K for Crazy Guy in this round. RRQ starting to take control of this map.
Yeah, just makes it relatively clean enough. Ending up on the B side was always going to be difficult for Sharper to try to contend against because of the angles and how difficult the shots would have been to land. I mean, you look at how Kadoom swings out with that Marshall, right? And it all just unfolds from there.
I like this cue, man. I like this cue.
He loves it. And they know that they can continue to build off of this as well. A potential bonus on the cards for RRQ with 3 guns preserved and a judge now in hand. Xpero plus Kadoom. Both sides just trying to do their best at fighting for map control.
Take flight.
PTC taking a separate angle to try to peek against Jemkin, maybe. Not yet, though, and RRQ in all this time just continuing to stay wary and cautious of some of these forward positions. Unbeknownst to them, however, Garage, the main point of contact for Sharper. Bit of presence towards C, but ultimately not much else. You still have PTC close by, and you should be able to fish up something. Spots it out.
A site going to be the point of contention, and Xfero just deletes PTC, but Apinya holding reasonably well alone. Gets that 1 for 2, keeps this one possible for Sharper.
Yeah, 3v3, they still have utility for that retake.
No significant connections there for Crazy Guy. Does slow things down a little for Sharper, but they've got plenty of time. Right, straight into the trip. 2-on-1 now. Niz cannot put it together. RRQ up to 9, and this game is starting to snowball away from Sharper very quickly.
That's right, Jordan. There's that bonus. It all happens because of, again, I mean, I think a little bit more impactfully, it's Xfero. First kill against PTC with a judge. And then you've got his trips, which continue to, well, trip up Kadoom. Like, he's trying to get in, right? But would have had the timing otherwise. But that trip was there. And that makes all the difference. So RRQ's map pick starting to come back now.
Timeout.
All right, starting to get a bit intense now for Sharper. Second timeout going to be called. They are kind of seeing the writing on the wall. If nothing changes, RRQ will go on to win this map, and it seems like they'll go on to win this map in a big way. I mean, the 5-0 lead that Sharper had feels like a long, long time ago. You know, the last 10 rounds, 9-1 split, favoring RRQ. So Sharper need to find a way to stop this blood kind of flowing, or they're just going to bleed out.
Yeah, I'm really afraid of the latter. This timeout obviously intended for the former, but you know, on defense, it's extra pressure. You're struggling for information or just trying to retain map control, but RQ's very good with how they're just creating bits of pressure all around, and when they do decide to cut in, like they cut in hard because of players like Zan, Xfero, Magnet. So of course, just working against the back foot now. Guns not on their side for Sharper. It's tough. But we'll also have to listen in to see what RRQ can find.
We go away.
Can be close long kang.
Sobat tukar pinnya guys. Sobat ke ulti ya. Yeah, it's okay. Come closer. Don't close you guys. Can you swap the long? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick with the drone, okay? Check what's left. I'm picking with the drone.
I'm holding the long. No one left. Nothing, see guys. Keep walking, Masim. No one long. One more TP and go walk. I think he's a chop somewhere. Go to okay? Wait, guys. Just wait, wait. Go away together. Wait for Masim.
Only one.
He don't know me. Wait. I'm holding short, guys. One close C.
Hold charge for charge.
I have right side.
Okay, can lift check.
Guys, I have C. Go C.
Oh, the call is to go back to C, but what they don't know is Sharper have pushed down middle.
I mean, they're not pushed down middle far enough to actually stop this rotate over to C, though. Oh, and Jemkin, well, he doesn't have C anymore. So the call is to go back to A. It's been a bit of a ring around the rosy here for RRQ, but they will ultimately make the correct decision. Get that plant down over on A. So that works out fine.
Yeah, always playing clean and safe. The only thing they lost was just an outlaw. So ultimately, at the end of the day, onus still on Sharper to try to make sure that this lead doesn't get too far away from them. But by the looks of things, you know, depending on how that timeout fares for the upcoming rounds, it's definitely tricky. Pushing down middle is not going to be enough. And with the way that this map can be so chaotic, with like small areas and corners, little bits of map control and gaps that RRQ can find themselves in, it's always going to be tough. A little bit inconsequential, just be able to pick up an off point here and there. But for RRQ, still building up.
Yeah. It's just another one in a row for RRQ. I mean, it seems like at the moment maybe Sharper have kind of run out of ideas, run out of options, run out of steam. Obviously, it's not their map pick, so you can still look at that and say, okay, we've got something to look forward to in Sunset, but right now, if they're not able to get anything done here on Haven, it is going to be a pretty heavy momentum bias against them.
Yeah. And this is just day one of Pacific play-ins, right? We've already seen one Challengers team go down to, well, KRX, Onsite Gaming, unfortunately. I want to see a bit more resistance with Sharper. Okay. No.
It's a bit too easy for Zan to be finding a kill like that one. Kadum, there's a lot of space there on A long, but getting back on out and you're losing players all over the map. So just, you don't get to play this round really as Sharper. That's the unfortunate truth.
And it's these moments that are really costing Sharper, well, the rounds and maybe the whole map. Like such trickery.
Pinya looking to try to get back into it, but really it's just not enough. You're going to need more than that one single kill. Even if they do get a couple of entries, you've got this long, late lurk coming through from Xfero, which you'd think will probably get the better of them. Monyet, I'm not sure what's going on there, but Kadum takes him out of the picture. Now Pinya in as well. Maybe there's a chance in here for Sharper. You still have to get past Jemkin and Xfero. It's now just Jemkin. How have they put that round together?
RRQ, I gotta be honest. A little bit overcooked.
What happened there?
Everyone was split all across the map. I mean, that's how they got the round to begin with, right? Zan with the little slippery play into Garage. And you got, of course, I think, Xfero just trying to lurk all the way towards A site as well. But in all those little moments, once Pinya, Kadum, they start to find a bit more forward space by Garage. They start to crack themselves into sight. Monyet, I believe, tried to go for some kind of flash TP play, but finds himself out in the open instead.
I don't know what that was.
It's just down like one by one. You know, the dominoes start to fall.
Well, can that result in something more for Sharper, I guess is the question. Can't just be one round and then done. PTC tagged low, by the way, and Pinya still trying to fight for control here over on short, but he's not going to get to keep it as Jemkin is going to invest that dimensional drift. He's going to pull the RRQ guys across to this site as well. It's not worked out. Pinya for a double again. He has been so consistent for Sharper in the past, and he's doing it again today. See if PTC can step up. Good shot in onto Monyet as well.
Down A.
Now leaving Crazy Guy and Zan, and this is where maybe the defensive half starts to come alive a little bit for Sharper. A mishap from RRQ in the last round, and a good round out this time from Sharper. And all of a sudden, it's game on again.
Unless Zan can somehow bring things back, it's going to be tough with 3 barrels staring down your angle. Smoked off by Heaven as well. Yeah, this should be done. But other than that, you're absolutely right, Jordan. I mean, Pinya just does so much on his own. Information from PTC surely, and the op being able to step backwards as well with that K crash. But it's how he gets these kills into the smoke, you know, it's kind of recognizing what RQ is attempting to do with their own Yoru ult. And that's just going to be kind of the story of the match because both teams are playing very similar, you know, game plans. So as long as Sharper plays it safe and tight alongside a lot of these extremities of the map, they should be good for trades and everything. Oh, well, there we go, traded.
1 for 1. That's okay, as far as both teams are concerned, but Niz is going to recognize he's under some real pressure. That doesn't matter when no one looks in your direction. A 3K from Niz. And Sharper are back in a big way. RRQ were well and truly in control of this game. This map was going their way. And all of a sudden, you know, they hit a hurdle, they hit a speed bump, and now it's all falling apart.
And just Xfero. And they made a gamble on the B site. And the flop, the turn the river. It doesn't work out for him. Doesn't pay out. Sharper. Niz in a position well overlooked. And Niz, a player himself too, by the way, the newest addition to Sharper, was on, bouncing between, there's a little, no offense, but no-name teams here and there. Picked up because Sephiroth was called up to the Full Sense squad, and he's still providing this much value. 9 and 10 now, that's the close gap. And RRQ just cannot afford rounds like these. Calling out to his opponents. Niz was also in tears after winning out that grand final. It was his first LAN, I believe.
Well, now it's time for maybe the pressure to go back on the other foot, as RRQ are going to have a bit of a think about things here. They've also utilized their last timeout now. You're getting a really inspired performance from Zan and from Xfero as well, but it feels like Jemkin, Monya, and Crazy Guy are almost passengers, right? And that might be part of the reason why RRQ, they've had these sort of bursts of rounds and they've looked good, and that's when Zan and Xfero have been able to find these big rounds. But is there enough depth actually at the moment right now for RRQ, right? Is there enough being done across the board to actually push this over the line? Sharper thinks no.
Potentially.
Potentially?
I tripped up on my words. But yeah, no, I mean, you have a lot of these options because of the composition that you're playing. Jemkin can create pressure and TP elsewhere. You hope to see certain plays like that, but not yet, not right now. Sharper's still looking to kind of double up on sites. Early flash.
Yeah, it is a half buy from RRQ as well, so they've got a little bit to play with in this round. Again, Overdrive always can add a bit of extra firepower.
A little bit of information for Niz as well. PTC looking to provide assistance.
Enemy mark.
Well, the drone kind of confirms a bit more position. Just one spotted, though. Still considering the fact that it could be a bit of a re-hit in towards A site.
PTC's waiting for it.
Crash can expire. RQ waiting for the same thing.
Here comes the push. Decoy baits out the initial op shot, and Zan gets the better of opinion, but PTC looking to lock it down still. He doesn't spot anybody else out on this A site. Info coming through for Sharper that the A site was actually a fake. This is where Crazy Guy could really come into play, but just misses his shots. Laz deals with him. Lockdown coming through now as well for Sharper.
Look at Laz's angle.
They might just try to jump on the defuse straight off the back of that. We'll see what they do end up opting for. It's Laz that wants to try to have a little bit of a look outside. Doesn't actually see anything. They know they've pushed the players off of the B site. So fast lane up, smoke up as well. And they're just going to try to look to sit this defuse and see if they can make that happen. The spam through is not really that effective when it's a stinger. So 10-10 will be the equalizing scoreline, and Sharper are, once again, like I said, coming back, and this time in a big way. RRQ now feel like they've got their backs against the wall.
Try was the operative word as well. Little post-plant hold, flushed out by the lockdown, but all they had were stingers. Somehow Laz still being able to land the shot onto its Crazy Guy, though, makes all the difference. They just did not, RQ did not have the range back onto that spike. So feeling a bit dejected now, but we'll see if they can shoot themselves back into the game. They have a full buy on the upcoming round. Spreading themselves across the map a little bit more this time around. A bit of presence.
Ooh. Oh, that's awkward for Jemkin. Just had too many options and couldn't decide which one he wanted to go for. C-site in the meanwhile, though, is being overrun by RRQ, so they will lose Jemkin, but they will take the site. They will take some space, and now Xfero's going to see if he can find a little bit of room to work as well. Biding his time for the moment. Looks like RRQ want to maybe try to play this on the front foot, which I think is the right idea. Given that they're down on numbers, there's some damage in there from Zan, but not enough. They haven't found themselves a kill. They need another from Zan, and they're not going to get it. Crazy Guy, will he be the one to step up here in the 2-on-2? Opinia is low, but Laz is also there to have a bit of an impact, and Monyet ducked in on the side, could do nothing. Sharper put together another round.
Pre-aimed and pre-fired.
It is over.
Just a little bit more locked in than RRQ, I think. I mean, just a lot of these little plays. You see the drone going in to clear out garage. If you're Sharper, you're wondering, like, why on earth would they do that? There must be a lurk outside. And just Kadoom clears that out, you know, for all the little exchanges that Zen had. Even getting the spike down onto the A site. Just having that one opening pick against Jemkin gives Sharper that much more confidence, much more value in numbers. And Nish is having the time of his life. What say you, RRQ?
Oh. BTC is going to be pushed away. Missed that shot, obviously. Zan happy to just try and feel his way into that A site. Sharper don't seem too concerned about having to play for the retake here. Pinho going to see if he can get some damage out with the shock dart. That one not bouncing.
Spike planted.
Second one doesn't bounce quite far enough. So RRQ get a pretty safe plan in, but they don't really have the weaponry here. This is going to come down to them finding a couple of opening kills, maybe starting to cause a little bit of chaos, but you'd think that Sharper should be able to make this retake happen. They're going to try to give it a crack. Kadoom a little bit too slow on that slide. It comes down again to Pinho to try to pick up the scraps. PTC is there to help him out as well, but Monyet ducked underneath. Is not going to be able to do enough this time around for RRQ. It was a decent enough start with that initial kill onto Kadoom. You thought maybe there was something in it for RRQ, but now it is Sharper's chance to find the first map in this series.
And want to swing back in a turnaround, huh? Again, it's the trip that kind of slows down Kadoom. I think that's what the shock darts were for, trying to break them. But even then, this time around, just the team having the willingness to flood through with Kadoom makes all the difference, because then they were able to find the trades. Just waterfalling down back into her hell makes it that much more difficult for RRQ, and PTC chiming in now as well. Really starting to feel themselves, but it's not done yet. RRQ are still able to afford another bye, and there's a chance for an overtime.
Who's next?
There certainly is. 2 in a row required, though, for RRQ, and it's been something like 5 or 6 here for Sharper. So probably put your safe money on Sharper at the moment to close things out. We'll see, though, as that A side has been taken, and again, it's going to be another retake required here for Sharper.
Yeah, watch the trips again. Maybe broken apart already.
Yeah, there's a shock dart to clear it out if it were there. Last lane does go up. Dart out from Crazy Guy to see if they can get a bit of early information. Jemkin boarding back as well. But PTC and Kadoom have the entries they need. This could be it for Sharper as they push their way through with reckless abandon. And that is map 1 done. RRQ slapped in the face by Sharper, the team from tier 2. What does this mean for the rest of this series? Well, it is going to be a big uphill battle now, as RRQ will have to go into Sharper's map pick next to try to save their series.
It's just always going to be a little bit spicy in a fight between SCA teams, but in that one, Sharper showing the resilience, showing the mindfulness now, breaking trips, coming back in with their own retake protocols. They had the flashes, they had the recon, and everyone else to follow through with it, the decoy for information. It's just difficult, but you have to be stunned and shell-shocked. That's it, though. 13-10. What a performance. Let's toss it down over the stage with Jen.
There was Sharper Esports head coach Leaf and assistant coach MYM for translation. Thank you for stepping in. First things first, PTC on the Viper instead of the Yoru. Tell us about this change.
เราจะเพิ่มมิติในการเล่นมากขึ้นแล้วก็เราเป็นอันเดอร์ด็อกรายการนี้ก็อยากเล่น2 duel แบบปะทะไปเลยครับผม
So basically it's like because we are underdog team in here, so like we want a bit freedom for PTC, so we kind of change from Viper that like unlock him with Euro so he can impact with the operator also.
Oh, unleash, right? Yeah. Well, You guys won the first map. Do you see this going 2-0? And what adjustments would you like to make?
I think 2-0
He say yeah 2-0
Yeah?
yeah
Any adjustments before sunset?
ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ แล้วก็จะบุกเยอะๆไว้ เพราะว่ากันค่อนข้างมีปัญหาอยู่เมื่อกี้
He say like we have to focus on our attacking side because our defense right now have some a little bit problem, so we have to fix it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I would love to see that 2-0.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gen wanting a fast day, it would seem, but I, for one, would love to see this go the distance. RRQ, some signs of life, kind of around the midpoint of this map, but ultimately, they let this one slip through their grasp.
I can't lie, I thought it was going to be over for Sharper when RRQ mounted that comeback, and then it was them that stretched onto the lead, but in classic RRQ fashion, they can't hold on to it. Sharper get this done on their opponent's map pick. I think they were well prepped. I think this was a smart veto, and I think they proved it and executed in the server here.
Yeah, I mean, they came into the map super hot. I totally agree. I was worried about the choke, but for anybody that's very familiar with watching Thai teams in challenges, in Tier 2, this is what they do best. They make the other team look like they are like leagues better, honestly. And then they unfortunately let the game get away from them, but they're able to get it back together. This is going to be something that you're going to see from both 555 and Sharper, to be honest. They're very streaky teams. They're going to go on really good runs of rounds, and then maybe things might get a little bit spicier, but that's going to make for some very entertaining games.
Yeah, I mean, for RRQ, probably going to be kicking themselves over this one. I mean, it's also their map pick. Yeah. Sunset, it's still a decent map for them overall, but not being able to clinch this on Haven now puts the pressure on them. They're the ones with their backs against the wall. Sharper can be looking for that 2-0. And yeah, I mean, RRQ, are they going to be able to recover from this? They've shown in the past that they've been able to do so, but right now it feels like the majority of the team looking a little bit off kilter.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately for RRQ, this is another stinker on the Yoru from Jemkin. He either carries the game or he has absolutely zero impact. We saw his initial game from Yoru on Ascent be a pretty good one for him, but unfortunately for RRQ, not looking like the well-rounded unit that I tipped them to be coming into this game, whereas Sharper, I think across the board, all of them kind of had their moments, but particularly I think Apinya and Laz were the standouts for me.
Yeah, I totally agree. I feel like Sharper executed entirely as a team. RRQ, it was a one-man band. Really, a one-man Zand, shall we say. He's doing it. Come on, that's good. He's doing it by himself there.
It's not
that
good.
has to have been off the dome.
That joke, to quote Patitek from his post-match interview alongside Bangnam, very stinky. Very stinky. That was horrendous. But let's go ahead and look at something that was a bit better than your joke as we dive into the highlights.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Sharper is expected to do. Straight away in the pistol, they get off to the races. Very aggressive rounds towards that A side of the map on their attacking side, and then they win themselves the bonus. They absolutely run away with this game, but RRQ, they responded very well after their timeout, and I think they started to recognize these tendencies and adjust to them well from Sharper.
Yeah, I think this was a classic, like, we're so back, it's so over, sort of grapple up and down, where they started really strong and it looked like RRQ were going to be in trouble. They turn it around, and then it's Sharper that do manage to recover really well. Like you say, I feel like they're a bit hot and cold, very streaky, but they certainly got the better of RRQ there.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a rough one to let slip after having, what was a 5-0 start at the very beginning there for Sharper. So good for them to be able to, really settle in, deny RRQ the run back, and then take it from there.
I mean, Apinya has been phenomenal. We wanted to highlight him. He was the best performer from Sharper. Not, amazing like 30 bomb or anything like that like you saw on the other side from Zam, but this is what you get from Apinya. He plays a role that doesn't traditionally put up a ton of numbers, and he's always going to give you above average numbers and have these impactful rounds. This is a perfect example of it. He was, how many sober players on the A side of the map would just play retake there and not try to fight the execute? But with the bunker smoke, he dives back into the site and gets himself a 2K. These are the kind of moments that really change the game.
Yeah, but of course, it's not quite all doom and gloom there for RRQ. Started with a solid performance, but Zan looking like the standout player, and he has been on this upward trajectory. So this is his side-by-side versus Nongshim just last week, that close bout where they were able to come out on top. He continues to have very strong impact with this Neon on Haven, and I think one of the things that's not really reflected in this is I believe he went like 8-2 on first kills, which is kind of crazy and also criminal that they have him performing this way, and RRQ still can't clinch that win.
I mean, exactly. I was impressed with him against Nongshim, and even more impressed today. We said Zan has played against this squad a lot. He knows what to expect from them, and I felt that in the server. I feel like he was in the right positions, making these multi-kills happen, but it's just not enough there.
Yeah, there was like a round on attack. He just ran into Gary Window and completely gapped them.
Yeah, he was playing with so much confidence.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about Pinya, his flexibility, but PTC bringing out the Yoru, leading from the front line. See Nongshim, it can be done! You can have your IGL play the Yoru, but this is a glimpse well back into the past. We talked about how long this guy's been around. 2021 APAC LCQ Grand Finals versus Northeption. They were able to take that, make it to the first ever champions, and these are the agents he played across that, and it is a mixed bag to say the least.
Yeah, and he was the best performer for that team. I think right there with John Olsen, he put up 100 across 5 maps, but the thing is, I really like the fact that they changed PTC from the Viper to the Yoru on this map. It's only one agent different. All 4 of the other players, rookies to the Pacific stage, are going to be incredibly comfortable playing the exact same agent that they usually play on Haven, but just changing one player. Having PTC change his agent to the Yoru when he's incredibly flexible and he's able to kind of make that adjustment without the pressure getting to him, because he's been doing it for years, it's such a nice change, and it completely changes the style for Sharper there.
Yeah, it's a really neat coaching adjustment. I feel like PTC adapted to it brilliantly well. It lets him get on that operator where I thought he was actually pretty solid. So I think that gives me a very good sign that they're well prepped for this series, especially as we move towards their own pick of Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, the coaching staff in the interview there with Jen saying they wanted to just, you know, come in, the underdogs, change things up a little bit, try to catch RRQ off guard and unleash PTC. And while he wasn't topping the ports, he was still finding that impact, especially with the op in hand. But speaking of hearing from the coaches, speaking of Jen, we're going to send it back down to her and hear from the RRQ side.
Here with Coach Jovi of RRQ. Now, Jovi, your Haven looked really, really solid the last time you played. What was going on this time around? Do you feel like it was just getting antied a little bit too much?
We just were not shooting back. There was a lot of moments where we should have had kills and we just weren't able to execute it. So it just became a little bit harder than it should have.
Well, how do you fix that then?
Wake up. Wake up.
Well, Zan was fragging. Is that something you're looking forward to exploiting on the next map?
Oh, 100%. I mean, he's having fun. He's enjoying it. So we're just letting him play his game.
What else, though? What do you need to look out for from Sharper Esports?
I mean, to be honest, you know, they're the underdogs, right? So they're just coming in and happy to play, but they deserve to be here. So we just have to respect it.
All right. Hope you guys wake up.
Yeah.
That is my alarm ringtone.
Very good, Jen. Very good.
That's great. The man is down 0-1.
I thought she was going to go for like a system of a down. You know, wake up!
I thought she was going for the heartbeat monitor because I'm getting concerned about RRQ here being 0-1 in this series. They are running the same comp on Sunset that they ran against Nongshim. A close loss for them, but a win against Full Sense. Although they don't have a good record on this map, I don't think it really shows their true strength on it, and I think they have a chance to reverse sweep here if they can lock in.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise pick here for sure, but they're bringing out Neon Phoenix. It's a Pinya who will be on the Phoenix. Niz is moving across to the Sova, and PTC on the Omen. We just spoke about how flexible it is. I am surprised that they go for this kind of composition, attacking into a Sage and a Chamber, though. It might be a little bit rough, but it depends kind of what they've got cooked up in the kitchen there.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll have to see. You know, can they come out on top with that pistol? Obviously, that's where the wall is going to be a big, big thorn in their side. So let's see if this could be yet another 2-0 with a Tier 2 team coming out on top. RRQ looking to try to start a reverse sweep as they head into their opponent's map. Pick up Sunset will send it back over to Elfish and Quack.
Yes, let's see indeed. And I have to say, I'm feeling pretty confident for Sharper right now. RRQ, you know, they make that map kind of close, but again, I think it's kind of off a really good game, obviously, from Zan, and a very good game from Xbero as well. But if they can't get the rest of that unit kind of putting anything together here, I think Sharper's looking like the better team today.
Yeah, Jemkin is definitely the one under the microscope right now. He needs to pop off on this chamber. I mean, double Sentinel, it works like, at first glance, works perfectly against this double duelist. Something that Sharper doesn't normally play, by the way. But all things considered, just very curious to see how they're looking to employ some strats with this composition. Pinya is not shy to play this sort of role alongside Kadum. Obviously, forcing a bit of a shuffle and rolls between PTC and Niz as well. But anyway, all the way up middle.
Yeah, nice and quick through the map here. Sharper playing with confidence. Kadoom overrunning Jemkin, and that is also the B-side kind of overrun. So already RRQ on the back foot.
Just any prep that you might have done leading up to this week as RRQ is just tossed aside now because Sharper is just playing such a different style from what they did or used to do in Split 2.
Oh, Laz. Oh, Laz not able to quite manage to land a shot that he needed. So actually does end up giving up his life, and he didn't have any backup. Now the big X factor in this round is going to be Opinia on this flank. He doesn't have a lot of time because Sharper are being pressured on the site. He's not got there fast enough. It's Niz, I should say, by the way. It was on that flank. The dart's going to go through. He doesn't have any shock darts, so the wall is just going to win the round right here for Sharper, for RRQ. The defuse goes off. That's awkward for Sharper. I mean, they had the site, they had the setup, but they just couldn't find the fights that they wanted. It was too late on the flank there as well from Niz.
Yeah, I don't know, the desk might be onto something here. I mean, a little bit of a swap up in the roles might force some uncomfortableness. That Achilles guy, the host, he's pretty good. He should be a caster, by the way.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, down the rounds, it's a little bit awkward. But we'll write that one off. I mean, a little bit of a whiff from Opinia. We'll see what happens now.
It happens, but it does make life a little bit more difficult. You have to go through this round, take the eco, see what you can get out of it. Opinia gonna eat the shock dart, but happily going to take the orb, which is really what he wanted. I think it doesn't necessarily matter how much HP he's got in this round. Ooh, Kadoom is finding some nice entries so far. Both these rounds have been opened up by him.
There.
Very quick and clean. They heard the trademark, smoked it off clearly. Regroup towards B and then hit the site. I mean, it's just Jemkin in position. He does have a Marshall though, so should be good for at least one. Brings the numbers back, and then you look at like what the pistols if Sharper could do. A couple of bandits and a sheriff.
Jemkin actually recovers nicely from that flash. Get the shot in onto Laz. You are going to see a plant through here for Sharper, and
Spike planted.
with that pick that they've got, there's a chance in this round. PTC as well, giving them another now. You really do have to start to get a little bit interested. Kadoom is hitting shots with this Sheriff. Jemkin and Zan have to get this one done as a duo at this point. They're going to be walking their way forward, and Sharper aware that they're coming. PTC going to try and find himself a timing out of this smoke. He needed a little bit more room there from Niz. Not going to happen in the end. The surprise round from Sharper is not there, but RRQ were tested for sure.
Yeah, it makes it more difficult for him to possibly come up with the bonus now. I mean, Zen definitely, for a while as I was watching that and Kadoom swinging past, getting a lot of Sheriff shots, just thinking about Seth doing System of a Down. But, yeah, no, Zen definitely did wake up and save the day for RRQ. So just really showing off, like this is the most, I don't know, like high FPS thing that you could do sometimes. Go for the duels, have the sight, swing and peek at when you have the advantage against your opponent. They just don't expect it. He was so sharp. So definitely needing to respect that as well. And now the guns being held. RRQ walks away with the ult, just trying to extend any advantage they might have. But Sharper again up middle. Third time in a row.
This time with some guns in hand, so a bit of a different ball game. Laz is just going to be dropped off the bottom of B main there to watch for a potential push. He knows Jemkin is on the move. Just sticking around, forcing him back away. Out in mid, they're waiting for this rotation. It was a wise peek from Monya that he did not commit to. But still, the fight is in, and Kadoom happy to find the trade there. For the death of Opinia. There's numbers still here for RRQ, so they are going to make it difficult. Jemkin also getting involved now, and Crazy Guy with that Spectre is getting a lot more work done than he probably ought to. This is now starting to become problematic for Sharper. It's fine to lose round 1 and round 2, but this bonus round, if RRQ convert on that, it really puts them in a good spot. So right. Laz absolutely needs to get this done.
Retrieve the spike.
Wants to go A. They've heard him. They know he's coming. Uh-oh. Oh, that is just bad news all round for Sharper.
Otherwise, incredibly well done by RRQ. I mean, had all the advantage, had the guns. RRQ were a little bit more broke than worse, but just risky with how Sharper wanted to go for some of these fights that they were trying to force out towards top mid. They smoked off the back of Boba to give themselves some extra coverage, wanting to force that fight against RRQ as they had that rotate off. They managed to take down, Monyet here and there. But Jemkin just goes through the smoke as it dissipates, finds shots. Crazy Guy with an off angle as well. It's very just, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not unorthodox, but it's just so, it's such a complete 180 to how Sharper was playing back in Split 2. And I don't know, if they've practiced this in scrims, I don't know if they're comfortable doing it on this stage now. You can start to see like the concepts and everything that they're trying to employ. It's all there still, but definitely at times it's you expose yourself to certain risks, and RRQ can take advantage of that, and that's how they'll take that bonus. It's very difficult, and you're also working against Economy now in round number 4. RRQ just happy at the prospect of potentially building up such a strong lead. It might have been 5-0 back in the first map, but now around map number 2, Sharper's map pick, RRQ will be happy to extend their lives, but
there's an RRQ fan in the crowd, but we'll talk about that in a second, as we do need to get into the comms here. It's getting a little bit messy. Let's hear from Sharper.
เดี๋ยวควันอยู่ตัวบีเจ็บตัวบีเจ็บแชมเบอร์เอารอกลัวมาแก้อยู่กลัวมาแก้อยู่กูรอตาเขาแข่งมึงกับพี่เอ็มกูไหลอยู่เพื่อนโอ้แต่ว่าแล้วดีๆกับแชมเบอร์คู่เลยโอ้โหฮะแชมเบอร์ยิงจากไหนบอมพี่ตายไอ้ตัวว่าน่าจะหิวแล้ว
Oh, it is. That kill actually kind of making this one a little bit interesting. Shock Dart to go through is going to hurt Monyet, but again, it's going to be that wall that causes the problems. Xfero will finish it off. Nice and easy there. 4-0 lead for RRQ. I mean, Sharper they're probing in these rounds. There's no doubt about that, but it doesn't really matter if you're not able to get around on the board.
Definitely. I mean, you see the quick plays again. It's still at middle. You have the overdrive. Yes, they get the spike down, but it costs them quite a bit. And while you heard in their comms that they were noting the chamber, they just weren't aware about how he could position all the way down into site itself. Multiple angles where they're still, again, exposed. So all in all, it's just Jemkin starting to build up that confidence as well. Now it's tour de force. And as Sharper, you would have to be extremely wary of the angles that you're looking to play.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Well, running back doesn't result in too much there for Opinia. Now it's Kadum that's trying to work his way out onto this B side, but he is alone. He's kind of isolated. There's the smoke up as well, and so RRQ just swarm the side, and Sharper don't seem to have an answer. I don't know if that exactly went to plan. The wall potentially causing an issue in there.
Oh my god, Hunter's Fury Rip to try to deal with the res, but nothing connects.
Yeah, this round, a big mess for Sharper.
So I know we're 5 rounds in, but it feels like this whole map is just up in flames.
Yeah, which is crazy considering this is Sharper's map pick, but RRQ putting together a good defensive half on Sunset at the moment. Now, do have PTC that's kind of gone on this very, very long lurk, and I kind of like that he's going to take the risk here to just keep on going. You don't necessarily need to clear out this A site. Yeah, you can do that, but I think you have to take the gamble that it is going to be clear, or clear enough that you're still going to get that spike plant down. You need to find yourself a kill here, and this is what PTC's looking for. That is exactly what they need to get them back in this round. Now they've got the plant, and a 3-on-4 post-plant. It is workable for Sharper if they can find the next fight.
PTC needs to stay alive. Smoke's come back. He's got a flash and everything as well. You just don't want to make it too easy for RRQ, though. Provide a bit of resistance. So Smoke's off the drop. Wow. RRQ.
Zan on the front foot, trying to look for those entries back in onto the side. Hasn't got anything just yet. It's a decent one onto Niz. PTC hiding inside of the dark cover, has to eventually back away. This is tough for him and tough for Laz. Impossible in the end as RRQ will claim their 5th, a 5-0 lead.
And the decision by Zan to pop off that overdrive as well. Look at how it clears out into the smokes. Just does enough damage to chip PTC down to low. And for everything that happens, not too bad, right? You know, like you said, had to take that gamble, but you just, again, have to look to the start of the rounds. Like that, this is just not Sharper at all. Double dive in, Kadum gets absolutely isolated from the rest of the team. What? RRQ, they're doing a fantastic job with their setups. Had the same comp against Nongshim, walked away with a win. And now it's a Tiles crunch.
Oh, Zan once again being put to good work. And this time a 3K from him before he's eventually brought down. Just completely disrupting any plan that Sharper had. They don't have a chance in the round. This is going to have to start to feel a bit suffocating for Sharper at this point.
Right, the round's just started.
I have retrieved the
You've already called in a timeout. Like, I don't know. I'm starting to choke up a bit. 2v4 as soon as the round begins, and there's just no option.
Here.
Fighting for control even is going to be tough. You wait for the wall, perhaps, but then, like, who knows what's on the other side. All you have to work off of for info is maybe Kadum to jiggle, Laz with a cam, but that's it. Even if you got the spike down, like, you're thinking about the retakes. Fantastic call by RRQ, but crazy guy to set off such a play. I mean, you got the flash, you got Hunter's Fury, you've got Zan sliding in.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I wonder if Sharper's going to just sort of miss their window here. It seems like if they go in and plant now, they will at the very least get a plan. I think once you get a plan, anything's really doable, anything's really possible. Obviously takes some skill, takes a bit of luck as well, but there's a chance, and that was not it. Going around the corner into 3 players. Now Laz has to really try and find a fight isolated, but doesn't get the one that he wants, and so that'll be 6 for RRQ. Not even really a whole lot of excitement on the stage, as it's kind of a foregone conclusion, really. 6-0 the lead, and RRQ just taking this one step at a time.
We just want, like, some signs of life, you know, like 1 round, maybe.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you still have to credit RRQ for this call. Like, they had the ults, the setup to work for it, and this is a great way for them to cement their lead on this map. It will be definitely, like, if RRQ actually loses this map, and it is indeed a 2-0, like, they would have thrown horrifically. But that's probably not likely. I say probably. So just continuing to watch and see how the rest of the rounds play out. It's a bit of a scuff by for Sharper now. Light shields, rifles. They're looking once again to assert themselves into B. A lot of resistance with smokes and everything all afoot.
Once again, going to try and hit that B site. Haven't had a lot of success here. Haven't had a lot of success anywhere, to be fair. It is Kadum again that's going to be sent out alone. Seems to be the tried and true for Sharper at the moment, at the very least. Teleport forward from PTC. Now they're starting to get a bit of space, but Crazy Guy and Zan are looking dangerous. There's another one for Crazy Guy, and PTC caught on the jump up. Just nothing really working out for Sharper in this map. The timings are off, things are awkward, and once again they're fighting for their place on the site. In the 2-on-2 now, it'll be the creep forward, but Jemkin's waiting for it. RRQ have got an answer for everything Sharper try.
Teleport's ready.
No answer, no reprieve. Like, it wasn't bad initially. You see how the fast lane baits out the paranoia. Kadum gets in a corner, Niz gets in, maybe he looks for the spike plant. They even find some duels and exchanges, but as soon as they break apart from it and everyone else from RRQ starts to trip back in, it's like angles, it's a bit of nerves, the ledge up on the back of sight, and Crazy Guy just takes advantage of that, walking away with 3 kills. Jemkin as well to finish off the job. 7-0. This timeout is more than desperate now, but I just don't know how much else you can do. You're absolutely broke down in the dumps. Just hoping for, I don't know, like, not a 11-1.
A miracle. They're hoping for a miracle. They're hoping for a hero. They're hoping for someone to step up here. I mean, Laz is 0-7. PTC, who had a really good first map, is 3-7. Opinia also 3-7. You know, these are not numbers that are going to be sustainable. They need to start getting some frags on the board. You can talk about strats, you can talk about setups, you can talk about this and that. But if you're not shooting back, which is, you know, what was said in the coach interview in halftime by RRQ, you know, it becomes very difficult to win rounds. And it kind of feels at the moment that Sharper are just not getting the opportunity to shoot back. A lot of the fights feel unfavorable. It's not working out for them at the moment. This Sunset pick is very quickly blowing up in their face, and at that point we're going to need a decider of Breeze. They'll approach another round with a bunch of Sheriffs, see what they can do.
They will break market and try to take duels. RRQ's so ready for this.
Yeah. Crazy Guy, though, not landing his initial shots at the second attempt. He goes one better. Could have been scary there. If Crazy Guy would have fallen, all of a sudden you're talking about a 3-on-5, and that's when the Sheriffs can really start to come into play, but very quick recovery. Again, no success for Sharper in this round, really. I mean, some damage, certainly. PTC with the headshot onto Zan, but doesn't feel like you're going to put a round together off the back of it just yet.
Spike down mid.
Now just Laz, who is killless at this stage and will remain so. 8-0.
What a peak by Xpharaoh. But yeah, it's down to that mid again. I mean, they had pistols, you know, they tried to gang up on someone. What are you going to do? Flash by Monyet, and Crazy Guy for the off-angle peek is just perfect. Pixel perfect. Next round, let's go.
Okay.
We've seen the mid plays, we've seen attempts at shoving it down B. Let's give it a go towards A side, Sharper. They have Niz with a Hunter's Fury as well, but what we really want to see is just something strong, steadfast. The double duel is, while they do create space, it comes at a cost. So it hasn't been clean. And again, it's the composition that RRQ employ that's really hampering Sharper as well. Like, this is so perfect.
There.
Wall plus smoke slow them down. Laz has not been able to find anything much else either. Tempted to break the market door and maybe set up a different angle, but just keeping presence around A main for the time being.
Yeah, Sharper seeming a bit tentative in this round for sure. Drone's going to go forward into B-Link, but even if they take that space, they're still not really much closer to actually taking a site. Going to drop Laz off to see if he can find a lurk kill. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad walks their way towards A. Slow orb invested is going to keep Sharper at bay for a moment.
30 seconds left.
2 players posted on that line as well. Flash around the corner. There's a smoke up now. Xpharaoh's just going to spam through it, and they go straight into Crazy Guy. Again, nothing working out for Sharper.
Spike down A.
PTC gets himself one, but realistically speaking, it just feels like an absolute nothing round once again on this attack. Rez invested as well, just to sort of rub salt into the wound. This will be a 9-0 lead for RRQ at this point. There has been absolutely nothing in this map for Sharper so far.
Trying to remain as professional as possible. I'm crossing my fingers for, like, not an 11-1 just because I want to see more Valorant. But this is not it. They tried to slow things down, you know, with presence, not really working the map that much. Like, there wasn't enough presence towards the B site to try to keep RRQ at bay. It slowing down does work out because they do kind of bait out more utility away from RRQ, but as soon as the executes go in, like the off angles, it's just still too painful. Laz on the lurk is incredibly patient, but you don't see him taking duels, and that's something that he's very accustomed to as well, which sometimes does bite Sharper in the back, but here we go. Bit more of a retake setup for RRQ. They left the side open on purpose. They're fast flooding back in.
Yeah, Plant's gone down. Again, you know, there's the makings of something here for Sharper, but they need to find probably the opening pick or two, and that's not going to be the case. Xfero up on top of the wall as well, catching Niz out. It's just slowly but surely getting away from Sharper. PTC tries to pull it back in with that Phantom in hand, but he can only get himself one, and Laz will certainly not be in the position to make any kind of difference to this round anymore. So 10 on the board. RRQ up to double digits.
Just so clean. Oh, is there a celebration by Monyet again? I think I hear it out of my headset. Like, look, they left it open. Jemkin had an off angle. Rendezvous out easy. Of course, you've got a little elevation with the wall as well. Zen always able to slide back in, provide a lot more assistance. They're just having a good time. Surely not. Like, this can't continue. Back towards Jemkin.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Oh, Pinya does get dropped. Sent back. But that's okay. That's what Sharper were looking for, just to force that space, and they do get themselves into the B side. Again, the lurk coming through, and this time Laz successful. His first kill of the map. And, well, it probably could have come at a better time, I suppose. It could have come a little bit earlier, but it's something, and it might actually allow Sharper the chance to get themselves around. 2 for Laz, he's doubled down, and all of a sudden it feels as though Sharper are back in for a chance at least in a round. I mean, the best case scenario here is going to be a 10-2 deficit. That is nothing that Sharper will be excited about, but it's better than a 12-0. RRQ still looking to try and get it in that direction, and they will. Of course they will. 11-0. Sharper are doing everything they possibly can to try and get through any of these rounds, and it is just not happening.
Monyet the one to do it too. I mean, look at the guy. Up close and personal. Yeah, okay, Laz does get his kill and takes down Jemkin as well, which is very neat. But what's happening on site? Monyet just a jiggle against Niz, who, with low HP, starts to panic. You can really start to see that set in. And as soon as Monyet just like taps on the spike, Niz is, oh, I gotta turn back around. Monyet's just like, this is free. No way, no shot we're actually online for a 12-0. Guns not the greatest for Sharper in this final one. They've been scrounging together buy after buy, but now it's Kadoom onto a Judge, and he's just letting it rip with Overdrive.
Yeah, I think he's just thrown caution to the wind, said whatever. I'm just gonna see what I can do on my own. Hasn't actually run into anybody. B-side again, going to be the object of attention for Sharper, and this time, surely. You don't get 2 entries like that and not win the round. Please tell me.
It's gotta be. And he's Kadoom's holding the off angle with the shotgun too. You got to trip towards the back end. Like, they should have all the pieces for at least 1 round.
Yeah. Plan's gone down. Oh! Crazy Guy gets a bit of a cheap kill onto Kadoom, so that does pull it back. Fought forward from Monyet, cancelled. This is not impossible for RRQ to make happen on the retake, and if Xfero were to maybe find himself a couple of kills, he could potentially find a res there as well, but not sure that that's going to come into play. RRQ are taking their time. Eventually they're going to have to pull the trigger. A 1-for-1 for Crazy Guys, not quite enough. Somebody needs to double down. It could be Monyet blasting his way out from B main once again. Hold up, time isn't quite there. He needs to try to push this defuse through. He's going to sit for the half, and PTC, at the very least, will win a round for Sharper.
There we go. We got it. Now what then? The pistol on the next is so desperate. I don't know. Comebacks like these just do not happen every day. Maybe not even in a whole year. I don't know. But oh my goodness. Well, what worked out this time around was just recognizing the fact that Market would be the position that tends to get held by RRQ with, you know, more of these rounds passed. RRQ, of course, does vary their position quite a bit, but being able to take down Zan and Jemkin finally just gives them, you know, a bit of relief, gives Sharper a bit of relief, a bit of distraction towards the back end with Kadoom on that wild overdrive as well. But nonetheless, Crazy Guy as the halftime MVP, the IGL of the team, just being able to put multi-kill after multi-kill in some of these retake scenarios or fast floods. It's been tough for Sharper, to say the least.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair statement.
And by the way, Sharper are now, like, again, just to remind everyone, Sharper are now going on to their defense with their double duelists. Double duelists that we've already kind of established or seen that, you know, they're not too comfortable with. I mean, we're thinking about, like, maybe the retakes or some early space, but it has to be Kadoom and Apinya to be able to, like, bounce off one another the way that maybe Mei and Yatsuka do or did in that last game against Team Secret. We're not seeing any of that right now. Okay. Well, there's a free orb. RQ not revealing anything just yet.
Alright.
Last maybe easily overwhelmed here.
He's just going to try and maybe grab himself one and then back away. In the end, it's actually the latter. Without even really looking for a pick, he tries a peek over the top of the smoke, but RRQ are wise to that trick. It is their smoke. PTC can't see much over the top of the Sage wall, so he just goes to work to try to at least reduce that impact somewhat. We'll be able to break through it at a moment's notice now. Sharper have to make this retake work, otherwise this map is over. But this is such a strong post plant right now for RRQ. The Paranoia does connect, but Jemkin's still able to find himself that kill onto Kadoom. Zan's on the other side of this engagement as well with that classic, and he's good for one. Numbers deficit for Sharper. A tap on the defuse, it's not going to work. Sharper are just getting nothing out of this map at all. RRQ take the second half pistol, and I dare say they will be taking the map as well.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's going to take more than a miracle at this point. Look at this setup. Xferro is just so good. Jemkin gets a shot mid-slide. RRQ looking alive again. They had the slow orb on top of the Sage wall. Just slows down Sharper every bit, every step. So great way to redeem themselves from that second half back on Haven. Then we think about Breeze and both teams off course. Nothing to scoff at as well. This should be quite a doozy. But still game not over yet. Just the pistols for Sharper. We'll see if Laz can try to hold off as best he can. Trips being broken. Reinforcements called in.
Oh, that's awkward for Jemkin, but Zan happy to feast on the scraps. Kadoom and Apinya go down. So a 3-on-4 here that Sharper are going to try to make work. That Shoddy not really doing any real significant damage, but Monyet able to come sliding through. Leaves PTC on his own, and he's now been spotted out as well. That is that. It's a very unceremonious finish to the map as RRQ kind of just swat Sharper aside as if they were nothing, and Sharper are going to be looking at that and thinking, why on earth did we pick Sunset? Because that has not worked at all. Sets us up for Breeze.
Yeah, why did we do that? Why did we swap compositions and put, you know, on Phoenix and try to walk into sights? It's just so unlike them. They tried it. They did manage to get the spike down at certain points, but against this composition, which RQ employ the double Sentinel, they just got hit with roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. 13-1, Jordan. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I feel a little bit bad for the desk because I don't know that there's a whole lot necessarily to touch on with this one. Just felt like everything Sharper tried to do, there was an answer that RRQ had, and it wasn't even it wasn't even as if, in a lot of cases, Sharper was necessarily doing the wrong thing. It just happened to be that, you know, their timing was off, maybe they missed a shot, maybe somebody on RRQ kind of, caught the nice timing, whatever it may have been. Just nothing, absolutely nothing working for Sharper. All of their plans, all their setups, and eventually you kind of just have to throw that into the bin and throw caution to the wind, at which point you probably lost the map at that position anyway. So very tough one to get through for Sharper, but luckily, obviously, they have the benefit of having one Haven, and so they will be able to, at the very least, fight for this series going into Breeze. For now, we obviously have had a lot to say, but it's hopefully going to be a lot to say up on the desk as well. Let's hand it back.
Hello again. It's not been that long since we were up here. 13-1 RRQ. Well, if nothing else, I think Jen's alarm clock might have worked.
Yeah.
They woke the hell up. Look at this. 9-5 in first kills, but only the 1-round win.
That just might have been some of the only kills they were getting, to be honest. RRQ was absolutely cooking them here on Sunset. And this is what I was saying. Like, I feel like it looks like a weak map for RRQ, right? They're 1-3 on it, but some of those losses come when they were having some health issues, they were having some roster changes and things like that. Their Sunset is not as bad as it looks, and particularly that defense was just impenetrable.
I mean, it's dominant. It can't get any better than RRQ. Look at that timeline at the bottom of your screen. I could park a car in those gaps because it has to be stretched out. It was over so fast. I felt like it was over before it began, to be honest. I think RRQ, the composition just absolutely hard counters what Sharper brought. I'll touch on that a little bit more, but Crazy Guy cut top in the charts. I feel like everyone is consistent, whereas on Sharper, nobody could get the ball rolling.
Yeah, and we were just praising them for the fact that they prioritized some of that player comfort, but this is a map where it's a map they didn't play back in Challengers SEA. They've swapped a bunch of the roles around. Yes, Kadoom is still playing the same role as is Laz, but then you've thrown a Pinya on the Phoenix where, look, he is a flexible player. He does play Sky and he can play it very aggressively, but something hasn't clicked here for Sharper, unfortunately. And this is what I was saying the other day when I was saying you need to be careful as these Challengers teams with the 1 month prep time, because you can overcook. You can go away from what was working for you, from the style that qualified you to Pacific. And if you stray too far away from that, out of your comfort zone, the tier 1 teams will punish.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only just straying away from what was working for you, but it's also locking in something that is not going to work against the composition that you know the enemy team is going to be playing. So kind of just shooting yourselves in both of your feet, I suppose, is Sharper with this one. So a very rough go of it. Obviously, they do have that cushion. They secured the first map, so it's not over yet. They still have a chance to secure the series, but when you come onto a stage like this for the first time, taking a loss like that, 1-13, that could rattle you for the third map.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like they made it so hard for themselves. Time and time again, they were getting stopped in the chokes because they're bringing out Neon Phoenix, which is meta on this map. A lot of teams do it, but RRQ are playing a comp that is anti-meta. It's built to stop Neon Phoenix. We see time and time again, they're getting shut down on the B side. Even when they let them out that initial choke, they can then bombard them, get a slow down, limit their space, and have very comfortable retakes when they need to. With that wall, I feel like they just couldn't get the ball rolling because everywhere they went, there was suitable utility in the face to stop them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jemkin was pretty solid on the chamber as well, causing them a lot of problems. For Sharper, look, this wall was fantastic as well. There was a lot of contact-heavy approaches. There was a lot of one-dimensional attacks into the sides that were very easily swatted away from RRQ. Everyone was fragging across the board, and I don't know, it just ends up looking a little bit questionable at the end of the day, because it's not even like Sharper haven't played Sage. They played Sage on Breeze as well as Pearl. Like, they understand the idea behind what they need to do to attack into a Sage, because they've been a team that's employed it throughout their Challengers SEA run, but I didn't see any of that. It felt like they were trying to force their way through the Sage U2 and getting absolutely domed.
Yeah, I mean, this is I mean, they just have to bounce back, frankly. I mean, hopefully they'll have the wherewithal to be able to do so, because this is a little bit of a shocker, especially after how that first map went. Like, it's such a strong start into getting rattled a little bit at the midpoint and then securing it, looking good, going into your own map pick. But, I mean, right at the moment, as it stands, we've got both Tier 2 teams 0-2 on the Sunset as they decide to bring it out for the very first time. So maybe a reapproach to, you know, for the next series, regardless of this, if this one ends up as a win or a loss.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Guy was phenomenal this game as well. I just want to highlight highlight his individual performance, because I felt like against Nongshim as well, first map and second map on the Sova, he was also fragging. I think he's someone that sometimes he has some underwhelming fragging performances because the IGL gives you the brain drain sometimes, and you know, you can sometimes kind of fall behind in the individual numbers, but I honestly think when Crazy Guy is feeling himself, the amount of impact that this guy delivers for you is insane.
And I love the way he positioned himself all the way throughout this series. In that defender half, he's moving really fast. He's often there in the site to be part of that stopping power. He's shock darting. He has a dart there for when they come out, and he's just a gun on the site to fight. He puts himself in positions to get kills on this map, and he rewards himself with it.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. I mean, you can hear it in the comms rounds when we listen to RRQ. I mean, he's talking a mile a minute. It gives me you know, a run for my money on that front. And when we come up here, you know, waiting for the map to kind of come to its conclusion, you can very much hear him kind of, you know, piercing through all of the chaos in the round and making sure that he's dictating everything here for RRQ. This one, very clean win for RRQ, which isn't something that we get to say too often. They do like to play a tight and long series.
That was weird for them. Look, Breeze as a third map decider. They most recently did play an OT against Nongshim when they swapped over to Jemkin once again being on that Yoru, and it went pretty well for them, I have to say, although Nongshim did make their life quite difficult. For Sharper, we did see them play this map once during the Challenges SEA regular season, and they played this Sage comp, which is a little bit weird, a little bit out there. I don't know if they're going to be rocking with that heading into this particular series, but I'm a little bit worried because they haven't really repped Breeze that much, and although RRQ has been a pretty woeful Breeze team in Pacific as well as in between the seasons in Stage 1 and Stage 2, I feel like there's some promise there. I don't think they're as bad at this map as the numbers necessarily tell you, and I would have said the same thing about Sunset, and they just 13-1 Sharper on it.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree, because I feel like since they changed this comp, they put Jemkin back on the Yoru. He had a great day on it. I think Monyet on that Harbor was also fantastic, and Zan has had a huge uptick in performance over the last 2 weeks. I'm a little bit worried for Sharper here, because, I mean, we don't know what way they go when it comes to this composition. They've had enough time to rework it away from this Sage. I think Sage is very strong. We saw that even on Sunset then. So I don't mind if they want to double down with it, but I need to see a clearer, more consistent plan that isn't as one-dimensional. It felt like in the last map, they were getting stopped and then they couldn't adapt. They couldn't bait out that util. So I need to see something a little bit more robust from them.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious to see if they do make the full pivot over, trying to work the Harbor in. You've had a month to basically workshop that one, try to get ready to go, shift away from perhaps that Astra, and then keep the Viper in the mix as well. So we'll have to see. I mean, clearly they're willing to make changes. They have tried workshopping some stuff, and some is better than others. But maybe here with Breeze, floated as a third and final map, maybe a little bit more stability for them.
Yeah, look, we'll see what we're going to get. I feel like last map they tried to play the meta and play Neon Phoenix, which is kind of what has been good in the last little bit, but I don't think it's as cut and dry as that. And we've seen that in Pacific. We've never seen kind of more diversity in Agent Comp. There's actually less teams playing Neon Phoenix and more teams trying to counter it successfully or go in a different direction. So I'm kind of hoping Sharper is doing something similar to what was working for them in Challenges SEA, because if they've recooked this Breeze comp, I'm a little bit nervous about it.
Or even over in map 1, like I feel like Neon Phoenix is strong. That's not up for debate. But if you have to shift everybody around, if the roles aren't comfortable, Opinia ended with, what, 5 kills there? So if you're not able to make it work well, then you don't have to go for it. There are other styles, there are other angles. Even on Breeze, we've seen a lot of different options here. So we'll see what they're bringing. Oh,
Harbor's in?
Yeah, but
they're going to run the same thing again, and it's attacking side. I'm pretty concerned for Sharper, I'm not going to lie, because I felt like RRQ, particularly on the defensive side, played this comp so well against Nongshim, who I regard as one of the better teams with Neon Phoenix, honestly, on the attacking side of Breeze, and they often pick this map, so I'm a little bit concerned now for Sharper, honestly.
That's exactly it. If you're RRQ, this is what you're hoping to see on the other side. Literally last week, 4 days ago, you'd prepped for this. More or less exact same style, so I think they'll be feeling great about this. The onus is on Sharper to wake up, to be the one setting the tone and the pace here on their attacking half.
Yeah, one team asleep in that first map, and the other one kind of just went topsy-turvy. Couldn't quite find their footing. Sharper now pushed to the brink here. Map 3 for their first ever appearance on the VCT Pacific stage. Can they close it out, or will RRQ get that reverse sweep? We'll find out with your casters, Elfish and Quack.
That we will, and look, hopefully it's not going to be a repeat of the last map, because I think that would be a very anticlimactic end to what hopefully will amount to be quite a good series. That's kind of what we were expecting out of RRQ and Sharper. We said it when we came in for that opening game. This should be a 3-mapper. It is a 3-mapper. It's been a bit of a weird one, the way that it's come about, but we got there in the end, both teams dropping their map pick, and now we get to see really who's going to be able to cut the mustard at this point. So, how are you feeling about your prediction, Quack? What do you reckon?
I don't know what to expect. I mean, like you said, it almost doesn't even feel like a 3-mapper just because of how fast the previous one went on Sunset. But here we are. And like the desk was talking about as well, RRQ are more than happy to contend with this. Sharper are the ones who have to show a more diverse style, not just Neon Phoenix for the sake of it. But right now, okay, they are holding off to the back end, letting the clone go by. PTC towards middle as well, like trying to set up for some kind of an A split.
Blocking fire. Portal closed.
Oh, just going back in towards Cave as a whole. It will be RRQ who are forced to kind of think around it, but they have all the pieces, and with Zan and Jemkin, 2 heavy hitters close by, Sharper have to watch out.
Plant down. So that's the start here for Sharper. Got the wall up at the moment. And Laz will be able to pop his wall up in a second too. So there's going to be a lot to get through here for RRQ. But Zan, with a couple of headshots, already able to dislodge Niz and start to push that pressure onto Sharper, pushing them away from their own site at this point. PTC, Apinya, Laz, they're going to try and get it done. That double from Apinya is a good one. Flash through as well, but now PTC needs to jump into the cove, and that's never going to be a great time. So RRQ will take the pistol, and they will maintain that momentum from Sunset into Breeze.
Yeah, again, you start to see similar issues. I mean, what is... Like, stage a rebellion. Why are we trying to conform to the meta? You're seeing the flash get sent in, but they didn't expect the Cove to be on the other side for the defuse, and even then, as it starts to happen, Laz is a little bit too far off from the team, so his lurks and flanks are kind of late, and PTC just diving in like that as a harbor is just a little bit too desperate right at the end. So very clean and simple for RRQ to take that back, especially with Zan online. Now you look towards the B site. Well, at least you'll maybe secure a close to round 3 or 4 Phoenix ult.
Spike drop.
But look at the trips that get set up by Xfero again. Much like the first map, they did hamper Kadoom down quite a bit. Jemkin still marking 8. Main for information as well. Like, this is what big time means when he says it's one-dimensional. You're just hitting a singular site. It's just trying to work with the meta. But if you're not working a map, it's going to be such an easy read for RRQ. They slide past the trip for now.
They found my wire.
Not for now, but it's actually not going to be a commitment for Sharper here towards B. Okay. They have pulled a pretty big rotate from RRQ.
Oh, this is interesting. Pull the rotate, run down middle. Jemkin spots the smoke, so he kind of calls his own team's rotation. Left. PTC still that far up behind. It's a classic, though. It's not the easiest shot to hit, but it's a chance.
All right, plant down for Sharper. Yeah, the problem is they've got 4 classics. That's really not a lot of stopping power. You need Kadoom. Oh, no, mind, there's a bandit there as well. You need a classic couple of kills from Kadoom with that Sheriff. And we've seen that he's capable of doing that, but is not able to really get involved in this round before he's lost a couple of teammates, and that might just be, unfortunately, a little bit too much to recover from. Defuse there, easy as you like for RRQ in the end. I guess nice for Sharper to get the plant down, but realistically speaking, doesn't amount to a whole lot. 2-0 for RRQ. Sharper going to have to do it the good old-fashioned way, again with the guns back in hand here for round 3.
That's right. I mean, it was always going to be close, so they weren't trying to hold on to the spike linearly anyway. They tried to, throw in utility, Kadoom to try to find a flank through the cove, but RQ wise to it, always had players positioned to mark these positions and angles. So one step ahead of Sharper now. Does Sharper finally show us something noteworthy? Onto the full buy round, immediately taking cave control. Are they prepared?
Ooh, well, PTC and Kadoom are prepared, is all you really need to know. Are they aware that Crazy Guy's here as well? He could actually do quite a bit of damage right now. Kadoom's gone out past that cove, so he's not going to be able to do too much about Crazy Guy just yet. And they do patiently wait for it to fade, which will be the end of Crazy Guy's shenanigans. He was trying to get crazy with it, that guy,
Enemy remaining.
but it didn't work.
Yeah, he definitely has a few screws loose sometimes. Makes for great plays like that. But yeah, down to this 2v4. Even with Laz that far off, I mean, a solo player just to push in was always going to go down. Just fishing for, you know, maybe the ult, but unfortunate for Monyet. Anyway, being able to take that fight out towards Cave definitely boosts Sharper in their attack. But you can also see, I mean, you know, not to continue to poke holes at Sharper or anything, or actually I am going to do that. Laz is still very far off from the team on his lurks, and he's very patient. He's not really like creating that much presence or cutting off players on rotations yet. So I'm hoping to, you know, while we are keeping our eyes on that, hoping to see that it starts to provide a bit more value. Otherwise, he's just always going to be separated from the rest of the pack, which doesn't do much. So kind of write that one off. RQ will be able to buy back in for the next round. Then you got to watch out for Jemkin. Is he going to have an op? Yes, he is.
He's always going to have an op, this guy, I think.
Glass cannon. Of course, Opinia does have the run it back, though, so maybe a way to push this off its angle. As we take a listen in to Sharper and their push.
เหลืองมั้งน้ำเกียร์หน่อยขวาใกล้เจอไม่ขวาใกล้เชียร์เต้ยกูจะวางเต้นลองได้ปะกูเล่นที่เดิมเนาะแต่กูวางเสร็จเดี๋ยวกูโดนให้เต้นเต้ยเดี๋ยวโบเต้ยมีมากดิเต้ยรอคอร์เทียมรอกลางเทียมรอกลางเทียม
Spike planted.
เต้ยกูรอเล่นมึงกูรอเล่นเข้าใจตัวครับตัวว่าเยลโล่อยู่น้ำถ้าจะถือได้ก็ถือได้หลังไปได้นะเว้ยกูเล่นหลังให้ตัวแรกให้อยู่ต้องตายไวมึงวนไปฝั่งนู้นอะไรนะกูแอบเลยปล่อยดอนเลยเพื่อนนักว่าหลังผมแล้วหลังผมแล้วตอนตีอ่ะเพื่อนวิ่งออกไปบอมกูได้วิ่งออกกลางบอมเยลโล่มีของอะไรบ้าง
Lots of back and forth at the moment. Kadoom in the position to make the difference. It's Opinia actually that does get that shot past Kadoom. Defuse tapped again here by Monyet. He's going to try and bait them inside that cove. He does one better, goes out of it himself and gets the better of Opinia. Now Laz can't see anything, but that defuse is too far away for RRQ and too far away for Monyet. So it'll be a round for Sharper. It was a good effort from Monyet. He saves that op through to the next round as well. But a round for Sharper as they start to build upon their presence here on Breeze.
Yeah.
That's a shot.
Did not even realize that that was the case. But as you can see, Laz lurking a little bit far closer towards middle now. And even though there was an initial kill by Monyet, I believe, up around the pyramids, while Sharper tries to trade, no, they just hang back and set up their own little flank out towards the defuse instead. So being able to bring numbers back in that form really bolsters their attack. Okay, but a slight misclick. Not enough damage against Jemkin.
Yep, Jemkin low though. Could be an easy finish for Opinia, who doesn't manage to land any shots on the way through there. Gets the better of Crazy Guy. Now a flash around the corner. Double flash, in fact. And a wall. So just going to try and dump as much as he possibly can. Goes inside of that cove, only to be on the receiving end of a massive shot from Zan. That's all right. As far as Sharper are concerned, B site is open. They are going to be more than happy to take up residence.
Oh yeah, Laz taking some proactive moves. Now it's B site. But how do you hold around this? Low HP on some of the RRQ players. Sharper should have this in their books.
Spike planted.
As long as they play the right positions, which they are smoking off a lot of these exposed angles right now. Still want to watch out for the very lethal, fatal operator player Jemkin. Looking to thin their herd at distance.
Laz looking around, but it's PTC that gets the opener. Both Zan and Monyet now down, and Jemkin's had enough of that. He's out of there. Just wants to take this op through to the next round. It's going to survive another round for RRQ. I don't know that they would necessarily love that trade if they have to keep saving the op, but it's going to be rounds for Sharper. I think they'd look for something alternative. So 3-2 Sharper back in front, and the first time in quite a while now that it feels like they've actually, looked pretty competitive in this series, because we all saw what happened on Sunset. This would be a nice confidence builder for Sharper back into the third map.
Lovely little bit of it. You do see Laz starting to do a lot more. Apina as well, some heads-up duels. Does try to find a bit more of the flash, but eats a Bucky shot instead. So RRQ still in this fight as well. Let's not forget that. The op now with full armor, and Zan taking a more aggressive angle, supported by Crazy Guy on the recon. Looking to slow things down if Sharper does try to maybe flood through.
There we go. There's a relay bolt that should slow them down. Apparently not for Kadoom. Fast lane up as well to try and just sort of dissuade anything, but in the end, Sharper continuing to push their way forward. Crazy Guy, he is dodging everything. At 31 HP, surviving on that site. You've got a little bit of alert coming through here as well from Laz that needs to be cleaned up, and unfortunately, Crazy Guy's not the guy to do it with only 30 HP. So again, another sort of slower round from Sharper, but they've kind of got themselves a workable position on the site until they decide to just start taking some 1v1s. PTC, he's going to be spotted out now as well. And so he's just on his bike. Does not want a bar of it while that Dimensional Drift is still in play, kind of scouting him out.
Do we bike over to B site now?
You'd think that that would be the sort of obvious choice, I guess. I wonder if that's what he's going to opt to do, or it seems as though it will be.
Keeps the crossing safe, tries to conceal his movements, but there are trips on the site though, and I think that's something that he hasn't really seen yet.
I'm not sure these are the kinds of trips that he'd be running into, but the camera will spot him anyway.
Okay.
He does get the plan down. The trips will be a concern if this comes, into a sort of play around the pillar. I still don't know that he's actually spotted that trip out. Cove is actually going to give him a bit of room to kind of work his way forward. I actually like this a lot. He's got off of the side. It's a cheeky position. It is a risk to take, but you have to take a risk in these kinds of circumstances. It's not going to work out favorably for him, but it was a damn good effort from PTC. And RRQ will find their third.
Cutting through.
Oh yeah. Evening out the score, both sides, very similar ideas in mind around that smoke, you see it. But ultimately it goes down on the site itself too. And that is incredible work by Crazy Guy. Alongside Zan, of course. Like a little slowdown, gets a shot off. I don't know how PTC got one through a smoke, which is pretty impressive. But then you have this little moment where the Reckoning, the Harbor Ult was sent through. Laz peeks before it even comes across. That is just a little bit too painful to witness.
Wait, but Lisa, I think...
It's an open line for Jemkin to get a kill, and now more words to be had with RRQ still trying to bolster up their defenses as well. Mid being attempted this time, but look at Jemkin.
Quick push in here from Kadoom. He's just going to try and take matters into his own hands, see if he can steamroll over a B site. Maybe at the very least try to draw some rotators across, and he's done a very good job of that. At the very least, there's 4 players away from A. If the entry is hit, then that'll be the site there for Sharper, straight up. So Zan can still cause a bit of a ruckus around mid as well. Good setup here for Sharper.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Still a bit tough for Doom, so he's going to stay close by, but Crazy Guy now fishing around. Apina does have a run it back, though, so this is still going to be a tricky round.
Spike planted.
Kadoom doesn't really need to do too much at this point, just needs to be a pest, and he is doing more than his money's worth with just that classic. It's cutting down the numbers of RRQ, leaving just Monyet and Crazy Guy at this point to try and save their guns. Becoming a little bit of a recurring theme for them, having to save these weapons through.
Especially the op. Ooh. Hunting down for it, though, Sharper. Just a little corner, but you still have Kadoom and Laz close by. I think he might have spotted the barrel. He's going to pre-fire. The op's gone. Monyet. Okay.
It's not gone. It's not gone. The op will never die.
Oh, man. All right. But yeah, like it's such a big piece of the puzzle for RRQ that Sharper kind of uses it against them sometimes. Like this one was just Kadoom running it down middle, or running it up middle with the overdrive, and clearly, you know, that's a tough shot for Jemkin to hit as well. He was trying to set himself down towards elbow or down towards B tunnel instead, thinking that that might have been where, you know, Sharper could have positioned themselves, but like it's just all over the place sometimes. So perhaps a bit more of a passive, more defensive approach from RRQ now. We'll see what the timeout provides for them, but safe to say, Sharper definitely doing a lot more. It's looking more two, maybe three-dimensional now. I can count.
Yeah.
I counted 6-7 back in that previous game.
Crazy Guy has a lot to say apparently in this timeout. It's given the lads a bit of a pep talk. A few Jemkin fans. I don't know if they're necessarily getting what they signed up for today. He has been okay.
Yeah.
But he hasn't exactly been the driving force behind RRQ.
Not yet. A little bit different from that game against Nongshim as well. I mean, he was topping the charts back then and did bring RRQ to that 14-12. Don't know if it's going to be the same this time around, though. Still keeping that up, of course, so we'll keep an eye on things for now. But with his sights trained towards middle, he's going to have support marking his back because Sharper are setting up for that A push.
Oh, Kadoom. Straight into the side already. Once again, Sharper allowed that access, but Zan is going to show who is boss in that Neon duel. Unfortunately, he also runs into Niz, who says, I don't care about your Neon duel. I'm not a Neon. Also, by the way, RRQ have completely rotated over to A, so that's not a bad shout from Sharper, but they still need to do something with it.
Laz breaking the trip. They're a little bit concerned over middle, or maybe players to chase them down A main. But ultimately, with Laz clearing out the site now, they should be able to get themselves safely over. Laz has to watch out for the forward space towards Archers, though. Crazy Guy's very close by.
Here.
As is Jemkin.
Plan down for BTC. A few damage players here on the side of Sharper. They do have the advantage of playing the defense in this circumstance. No ultis to try to keep RRQ at bay, though. Let's see how this one plays out. PTC, bit of an off angle, catches one. No more than that for him, but at least the trades are through. 2-on-2, gets brought back down. The Jemkin fans in the audience will be pleased with that, but Apinya is in the position to clutch this round out, especially with that kill. He's got the hot hand still available. Flash there as well.
Oh my God.
He's just trying to bide as much time as possible, but you can't do enough against Jemkin, who will sit the defuse and take the round here for RRQ.
Thrifty.
There was no tap. Like, he's just trying to buy time for it. I can hear some desk slams below us as well, the Sharper coaching booth. That jump peak was way too wide. Tried to go for the air strafe back into safety, but a different game, bro. Jemkin just lands his shots, and that is definitely something to cheer for. Look at that.
Oh my God, Maxim, you're the goat. Bro. Sorry, I spoke to Maxim. It's okay.
Booted. All right. And now we're at a 4-4. You got to worry about economy pretty soon again. Sharper can't let these rounds slip past, but it's back towards middle.
Oh, Jemkin.
Ooh.
Out of the picture early on in the piece this time around. That's not exactly how that was meant to go. Big opportunity again here for Sharper to strike and do some damage.
Yeah, back to the drawing board of worrying about Laz on the lurks as well, which is why Xfero this time around has to stick close by on B site. Sharper looking to find that weak point towards A. It's Crazy Guy who comes back in with the op. Shot whiffed, reinforcements called. This might be exactly what Sharper wanted. They'll end back up on B.
Deploying drone.
Drone just to keep presence confirmed. Draws out the smoke as well.
Oh, Laz. Another nice entry here as well for Sharper. It's making matters worse for RRQ. Gonna dump everything in onto that site, including the Reckoning, which honestly at this point unnecessary because Sharper are just winning all of their duels. Plant's gonna go down. This has turned out to be quite a straightforward round for Sharper, and I suppose that's what happens when you get 2 opening picks in that fashion.
Oh yeah. Still trying to take that off, and Kadoom will be the one to do it in flawless fashion as well. And this is much more like the Sharper of old. I mean, they might be employing a double duelist, but it's down to these more methodical calls, little mid-round plays where they create presence and pressure off of the drone, just trying to keep players invested over on the A site. Laz with a couple more players do manage to isolate, I believe, Xfero alone over by B site, and that's when they strike. Guns all broke for RRQ now, no more op in the hands, just Jemkin onto a Hero Vandal. Trying to make some plays off around it as well. He's got Zan to support. Trying to pinpoint onto Laz, who has been the sole lurker.
Oh, Zan with that opener onto Laz. You're right in saying that he was a sole lurker. There was no one there to trade for him. There was no one there to help him out. So at this point, Sharper are going to have to do it without him. But this is a nice lurk out onto the side. A very nice contact play if they can find themselves a pick. Crazy Guy, at the very least, though, seems to be aware. Time is of the essence, though, as that rotate is starting to come across. Kadoom spots it in middle, though.
Crazy Guy.
Sharper in all sorts of trouble on this side right now. It's the double classic duo, Monyet and Crazy Guy, that have actually blown this round wide open. But it still might not be enough. Kadoom with the ace from downtown. That round was looking over. And then Kadoom arrived.
What just happened? This round just delivered everything. I mean, it was entertaining on multiple fronts. It was a little bit comical with how Crazy Guy against Sharper were playing Ring Around the Rosie on the pyramids. He finds the shots with the classic, but it's Kadoom with that overdrive with the final beam on towards the last player as well that does it.
Oh.
Timeout.
All right, well, that I think is going to warrant a bit of a timeout here from RRQ. That really felt like it could be the round that actually breaks this final map open, right? RRQ, a bunch of classics. You don't expect anything if they win that round. That's a huge mental swing in the favor of RRQ, but now it's almost gone directly back in the other direction with Kadoom coming up with a big ace. So RRQ just need a bit of a mental reset, I think, at this point.
Yeah. Definitely need to cool things off for Sharper as well. Just can't be allowing for things like that to happen. There was such a good lead, numbers advantage and everything all brought up, but I'll think to what else the rest of the half could afford. Now there is an op in play, a lot of words to be had. They've been forced to contend and ponder about multiple lanes of the map. I mean, at that round they managed to isolate Laz, which wasn't too bad, but onto the site and some of these actual like micro fights. Still the positions around it. Sharper with the Neon Phoenix are great at taking these close range engagements. So back to the op again. And op for Sharper as well, Kadoom this time. Definitely puts a bit of fear towards RRQ while they jiggle back and forth safely around their current positions. As soon as the fast lane pops up though, and flashes and high tides into the A site, you have to watch for how quickly Monyet and Crazy Guy could scramble. I mean, the Reckoning, you would hope, slows things down against Sharper.
Oh, Monyet. Not game to try to take the fight to Sharper if they had lurked their way out onto A in the end. Ooh. They've actually bided their time. Gonna drone their way forward. Nothing spotted so far on the site just yet, but Apinya has managed to get across with that runner back. He's gonna try and hunt for a fight here. He's not seen anything. So in the end, the rest of the squad will follow suit. And once again, Kadoom is watching that rotate in mid. RRQ can't afford to keep losing players there. Good tag in from Crazy Guy. The second connection, though, not successful, and so Sharper have the advantage at this point as RRQ are trying to bully their way back into the site, but just having no real success. Monyet and Xpero up against this pit are not finding it easy. And Monyet, 1 HP, can get nothing done. A nice double from Laz, and Sharper go to 7 and start to take control of this map.
And it's also starting to become much more like that chess match between the two teams. Again, PTC, Crazy Guy, like they are wondering or considering so much with how, like, do they want to let the Reckoning go early? How do they want to slow things down? Because it's so tricky with how Sharper can always mid-round, go for mid-round calls and pivot back over to different sites if the utility gets baited out the way they want it to. But no, this time around, it's just met with resistance. You got Kadum on the op, you got Laz with the Viper's Pit, and Kadum on the op is still landing shots.
Yeah, he's doing some real work this map. He's maybe taken a little bit of time to sort of come alive for Sharper today. I think he was one of the sort of big talking points for this lineup, but this is now finally where we're really starting to get to see what he can do. Taking Jemkin out as well, as there's a big scalp to take early on in the round. Potential 8-4 lead on offer here for Sharper if they can convert this.
RRQ, everyone else left with less utility now too. Like, they're so worried about, you know, potential lurks and the rest of the site still that they're keeping their defenses spread thin. This gives Sharper an advantage in hitting the A site. Oh, they're calling a cancel? They spot a rotate. It's like 50 seconds left to go. Just everyone that group up and hit the site in full. It's the last round of the half. Might as well.
Revealing area. I am the hunter.
Is not able to do a whole lot on the entry there, but it's Kadum that has kind of been given that space to work. Apinya alongside him, and now PTC. It is just lining up just exactly like RRQ did in that round for Sharper. All in a row, easy kills. Sharper are on their way to 8. Xfero's not going to get much done here at all. That is 8-4. That is a very scary kind of scoreline for RRQ to have to deal with at this halftime break.
Switching sides.
Absolutely. They've spent timeouts as well. Might just be, well, our first team on the first day of play-ins. Sharper, they keep this up, making their mark in Pacific play-ins. I mean, it's just so incredible as well, like, to be able to slow things down. As a double duelist composition team right now on a map like Breeze, where things are so wide, there's so much space to consider, Sharper force RRQ to really slow things down and think and consider their decisions as well. And sometimes that can paralyze you. You do have, you know, 3 players stacked up onto the A site, but so what? Like, Hunter's Fury, Kadum, just to blow things wide open. He already had an opening shot with that op from before. That's ridiculous. It's a lot of confidence, a lot of faith, a lot of supporters on both sides. You're just really wondering how else the rest of the map could go. I mean, similar-ish compositions, but now you're really looking to Jemkin to, like, really step things up. He's had the op, he's had some pivotal moments, he's had that clutch round, the one clutch round in this first half, but we need so much more.
We need a lot more from RRQ across the board. Xfero was such a deciding factor in those sort of opening maps. And he was really one of the standouts on Haven, which they lost. It seems like he's maybe run out of gas here and not having a great time on Breeze. It's making the rest of the job difficult for RRQ, but still another half to see if he can improve upon that. And Sharper now onto the defense, see if they get unsettled by that or not. Similar setup to the pistol that we saw in the first half. Big setup towards the A side of the map. On both sides, it's Laz that wants to just tap away with that Ghost. Hasn't had any real success there. So RRQ are into the site. They will be able to get a plant here. Oh, that is some good damage onto Kadum.
Spike planted.
High tide to cut the site in half.
Kadum's the one with the power weapon in hand, the Sheriff. Guess he's just going to have to commit with that slide, see what he can do. He still managed to land a headshot. Couple of quick kills back on through from RRQ, but Niz landing onto Zan. Tap on that defuse. PTC's waiting for the push through from Xfero. He's seen that trick before. It's just Crazy Guy left alive now. Another tap and the push through unsuccessful. Sharper go to 9.
Take on one more of those pistols. I think RRQ had a little bit more today, but this one definitely turns the tide, especially after what we've witnessed on Sunset. Now Sharper. I mean, I was kind of thinking or questioning, you know, the high tide and how they wanted to take that fight towards the back of side, because they know that that's where RRQ are set up. Zed, Jamkin, they were all waiting in that position for quite a while. But instead, it's going to be a cove. It's a progression smoke. They swing in and out of it. Kadoom, mid-slide with the sheriff shot, like you called it. And then for the rest of the secondary squad, Niz, PTC, to swing around that as well. It's just more kills added to the bonus. And now, guns aplenty, Kadoom with an outlaw. Big spams off that cage and a drone confirming presence in towards A main. Ozan.
RRQ. Backs against the wall now. Let's see if they can put together something in this cheeky round. And Jemkin pulls out a bit of magic. What? Where has that come from? He's just done it all alone, and Niz is going to try to salvage, but he's on his own as well. Jemkin, a miracle worker on 2 HP.
Spike planted.
Might just be able to unsettle this round from Sharper and keep RRQ in the fight. Zan's not cleared. Kadoom, though, with the flick. He himself has brought this back. It's now on to Apinya to do the rest of the job. Jemkin is on 2 HP. Surely this would be impossible for him. The spike is not even properly planted for him. And so in the end, all that hard work for RRQ goes down the drain. Oh, Sharper, I mean, it's an expensive round. I guess it's not for nothing for RRQ, but man, that was so close.
Yeah, imagine if he just hit a headshot at the end. Look at that! Right through the toxic screen as soon as he peeks out on the other side. Sharper were just trying to reposition after having tossed out that snake bite and hearing all that noise that Zan was creating too. Not too bad. Like you said, it does become a bit more costly for Sharper, but they have hit the mark of double digits on this map now, and that provides a bit of comfort. Sick recon. Zan immediately backs off, knowing that there could be a player to peek close by now.
Enemy tag.
Okay.
Triple swing, and it's all been spotted out, so RRQ should know that the A side is a lot weaker, and now they're just grouping up to eventually overrun this position.
Yeah, slowly working their way there.
Sharper also quick for the rotations, though.
That is true. Droning their way through middle as well, so they'll just ensure that that rotate is going to be a clean one. No one lost in transition. They will have the full 5-on-5 for the retake, but that weaponry is leaving a little bit to be desired. Monyet, if he grabs himself a kill here as well, can just pop that Reckoning to make life even more difficult for Sharper on their way back in. If it wasn't hard enough already with all this mess on the site, Jemkin hiding inside, waiting for that swing, gets himself the one, and there's enough being done right now by RRQ to stave off the bonus from Sharper.
Close and deadly enough, you can still see it all unfold on the site. It's like some of these micro plays. The Harbor does so much for both comps. Just the high tide slowing things down, the Cove to hide inside of. Both teams trying to create little pockets that they can work around in, but this time around, it's Jemkin working a little bit better. Just being able to fill in back in and out of that Cove. So once again, trying to put his team on his back. But it's getting a little bit close as well. Guns brought back out by Sharper. It's Kadoom still in with his Neon Op. We'll have a listen in to see what RRQ tries to construct.
Jump pick, carry pick. Double pick. One, two. I hold B main for you guys.
I'll wall the elbow later, guys.
I'm coming with you guys.
Hey, right there. He's upping. Go B then.
Let's go, guys.
I'm fine. Have your ulti, guys. Have your ulti. For your ulti. I'm waiting for your ulti. Go. I'm gonna ulti now.
Wait. I will camp elbow.
Don't be man. They wipe the smoke. Can smoke.
Nothing elbow, guys.
Let's be on copy. No, guys. I'm gonna plant. I'm ulti the left side again later, okay? Okay.
B-side's going to be taken here by RRQ. No kill on the way in though, so full 5-on-5 retake available to Sharper, but they've got Kadum pretty tagged up. Thing is, he's got the op in hand, so he can still be a bit of a dangerous factor. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Perfectly timed peek onto Zan. All it takes is half a second, and now Sharper have the advantage, but not for long. RRQ bouncing back into this round, and immediately Sharper just called the save. They don't want a bar of it.
Yeah, it does become quite costly if they do lose the op as well.
That's a very disciplined call though from Sharper. I think not many teams are making that call that quickly.
Yeah, especially if they're double duelists as well. But nonetheless, smart calls. Crazy guy, you could hear it in team comms. Like, he recognized that it was an op, the same recon bolt that lands right inside of elbow. Because it was broken by perhaps a pistol from Kadum, like, he quickly recognized it and managed to shave his HP down to 7. Not too bad with the shop still, but at the end of it, it was Monyet's Reckoning that really pushes off Sharper's attempt at a retake. So something that Sharper will now have to consider for, again, like the impact, the effectiveness of the Harbor in these compositions. Just makes it tough for them to take fights, even with the little pockets that they were hiding in Monyet, which is quickly able to silence players. Apinya does try to keep himself alive with hot hands, but still needing more. So back in with the op. Perhaps now they'll avoid elbow. But where else do you go? And that's up to Coach Leaf and MYM to discuss. Otherwise, though, RRQ are just great with, you know, Crazy Guy on the Sova, just finding all these little bits of space and map control for them to eventually launch themselves into sight off of. It's like, you know, with Sharper, when we saw in the first half, it's, you know, they create presence, they'll mid-round, they'll pivot, you know, rotate back and forth, or have Laz on lurks. This is much different with how RRQ plays it. Just finding gaps and weaknesses because of Crazy Guy, because of Monyet and the post plant. So, sights set towards mid and a little bit of B around. Kadum, though, with his operator.
Very slow start to the round that might start to explode in just a second. That clone actually drawing out the initial shot there from Kadum. Either way, RRQ well and truly on their way into this A site. They have managed to wall Sharper off, but Apinya does not care about that. He gets a little bit of a sliver of vision, and he makes good use of it. Double flash through just to try to slow them down. Xfero, and now Gemkin activating as well. Have given RRQ a bit of an advantage back into this round. Niz is going to go hunting. See if he can spot any targets for Kadum, who now pops that overdrive and starts to really make matters worse for RRQ. Niz is doing all the work that needs to be done. Crazy Guy alone cannot finish it off. Laz gets himself another. 10 will turn to 11, and Sharper are only a couple of rounds away from causing this upset against RRQ.
It still feels incredibly tight. 2v1 and Crazy Guy down to 7 HP was the difference. Oh, unbelievable from Kadum, though, just to be able to land that shot. I mean, you could kind of see, like, the way Sharper positions themselves towards the back of the high tide. They want to stay alive long enough for the smokes to come down so that Kadum can have clearer shots. But it's in those little pockets that RRQ push against PTC, taking down Laz. It does hamper them down a bit. If not for Kadum with that overdrive to bring the numbers back. So close. And there's still a chance. RRQ buying up, desperately trying to keep the dream alive.
Oh, Kadum, again, going to be walled off. Apinya again gets a bit of info, but this time it's Kadum with the spam shot that will catch Zan. Oh, nothing's going right for RRQ. This feels like a turn of the tables from what we saw on Sunset. Sharper is having all the success this time around, and RRQ might be handed their first defeat in the play-ins. Apinya will be sent back. That's no problem as far as Sharper are concerned. Hunter's Fury here desperately from Crazy Guy to try and provide some space. Xfero will lose another duel in middle. That's another soldier down for RRQ on this defense. They might still make it happen. PTC gets away with one. And 2 on 3 is still not quite enough for Sharper until Niz arrives. Oh, has to be so careful. He's fine. 12-6. Laz was in there as the insurance fund if necessary. And Sharper around the way from victory now.
You know, for all that we've been hyped up about Sharper and, you know, how their performance has been up and down a little bit, but onto the second half, I am now just a little bit shivering at the prospect of RRQ, you know, a former international making team, a team that has won out, you know, entire Pacific stages before. They might be down to a single life now with the scoreline of 12-6. I mean, this is such an incredible shot. Kadum landing it into the site then. Unbelievable. Could be the last buy now. Sharp, what is this? 4-1, they're pushing outside of B.
Oh, straight into Kadum, who's going to get a chance at a second. And he's going to look for a third here as well, but Zan with the overdrive. I mean, that's always going to be a tough target to hit. Doesn't even get the shot off, so RRQ are in. They've got the plan, but they do have a numbers deficit, and they're just going to try and see what they can do to save this game. Crazy guy even might be the important factor. It's a big kill from him, actually, to catch Laz. Just Pinocchioing around that corner. Sharper have to try and put this together as 3. Pinya waiting for Crazy Guy, but Zan doing the same for PTC. It's all on the shoulders now of Monyet to save the day for RRQ. Pinya and Niz know they've got some time to work with here, so they'll just wait patiently and see if Monyet's going to give them an opportunity, which he does. And that is going to be that. Sharper get that job done, 13-6. And our first Challengers team win on the stage here in play-ins goes the way of Sharper at the hands of RRQ, a team that looked like they were on the uphill after last week, and unfortunately right back to square one now, but success for Sharper, and I imagine that's going to be a really big moment for them. It's going to be a big confidence builder as they start to mount this campaign in play-ins and see how many of these scalps can they actually take.
Absolutely. Multiple Thai teams, Thai talents that we have, but for this one and Sharper's story, numerous years in the making, Jordan. You were there when some of them began, and it all took this entire Challengers run for them to get up to this point. They deal their first blow against their opponents, taking their first dub. I mean, the sky's the limit for them. I just wonder how far else can they go? Maybe playing against KRX on the next.
Yeah, I mean, they will have some big names that they're going to have to take down, that's for sure. But as they've said throughout all of the interviews that have been done in the lead up to this, this is an opportunity that this group of players that Sharper have been waiting for a long time. You know they are going to come in prepared. It's very evident that they did today. Sunset, a massive mishap. I think we still have to talk about that. But, you know, the fact that they can still push their way through this BO3 series, having lost their map, you know, that's a really good sign, I think, for Sharper. They can fix their map pick, obviously, going forward. But yeah, I mean, look, great early signs. What more can you really say?
Yeah, I mean, just the spirit, you know, the feels that the vibes that they have as well. A huddle after the winning moment as well. This is a team, you can tell how much this entire run will mean for them. But that's enough from us. We're gonna toss it back down onto the stage with Jen for the winning interview.
샤퍼 e스포츠의 아피냐 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. GG's. Congratulations, 아피냐. And thank you, MYM, for joining us once again. 네, 가장 먼저 RRQ를 상대로 3세트 접전 끝에 승리를 거뒀는데요. 오늘 어떤 점이 잘 통했던 건지부터 물어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, you just took down RRQ in your first match of Pacific. How? What went well?
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ชนะได้แมตช์แรก
He just feeling like very happy to win this. It's because it's our first match also. Yeah.
아니, 그 퍼시픽 첫 경기인데 승리를 가져가서 너무너무 기쁘다고 합니다. 사실 정말 모두가 간절히 원했던 퍼시픽 무대에서 첫 승을 거두게 된 건데 조금 더 감정선을 건드려보고 싶거든요. 좀 기분이 어떤지 자세히 말해주시죠. I mean, you said you're happy, but you know, you have to say more because you guys all grinded so hard to get here, and right off the bat, you get this win. So talk to us about what emotions you're going through.
มึงรู้สึกดีใจก็จริงแต่แบบว่ากว่าเราจะมาถึงตรงนี้ได้แบบกว่าเราจะผ่านชัยชนะนี้มาได้แบบเขาบอกอยากให้มึงอธิบายเกี่ยวกับความรู้สึกมึงมากขึ้นกว่านี้หน่อย
ก็ไม่รู้จะอธิบายยังไงก็รู้สึกดีใจมากๆครับที่ผ่านมาได้แล้วก็ตั้งเป้าหมายไว้ว่าจะเข้าเพลย์ออฟให้ได้ครับแล้วก็ไม่มีอะไรครับ
He say like it's hard to explain but like he try so hard and like he aiming to the going to the playoff so he gonna keep trying hard. Yeah.
말로 뭐라고 할지도 모를 만큼 너무 기쁘고 그리고 그동안 너무 열심히 해서 밟은 퍼시픽 무대이기 때문에 플레이오프까지 갈 수 있도록 진짜 열심히 더 노력하겠다고 얘기를 하는데요. 사실 오늘 경기 첫 번째 맵 승리를 거두고 나서 선셋에서 좀 낙담할 만한 스코어를 성적표로 받아들었거든요. 근데 어떻게 좀 멘탈 관리를 하고 3세트를 이길 수 있었는지도 궁금하네요. 아무래도 퍼시픽 첫 무대이기 때문에 쉽지 않았을 것 같아요. Well, Haven it went in your favor, but Sunset, I don't know. It is tough for a lot of teams, even in Tier 1, to bounce back from a scoreline like that. But how did you guys mentally reset so that you can take the third map?
เว้นเราทำได้ดีอยู่แล้วแต่ซันเซ็ตแบบเราแพ้ในสกอร์แบบนั้นเราแบบปรับสภาพจิตใจกันยังไงให้กลับมาได้ในแมตช์ที่ 3
ก็คุยกันนิดหน่อยครับว่าพลาดตรงไหนจริงๆเราพลาดไม่ได้เยอะมากครับเราแค่ปิดเกมไม่ค่อยลงหรือว่าเราแค่คุยกันไม่ค่อยรู้เรื่องต่างๆครับ
We have a little bit argument after finish the map 2 like talk about how we lose and like talk about some small detail mistake actually like and he say like actually we didn't make a lot of mistake but we just cannot finish the round so after we know what we have to do, that's why we can bounce back on map 3. Yeah.
아무래도 그 중간에 시간이 좀 있었을 때 어떻게 하면 3세트를 이길 수 있을까 그리고 왜 졌냐에 대해서 좀 얘기를 많이 나눴는데 솔직히 말하면 팀원들끼리 실수가 많이 나와서 진 건 아니고 그냥 라운드 마무리를 할 뒷심이 조금 부족했던 것 같다는 판단을 내렸고 그런 부분을 감안해서 3세트에 좀 수정을 가했다고 얘기를 하는데요. 이렇게 되면서 오늘 승리가 상당한 자신감을 부여해줄 것 같은데 다음 상대는 또 DFM이거든요. 좀 이 상대에 대해서 어떻게 생각하고 있는지 어떤 경기 예상하는지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, obviously today is a big confidence boost for you guys. You're facing DFM next. So what do you know about them? What are your thoughts? What are your reads on your opponents? What are your expectations for the upcoming match?
ว่าคนต่อทีมต่อไปของเราคือ DFM เราแบบมีอะไรแบบรู้อะไรเกี่ยวกับเขาบ้างคิดคาดหวังอะไรกับการที่จะเจอ DFM บ้างแบบบอกความรู้สึกได้เลย
ก็ไม่ได้คาดหวังอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าเคยซ้อมกับเขาบ่อยแล้วก็เคยชนะเขาบ่อยอยู่ครับในซ้อมก็ไม่ได้คาดหวังอะไรเยอะมากครับ
Okay, he didn't have much expectation against DFM because we watch stream with them a lot and like we win some day and we lose some day so basically like we know each other so we didn't expect anything just prepare our game. Yep.
뭔가 딱히 예상할 수 있는 부분도 없고 크게 생각하지 않는 게 DFM이랑 스크림을 굉장히 많이 하기 때문에 근데 스크림을 할 때 어떨 때는 샤퍼 e스포츠가 이기고 어떨 때는 DFM이 이기기 때문에 정말 팽팽한 경기가 될 것 같다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 아피냐 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 내일 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. Thank you, Apinya, for joining us and MIM for translation. Congratulations to both of you and good night, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
What a day and what a start to the play-ins. Sharper coming away with the victory over RRQ. Our first Tier 1 team has fallen as they come out with the big win.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I think that touched on the interview perfectly. What a bounce back after map 2 from Sharper. I think even on the first map, I was a little bit worried that they were letting the game slip away from them, but they recovered in both of those scenarios. On the other side of things, little bit disappointing for RRQ. They look lethargic in the server. They look like they hadn't really had time to kind of adjust their game plans, and Sharper took full advantage of both at the end of the day. So RRQ are going to have to get it together in the lower bracket, or it's no chance for them.
I think a lot of people felt like RRQ, it was that time to go on a run after that 2-game win streak to round out the group stage, but it's not meant to be. Sharper, the better team today, especially in this map 3. I really like their breeze, and I think in general they came into this game very well prepped, clear game plans, and ultimately they get the better of RRQ, the first Challengers team to take a scalp here at VCT Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, taking them down with that Phoenix Neon as well, which had a couple concerns about going into this map, but I think that ultimately they found their footing after getting rattled on that second map. We're able to very much bounce back from that rougher loss. I mean, we heard it there from Vinia a little bit, saying like, well, we kept getting these rounds close. We couldn't quite convert on them. We couldn't get those wins, and it felt like, I mean, just a team with a whole lot of like mental strength here to be able to just say, okay, you know what, it's fun. We can course correct. We can come back into this, and then they did so.
Yeah, I think they've had to deal with some adversity in Challengers. I don't think the Challengers SCA final was necessarily easy against 555. That went all 5 maps. Yeah. They've had losses in the past against Motive and some of the other teams that have rivaled them in some of those regions. So I think that's a grind that they've learned throughout the Tier 2, as well as some of the experienced faces in the team, giving them some resilience there and some words of wisdom, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team I'm so excited about, as now they're moving through that upper bracket. They will be against DFM next, and I think that's going to be a banger game. Not one you're going to want to miss.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if you get Kadum playing the way that he is here, especially on this last map, finding a little bit more comfort on the Phoenix, them going up against the likes of, Yatsuka and May on the duelist roles, this could be very, very exciting. But somebody else who's, of course, playing duelist earlier on in this was none other than PTC, who we do have joining us up on the desk. And congratulations. Congrats. Welcome to Pacific. Yeah. Obviously, you've been around in the scene for so long. But how does it feel to be here on this stage and to take down RRQ?
Just like other stages I have played before.
That's a badass answer. Casual, keeping it calm, keeping it humble. I really love that. But I mean, really though, like coming to this tournament, getting qualified in, and having a chance to maybe go to champions, what would it mean for you guys to go all the way over to Shanghai?
Yeah, our first goal is to qualify to play in, and we did it already, and the rest is just like profit for us, I think.
Okay. A little bit, kind of like house money. However far you go, it's just gets better and better.
Before we play RRQ, we think that if we get past RRQ, we will get qualified for a playoff for sure.
I mean, that would be great. That's something we're all hoping for. I mean, I want to ask about your role within the team. You've been around a long time, very experienced, and we see you flexing between roles, but the Yoru on Haven, Smokes, but Omen and Harbor, so very, very different agents. Do you feel like it's sort of your responsibility to take on this very flexible role with the team because you have so much experience?
Yeah, I guess someone on the team have to do it. If not me, I don't know who else. So, yeah, it has to be me.
Yeah, I mean, I think you did a great job of executing it all today.
I had 2 questions. I wanted to ask, you guys have changed some things since playing in Challengers. You've had a long time to prep, as well as on Breeze, you played a similar comp that Nongshim played up against RRQ. Do you think that prep time or maybe watching RRQ play recently helped you a lot to win this series, or did you guys just kind of do what you were going to do anyway?
Yeah, obviously our coach prepare everything we need to know, and yeah, they just play like we read them and prep.
And I wanted to ask, there's 3 Thai teams here in the play-ins. Full Sense are present, 555, who you've had a domestic rivalry as well, are present. Are you guys the best Thai team? I mean, that was a pretty clean win. Do you guys reckon you're better than Full Sense coming into this? Have you played them at all in practice?
Yeah, obviously we are the better team right now.
Okay, great.
I love that. I mean, short, simple, to the point as far as these answers are concerned. But I wanted to ask, one of the things that we don't often see teams do is kind of have that post-game huddle that you guys had, and I think it was MIM who's kind of leading the conversation. What was discussed in that brief little moment after the fist bump?
It's like, okay guys, one more time we need to do the boom things to express our feelings like that. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a great way to do it. And I have to ask, because you're playing against DFM next. I mean, is there anything you're concerned about against DFM? Like, what do you think will give you the biggest challenge for you guys to overcome and beat them?
I think May, of course. If he pop up, it's gonna be all like hard job to do it. Yeah. But if he do it like standard or something, I think that is not our concern.
And you said if you beat RRQ, you think you'll make it through to the playoffs. Is that because you like your bracket draw, and you're confident against the teams that you'll meet along the way, or is there like some team that you don't want to play in this playoffs, play-ins rather, because it sounds like you're pretty confident in general?
Yeah, it's many things like bracket also.
Yeah.
Also, we don't want to play against T1, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Korean team, but I think DIX is like different story. I think we can beat them.
I think assuming they win theirs and you get the next, I think it'd be KRX. It'd be the next opponent on that side of the bracket.
Yeah.
So
I'd have to double check.
But I mean, it would be a really exciting one. But here's a hypothetical, and maybe it can become true. But you make the run, you get into the playoffs, you close out the playoffs, you go to Champs Shanghai. Which team outside of Pacific would you want to play on the Champs stage the most? Any team in the world?
NRG, I think.
NRG.
Because we watch them play a lot, and we like how they play the game.
Okay. How do you think you'd fare against them?
Times, I think they manage the time like really good, but we are not at that level yet, so we have to develop our play, I think.
Okay. But you versus Ethan in the IGL battle, I think that'd be pretty good. Two guys who've been around since the beginning.
Yeah.
Long careers, storied careers here in VCT. So I think that'd be a super sick matchup.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot for the Thai fans to be excited about right now. Do you have any words to you can say this in Thai if you want, or English as well. Is there anything you want to say to all the people who've supported you to get here?
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่ตามเชียร์นะครับก็วันนี้ก็เป็นแค่จุดเริ่มต้นครับยังมีหนทางยาวไปให้เชียร์ขอบคุณครับ
Lovely. We assume. our time not really up to snuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just it's super sick. I mean, we were obviously a little bit worried after the sunset. What did you say to the players to kind of get them ready going into that third and final map after such a beatdown?
I just say that Sunset is not our map anyway. We don't like playing it anyway, but we have to play it.
Wait, who's forcing you to play Sunset?
Yeah.
Who's forcing you to do it?
No, I mean like we can play, but actually we not doing that good in the result of the practice.
Okay.
So why did you pick it then?
We do the prep against them, like we want to hard counter them, but it didn't work out.
Okay. I mean, to have that and then it still not go your way, and then to close out the series, I think it does speak leaps and bounds to just how well prepared the team is overall. Otherwise coming into this. So, PTT, thank you so much for joining us here and giving us your insights. We will very much be watching you guys closely as you continue through this play-in run, and hopefully we will see you in the playoffs. So thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to the next matchup versus DFM. The MVP, though, and maybe PTC will agree with us in this one, we were kind of back and forth. You don't have to put the headset back on. It's all good. But Apina does manage to go ahead and take away the match MVP. I think that it was wisely between he and Kadum for this one, because Kadum had such an impact in that final match.
Kadum, because he kind of won them that last map, but I got to give credit to Apina, flexible as ever, picking up the Phoenix, something that he hasn't played a ton of in his career. This is a player that continues to be flexible for Sharper and is going to give them a lot of variance in terms of their agent comp and overall style, because this is literally the guy. You can just tell him to play anything and he'd be like, yeah, okay, I'll play it.
Yeah, I mean, I think map 1, he was the guy that got it done, and in this map 3, I feel like he held his own incredibly well on that Phoenix, a tough role to play for sure. So I've been very impressed by him. He was a big player to watch heading into this game, and he proved that he can do it even on the biggest of stages.
It's crazy.
So, very impressed.
So much flexibility. Between him and PTC, I can only imagine the amount of things that Sharper can potentially play.
Yeah, and there we go. So now we have it confirmed. I'm not just speaking out of my rear. It would be KRX that they square off against, so should things continue, and if KRX can take down Zeta, which, given the form that they showed today, I think that's going to become a pretty contentious matchup, whereas you look back a week or two ago and you say, well, this has got Zeta written all over it.
I'm not going to lie. I feel like this DFM game, based on the forms of the teams coming into these play-ins, given the fact that they just put RRQ away, who had a good result towards the end of the group stage, if they beat DFM, I kind of agree with him, to be honest. I definitely could see Sharper making the playoffs.
I mean, look, for me, I feel like momentum matters so much. They get that first win, they're going to be feeling on top of the world. DFM have had to sit this one out. There's a chance they could come in a little bit cold, but then on the flip side, they have chance to watch this game, they have chance to prep. So that is going to be a very exciting match.
Yeah, and then, I mean, for RRQ, and of course, Onside going to have to sit back, wait, try to see who their next opponents are going to be. I think for RRQ, it's either T1, QTD, or Full Sense, and I don't think any of those are going to be particularly easy to get through. I mean, this is going to be a very contentious play-in the whole way throughout, but speaking of contentious, speaking of things being tight-knit, let's go ahead and take a look at the build diff, because we all, a lot of us had pretty much the exact same setup. With all of us, of course, taking Apinya, who does end up getting the MVP. So we had that right. We were smart about that.
Yeah, I mean, I took a risk with my team here today. Had Siesta, I quite did the same thing. I think I'm definitely behind you guys today, for sure, with how this shaked out in the end.
I mean, he also opted in for Kadum, who did have a very good final map, but was that enough to save him? No, it wasn't.
I mean, yeah, I think given the fact that he got -9 for putting Kadum in flex, if he had just put him on the duelist role or something along those lines, probably would have gone a little bit better for him. Yeah, but very tight across the board from, what is that? Well, everyone else was 71.8 because they had almost the same team, and Jordan wins by 1 point. You're going to need a little bit more than that, Jordan, to come off the bottom of the board.
He's going to have an ego, though.
Show the overall now. You can enjoy his moment in the sun, and there you go.
It's crazy. It's absolutely flipped.
There you go. So I maintained my 1.5 lead over Paper Thin, as well as my 10-ish point gap over Victoria. So
you're in a good spot.
That's a decent win. I gotta get away from the bald guy.
Yeah.
I gotta get away. I mean, both in life, in casting, and in this game, I need to get away from the bald guy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't blame you. I think the problem is you're doing well in the busiest season of Pacific we've ever had, the busiest stage. There's so many games left to play. There's the play-ins, there's the playoffs. It just is stacked full. But
I mean,
we have more tomorrow.
Given how crazy the schedule is and how many days we have remaining, we're basically at the halfway point of build. It kind of feels like, because the schedule is so
crazy.
packed. But coming up tomorrow, there's more matches here. So we're going to have Full Sense going up against QTD. We'll see how Full Sense fares against the reps from Japan. And then Team Secret going up against Zipto as well. So another SCA matchup.
Yeah, Full Sense, I mean, after a woeful group stage, they are looking to bounce back in a serious way here in the play-ins against another one of our Challengers teams. And then you've got Spin versus Zipto, who, for those that aren't aware, that is 555, the team that came through from the LCQ and placed second behind Sharper in Challengers SCA. And if you're a fan of Sharper, this team almost beat them and has beat them regionally a number of times before. So that's going to be another fire-tied team to keep your eye on.
Yeah, I mean, as it turns out, banger games all the time on Pacific. Ignore the 2-0 in the first one. There was, it was a little bit of contention, but also those players were nervous. They'll be better in their next outing. But thank you guys so much for tuning in here tonight. We'll be back same place, same time as always tomorrow. And I believe we'll have Victoria on the desk. So I will alleviate my reign. I will leave you guys up here to your own devices. Enjoy that. But it's been a pleasure to work with you guys up here and to be hosting the show for the first time in a long time. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in. See you tomorrow.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
There's an aggressive spot for Wolverine, but it might just work out as freeing. So far, too successful in the rounds that have mattered. Yong, however, a double. Didn't slow KRX down all that much. They have 20 seconds to work with here. The contact play hasn't quite worked out, but a 1-for-1. Nightfall has connected. A missed shot. That'll be the end of Wolverine. But all falls on the shoulders now of Cloudy to try and clutch this round out. But Yong is putting on a clinic. Further information to try and maybe set freeing up. Copping one from Wolverine. Hyunmin doesn't get out of Dimensional Drift alive for KRX. They have to move a little quicker than this, and they're aware that Wolverine is inside that smoke somewhere, but the defuse on the perfectly timed swing from Marco. This can be the catalyst for something of a recovery for KRX this season.
Good for a trade and everything. Oh, well, there it goes.
As far as both teams are concerned, but is this going to recognize he's under some real pressure? That doesn't matter when no one looks in your direction. Bouncing between RRQ, slapped in the face by Sharper, the team from Tier 2 of the map. And, well, probably could have come at a better time, I suppose. It could have come a little bit earlier, but the chance to get themselves around. 2 for Laz, he's doubled down. It's going to be a 10-2 deficit. That is nothing that Sharper will be excited about, but it's better. RRQ Still looking to try and get it in that direction, and they will. Of course they will. Of the essence, though, as that rotator starting to come across. Sharpa in all sorts of trouble on this side right now that have actually blown this round wide open. But it still might not be enough to do our first Challengers team win of the stage here in Players.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.